playing an event.
Right.
You can just wander around or do some painting or buy stuff. There's artists here selling prints, selling dice bags, anything else you could imagine.
Yep. Izzy, how we doing today, buddy? You enjoying the weather out there in Phoenix?
Maybe he is. Oh, for the Phoenix people, there's white stuff on the ground out there. I don't know what that is. Todd, do you know what that is?
You don't. You're just not used to snow. I get it. It's awful. I feel bad for you.
I haven't seen snow in so long. I mean, come on. It's great. I'm gonna have to make sure I go outside and actually touch the snow, make sure it's real, and then run back inside because it'll be freezing, I'm sure.
Right.
That's how snow works.
It's not that bad. It's in the 30s today, so it's not too bad.
In the 30s, he says. Remind me, what temperature is it in Phoenix right now? Like 60s, 70s?
Something like that.
Something like that. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to Phoenix and relish in the warmth until it's 118 in the summer, and then I'll just jump in the pool. It'll be fine.
Yeah, so I'm super excited for today to see the team event. I don't know. I mean, it's like I'm looking at the rules. I don't think there's a restriction on this in any way. Let's see.
Nope, it's just each player brings 2 squads.
Yeah. So just the normal squad building rules. So it'll be interesting to see what we get here with this. I mean, like, because you're going to see more of the traditional list of it for everybody and everything along those lines. So each player brings 2 squads. They just have to make sure that combines to that premier list that meets the normal list building requirements. So yeah, it will be interesting.
I have a feeling, though, some people are probably going to bring some flavorful lists. I mean, if you're dressing up as a Jedi and a Sith, or if you're dressing up all Empire, and then you're playing Ewoks, like what? No. You got to bring some red lightsabers. You got to bring some stormtroopers. Like.
Oh, yeah, I think people are definitely going to be going for the flavor side of everything for sure. But,
I mean, I know I would be dressed up as a Jedi and rocket as many blue and green lightsabers as I can.
I would not doubt that for a minute.
Yeah, I'd be playing. Let's see. Forget trying to win. I just want to have fun. We're probably gonna bring both of the Padawans, Snips and Ahsoka, probably Anakin and Obi-Wan, just for the funsies, and I guess some clone troopers. I mean, ARF troopers are good. They can go
ARFs and commandos. I mean, like that's still a not too bad of a list right there. Anyway.
I don't know. I think I might go with Wolfpack. I know there's a little bit of anti-synergy with Obi-Wan's ability, but I don't know. I haven't actually got to play with them yet. So, again, I probably should be bringing Plo instead, but no. This is a team event. This is a flavorful event. That would be my 2. And then, I just realized Talia's not awake yet, so she won't hear me say this. But I'm like, I thought she was gonna dress up she would dress up as a Jedi too, but she might dress up as a teddy bear and just bring Ewoks.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah. Now, I don't know how much synergy there would be there, but it would be entertaining if nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's just the couples having fun type of a thing. So I think that would be great. But yeah, we're just kind of in a holding pattern as of right now, waiting to see who and when we are going to get some players. But the start time was anticipated for 8:30. But again, this is still like a brand new event here at Adepticon. So I think there's kind of just making sure everybody's getting where they need to be is going to be something new and everything along those lines. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, right. It looks like Legion's still getting set up too. So
yeah.
It's just COD stuff. It's all right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I think, but I anticipate we're going to see a lot of the same that we saw yesterday. I think the meta is pretty well established that the top people are probably going to be playing Vader, Dooku.
We get to see Maul today, though.
Yeah, we'll definitely get to see Maul today, so we'll get to see Maul out there. That'll be pretty good. Yeah, Legion is running their worlds today, so that will be happening. So you'll probably hear a lot of clapping and stuff that in the background from time to time, just because they are running.
PCN Mom's here.
So yeah, we're looking forward to it. I mean, as far as overall, I mean, do you think that, what is your dark horse, do you think, of like somebody that might slip in that we're just not expecting? I mean, Asajj, that was Asajj yesterday. We saw 2 Asajj Ventress lists in the top 4.
Right? I was not expecting Asajj at all. Let's see, if I was gonna pick a dark horse. The problem is that I feel like a lot of lists are really good. Like the only character I could think of as a primary that maybe is a dark horse is Grand Inquisitor.
Mm-hmm.
But now that we have more Empire and you can run Grand Inquisitor with Stormtrooper Sergeant and Stormtroopers, I don't even know if does that count as a dark horse?
I think it's still, people are still figuring that particular side of everything out. Definitely is unexpected, but it's not a bad list at all at this point in time. Now that you've brought in that Fear and Deadman box that the new Vader came in, it's definitely boosted the abilities and the playability of the Grand Inquisitor. And I mean, we already knew that Fifth Brother was amazing, just because of like everything that he brings in his kit, and as well as, I mean, but now we get a chance to see bringing in Fourth Sister as well, because you have the Stormtrooper Sergeant if you wanted to run both of the supporting units that came in that box. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see kind of what people bring. I mean, it's like I would be interested to see if someone's running like the Queen Amidala, along with like husband and wife type of a list or something like that too. So I mean, there's a lot of different things that I think we could end up seeing that just aren't used to seeing simply because of the nature of the team event.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get more than like thinking of this as dark horse. I think it's gonna be more of, we're gonna get unusual pairings, just because, I mean, somebody's probably gonna try and run like an all-female team, play like the Padme box with like, say, Barriss and Luminara and do we not have a female supporting unit?
Other than like there's one male, one female for the Mandalorian.
Okay. We get.
I think that's.
Yeah, so I don't know. We might see stuff like that.
You have the handmaidens, but that comes in
that's the Padme.
But yeah, that's
box,
all I can think of. I mean.
Yeah, so we're almost there. Well, wait, the Night Sister acolytes.
Yeah, Night Sisters. Yep.
You could just run but then that's kind of weird. Mother Talzin, and you'd have to. Yeah, okay. Maybe we're not there yet. We need it. All right. We need.
I mean, you have Aura Singh too, but she's a 5, so that kind of.
We need a few more characters, and then
Third Sister. Fourth Sister is a. So you have Fourth Sister. So there is some. I mean, it would be a wonky looking list. I mean, the synergies probably wouldn't be the greatest, but you could get there. I think you could get there.
You can do that. So I'm thinking stuff like that, or like we might see Padme Anakin, because that would just be fun. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing when we have Han and Leia, gonna run that pair together. That'd be fun for a team event. Somebody rocking those, I love you, I know shirts.
Yes.
Right? That'd be pretty cool. Let's see. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for from this event, because it's definitely. Oh no.
Yeah, Aubrey forgot to grab my dice, or his dice.
I forgot to grab my dice. We're stuck with the cursed dice still. You know what? No, I will just blow on the dice before we start. It'll be fine. That'll fix it all.
Hey, look, we got
food. We have food. Yeah, in fact, I'm gonna go do that right now.
You're gonna go get yourself some food? All right.
No, I'm gonna go blow on the dice.
Oh, okay.
I just said I just told you. I gotta make sure. We gotta break this curse.
I'm like a squirrel, man. I forget things. But yeah, I'm looking forward to today. Still waiting to see when we're getting our pairings, who we're gonna get to start the day off for sure. It's pretty exciting stuff. So I think Aubrey feels better now about the dice situation. I mean, the way I look at it is everybody's using the same dice. They're all gonna just work out. It's gonna even itself out one way or the other. But yeah, no, still we're at 33 teams now. Is what it's showing.
We've gotten more teams. Okay, that's
I don't know how we got.
How did
more
we get?
I think probably what happened is because there's only 42 players showing up, so it's kind of just trying to combine teams together. It looks like it's probably where we're at this point in time, trying to get those onesies together to make a twosie type of a situation, and hopefully
a onesie and a twosie.
A onesie and a twosie.
Isn't a twosie just a shirt and pants?
Yeah, but now we're going to take that shirt and pants. I guess we're going to take a twosie and make it a onesie. That's what we're trying to do here. Is take a twosie and make a onesie.
You all get to hear me talk about my insomnia from last night. I went to bed at a decent time, but I did not fall asleep until much later. So you're going to be getting nothing but hot takes from me. Let's be real. I'm probably just going to be tired this whole time, aren't I?
More than likely. I mean, that's what. But you know what? You're not here to sleep. You're here to enjoy the con. So you'll sleep. You know, there's a 3-hour plane ride home. I mean, so like you can sleep once we get on the plane for a little while, and
I'll sleep when I'm dead.
Exactly. Sleep when you're dead. That's exactly how this works here. But no, we are super excited to be bringing you some more coverage here. And then, of course, tomorrow is going to be the main event. So we'll have the 64-player event. On top of that, then we are also going to have the top 8 on Sunday for that. There will be, during our lunch break, we're going to be doing the roadmap showcase that they normally do at Adepticon like they did last year. PCN will be streaming that through their Twitch, but they are also going to feed it right through here as well. So we're going to be feeding it right into the YouTube as well. So you'll be able to watch it on either one of those streams. And as of course, if you are wanting to watch MCP, you bring up a second screen and you can have MCP going on over on Professional Casuals Twitch channel as well. And it looks like they have a pairing going already. So looks like they're off and running with that, because I believe they're the top 8 of the top cut of their Challenger event, I think is where they are, as well as the team event. So the people that are not playing, that made the top 8 of the Challenger, will be playing over there as well. So, yeah.
And hello to you too, Fry. Are we in here all the way from Germany?
It's pretty awesome when we get that, when we see all of the viewers coming into chat and talking to us from like the different parts of the world that they're from. I know we had a lot of people coming in from the UK yesterday when Brendan from Griffin Gaming was in on the stream and playing in our first match. So hopefully we'll get, we can get some of your favorite players that you're hoping to see on here as well.
Oh yeah, I want to at least try and show off some of those costumes. I know we're not really set up for that, but you'll get to see parts of costumes.
I know that I'll be trying to make posts on our Facebook page. So, from Germany.
Hey, I got it. All right.
Yeah, well, I know that I'll be trying to take some pictures as I can and getting them up on Facebook. If I remember to go on Instagram, Twitter, I'll get there as well. But Facebook's kind of like the main source that I go out to and everything along those lines. We don't have PCN mom we don't have a momentous struggle mom like a PCN mom. So
yeah, we'll figure that out. We'll just see if we can engage Taylor in intern services for everyone.
Well, Taylor's he's full judge on the MCP side of the house right now, so I don't think we're going to be able to snag him away.
I just wanted to call him an intern again. Like, come on.
He loves that role. I mean, anybody that watches the stream, he's not a producer, Richie. Which unfortunately we didn't get producer Richie out here this year for on the PCN side. So because he's actually from Las Vegas as well. So he's a West Coaster, like West Coast side, like the rest of us, like you and I are. So we hold down the PCN side of everything over here. So I'm gonna go. I'll let you go ahead and ramble a bit. I'm gonna see kind of where we're at, see if we have a time frame on getting the rounds up.
Yeah,
so if you don't mind.
we should probably check. I'm just over here trying to see if I can brush off my high school German here. Let's see. But sadly, all I can remember is like "Sprechen Sie Deutsch," or that silly line from JFK, "Ich bin ein Berliner." Yeah, all my German has fallen out, unfortunately. For I can do numbers still. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The little stuff. Like the town I grew up in, there were only 2 options in high school for languages. It was Spanish and German. And I tried to take Spanish, but that was not a very good teacher. And I switched to German, and that teacher was awesome. But that was a long time ago. We're looking at 20 years. Oh man, dang. I'm gonna try to not think about how long it's been since I was in high school. Yeah. Everybody, my birthday is right after Adepticon, so this is how I'm celebrating my birthday, is with you all. Like, my birthday is on Tuesday, and I will be probably sleeping, if I'm perfectly honest. Oh man. And all the brain cells that had the German in it have apparently been killed off. It's all right. It's one of those things. I've attempted to learn Spanish, Japanese, a little bit of Korean, German, but it just doesn't stick in my head. It's all right. I'll get there eventually. Thank you, Hispanic Potato. All right. Yeah. No, this is a great way to spend your birthday, I think. I'm excited. I probably am going to go find myself some sort of birthday present over in the hall. The hall next to us is where the majority of the vendors are, although there's a bunch that have spilled out into the hallways. The hallways are all also full of vendors. But oh my word, there's so much stuff here. If you love demoing games, you could just come to Adepticon and just demo new games or different games. They've got the battle. I assume they're the original, because I'm not a BattleTech person, but they've got the pods over there, and that is awesome. I don't even know what those are really. So sorry to any BattleTech fans, because I do not know what that is, but they look awesome. I'm trying to think what else. Yeah, talked about artists. We got cool. There is a place. It is a heavy metal themed burgers and bar. Kumos. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Otis. That place has the best burger I have ever eaten. The Adepticon burger. It's themed, and they will even give you dice. I will have to. Yeah, I left the dice upstairs. I'll have to bring those on stream again later and just show them to you, because it is so cool, and it is amazing to just look around the room and you see so many Marvel fans, so many Star Wars fans. I mean, we've got all of the games playing all around us, and in the stream area here. I mean, Legion's getting set up to my left. On the other behind them is where X-Wing will be, although it looks like they're not. They must be starting later, because they're not even setting up yet. And then MCP, I think, is already going. Yeah, they are those MCP players. They don't mess around. They're already ready to go. So Todd has not returned, which means we're not starting yet. Not starting yet. No, that's okay. So those of you who are in the chat, hey, so team event. What would you bring to the team event, or what would you wear for the team spirit? Because remember, one of the ways that you can win an award in this event is with best team spirit. Like this is the kind of event that my fiance and I would love to enter. If she was here, we would be doing the team event, because that's one of my favorite things. So I used to play Magic the Gathering. They would do these two-headed giant pre-release events where you would play together. You would do every action in the game together. It was super fun, because you each had your own deck that you were playing with. So and that is the great thing about Shatterpoint. I know it is touted as a two-player game, but the way I learned Shatterpoint was my stepson and I learned to play by each controlling one of the squads, and then we played against Todd. And Todd just controlled both of his squads. And then you would flip over the order card, or the top card from the order deck. If it was on your squad, you controlled the turn. If it was on their squad, they controlled the turn. So that's the great thing, is that this game is so easily modifiable into a multiplayer format. Because some games, you know, we try to force them into multiplayer, but it's kind of stretching the design of the game. But this one is perfect. And you know what? When you're tired, you're in the fourth round, you're in the tank. Having a teammate with you just makes it better, because they can help you. They can help you, and I kind of need that. We got kind of tired here in that last round. Whew. It was a long day yesterday, but we are back for more fun. Although, not yet. I have yet to see Todd, so we'll see what's going on. And it's early yet anyway. Maybe by the time you are all in the chat, we will be starting. Because I know it's pretty early today. I know it's an early start. I guess depending on where you are. Like I don't even know what time is it in Germany. I don't even know. I mean, I could look it up, I suppose, but I'm actually monitoring everything on my phone and elsewhere. Let's see. Oh, hey, we're doing all right. There's already 9 people here, so welcome. Let's see. What else can I talk about here? So later in the day, you will want to come back 12:30. So again, Chicago, what are we, Central Time? That's what Todd keeps saying. I'm just gonna trust it. But there. Oh, hey, cool. On the 5th of May, there'll be a Shatterpoint tournament in Berlin. Excellent. Yes, please tell us about your events. What you've got going on. We do a podcast, Todd and I, called Momentous Struggle. You can see our logo right there, and we love to shout out events, other content creators, talking about other people like Aman and Jesse from Hello There are here, dressed up as a Jedi and a Sith, which is awesome. Zion's Finest, they have a Slack, and they love telling people about all of the events that are going on all over the place. So you should look for. Is it Central Time? Okay, I just show up and I do things. I don't know what's going on. Oh, hey, here we go. Oh, I am excited now. All right, so we've got at least one of our teams here, and we have a local boy. Hey, Hispanic Potato, are you here? Because we got Matt. Our Matt is gonna be playing in round 1. Woohoo! Yeah. This is gonna be awesome. All right, and I'm sorry I don't recognize the other team member, but I'll let you know. Todd's got stuff. Wow, that is awesome. Oh my word. Okay, I'm excited. So you'll get to see it in a moment, everybody. But
yeah, I'll be putting a picture of it up on stream for sure. I mean, I don't know if we can get that on camera or not. It's gigantic. But basically, Damio Matt made a sail barge from Return of the Jedi, Jabba's palace, the sail barge there, and turned that into their display board. So I did take a picture of that. We'll definitely have that up on our Facebook for everyone to see, because it is amazing. And that's kind of what I came here for, was the...
You can't see it exactly. You get a better picture on our Facebook, but in the meantime, if you look at... so I just switched to one of our cameras, and if you look, you can see at least some of it in that bottom right side. It's just kind of off the table a little bit there. So that is awesome. Oh, very cool.
But yeah, super excited to see this. I mean, it's such an amazing. It's like I said, I'll get it up on YouTube for everybody to watch and see. So yeah, it's fantastic.
This is gonna be great. All right, hey.
So we did get one of our. I intentionally chose our local, because Matt Butcher is one of our locals. He's part of Team Matt over here if you're following along.
Yeah, I'm gonna go say hi to Matt real quick.
Okay.
You talk to the people.
So yeah, we brought in too. So Team Matt, I saw him and I'm like, oh yeah, let's go ahead and get him on stream, just to sit there and see how they play and everything along those lines. So it's going to be pretty fantastic. Super excited to see this, and yep, everyone's just kind of getting set up right now. Chicago is Central Time. That is correct. Quincy, how we doing? Yeah, super hyped for this. Yep, brought Matt in just for the funsies of it. We are doing 4 rounds today of the team event, so we will definitely be getting plenty of play in. Super excited to sit there and see. Yeah, great. Yeah, I love that transport for the Mini. It's a fantastic way to bring them around. So, yep, super excited to see everybody. So yeah, super excited for everybody. And like I said, players are just getting settled in. There was a little bit of a delay just because I think people were unaware of how the team worked on Longshanks a little bit. So there was a little bit of sorting out to get us going a little bit off topic, a little bit later than we were expecting. But hey, we're here, we're ready to go. And yep, just getting all the players settled in and everything along those lines. All right. Yeah, Aubrey's back from just going and doing a little meet and greet with the players there. We will get their lists here in a second as far as what they are playing. And Aubrey decided he's going to take off again already.
Well, we should probably have their names, right?
Well, it's right here. So we got Reed Westgate from Team Baku.
Oh, is it actually saying their names?
Yeah. So.
Yes,
And then the Team Mats as well. So, but Aubrey wants a little bit more information, so he'll go and get everybody's information and everything along those lines. We'll take a look at what everybody's playing. Yeah, looks like we're getting ready for the roll-off here, so we'll go ahead and go back over to the main camera so we can kind of watch everybody get set up here. And actually, I am going to go to the overhead so that we can see everything that's going on as they do their setups and everything along those lines. So again, yeah, me and Aubrey are going to be commentating, at least for this round. We do have Dan from PCN as well, who will be jumping in and out throughout the day with everybody, just to make sure that we're keeping us on task for sure. We got the PCN people in on making sure that we're doing what's right. So I do see a Mother Talzin out there as well, so super excited about that.
Oh, I meant to take.
Some amazing paint jobs by all of them as well. So it's just great seeing all of the paint jobs that they have out here, and everybody just the talent of the painters that we have, and everything along those lines. So yeah. I think we're finally getting there where everybody's kind of getting settled in. Looks like we're getting a little bit of clones action going on one side for sure with Team Baku. So very excited to see these guys going. And it looks like we're pulling out some droids and some Mother Talzin action going on. Did we see what mission? Have they just selected their mission yet?
I don't believe that they have. They're still getting all their cards out and everything.
Kind of just getting settled in.
Yeah, so it is going to be Team Baku is player. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and leave that there.
Yeah, if we here, let me move this stuff and then we'll put it here. That way it's not even on the edge. Like it's. Yeah, perfect. That way it'll be safe.
Yeah, no, I just, if it's here, I promise you I'll
Although actually,
like I said, I had to get prepared last night.
yeah. Check this out. That thing is so cool.
I'm just watching Aubrey, hoping that he doesn't break something.
I didn't break anything. I can be safe. Come on. Todd was like gonna kill me, like on the spot. He's gonna be like, nope, death, murder.
So, yep, looks like they are finally getting to the point where I think they're ready to select the mission and get everything. So it's like it takes a little more time when everybody's getting up here, getting settled in, and everything along those lines.
Yes, this is gonna be fun. It looks like we're seeing Grievous and Mama T versus Lumi and Plo Koon. Oh, that's gonna be fun.
Yeah. Very fun list. So all clones versus all separatists / So it looks like it's going to be Mother Talzin with Obi-2 and the Night Sisters, and then Grievous with Kalani and the B1s. And then it looks like just the Plo box with Wolf and his Wolf pack. And then Lumi, and I'm not sure, is that Barris? Yeah, Lumi with Barris.
And is that the Commandos?
It looks like the Commandos, yep.
Yeah, all right.
So basically just they're just playing the boxes on their side of Team Baku, like the Lumi box and the Plo box, versus basically modified Grievous, modified Mother Talzin box as well.
$200 on him to take it all, huh? All right. That's
I don't know if gambling on Shatterpoint results is probably the best based off of the amount of RNG that goes into playing this game, but you do you, boo. I mean, you do you.
Yeah, I've never understood gambling on dice games. I don't know. That doesn't seem. I don't even want to gamble on Magic the Gathering. Like you have like a 1 in 3 fail rate just sitting down at the table.
Right. I mean, and you take into account it's my defensive dice that they're utilizing, and it's like you really don't want to put money on that.
No. I broke the curse. I blew on all the dice.
Well, here's
two times.
Here's where we find out if you break the curse, then hey, we're good. But what if you made it worse?
I don't make things worse.
What if you just happened to do that? I mean, that's entirely possible that
come
my
on.
bad luck mixed with your, I don't want to say what I was going to say, might not work out very well.
This is a family-friendly show. We are the most professional of casuals, Todd. Come on. Yep. So the players are just getting the objectives out there and set up right now. Let's see. Hey, Dan.
Looks like they're on.
What mission pack are
Looks
they
like
on?
shifting priorities based off of where they're placing things.
Okay. So both teams brought shifting priorities. So definitely that's what we're going to be doing.
Yeah. So just like basically getting that general spacing of all those points out. And then once they get that, then they'll go ahead and start their deployments and everything along those lines. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm looking at the... Yeah, looks like the objective... Oh, they're figuring it out. They're figuring it out. Beef Dragon is back!
Hey, Dragon!
My favorite dragon! Oh, let's go! And I totally heard that in All Might's voice. Let's see. Never fear, citizens, for I am here. Texas Smash. Wait, is that the game we're playing?
No.
Okay. Somebody has to make a Shatterpoint mini that's just All Might.
They can't do that. They can't do that.
Come on.
We can't allow that.
I guess that it would be IP infringement.
Yes, we can't do that.
Fine. It's all right. I guess that's allowed. Not breaking copyright law.
Let's not do that. All right, so they have chosen the first mission. They have, let's see, we have Lumi deployed already. Waiting to see who deploys next. Maybe that isn't. No, I don't.
I was gonna say they shouldn't have flipped over.
They chose, but I don't think they flipped.
Oh, they picked the card, but they didn't flip it over. All right. It's all right. I learned from yesterday. I have all of the mission cards here.
Yeah, that's fine.
So we will know what's happening. Instead of stealing their cards.
Okay. So.
Looks like Mama T's coming out to play. Yeah, there we go. I'm excited to see Obi-Wan out of hiding. The best Obi-Wan. I like it. That's what we need. That's what we need, Beef Dragon. It is going to be great. I'm just enjoying the paint on these minis. Everybody has brought such beautiful models here, and you get to see them in all their glory during deployment, because then they get run all over the board, and you're like, where did my Obi-Wan go?
So yeah, so we got Mama T down over on the right side of the board, and then
Lumi and Plo are going out. So it looks like Plo's going to be across from Mother Towson. So we got diceless displacement, diceless displacement on that side of the board.
Without a doubt, yep. And then Grievous is going to go ahead and get out there as well.
And yes, Fry, I forgot to mention rocking out with the Ewoks. I'm telling you, I have a feeling that I will be able to get my fiance to come here in a teddy bear onesie if we do the team event. Just saying. I don't think she's awake yet, so don't tell her about my secret plans.
Yeah, Kalani.
Okay. Yeah, it's Kalani and B1s. Yeah. So. Again, looking at the squads, we got Mother Towson, Obi-2, and the Night Sister Acolytes. Then we have Grievous, Kalani, and the B1s. So it's a pretty good mix of. It's a pretty good mix on Team Matt, and then like we said, it's the Lumi box and the Plo Koon box. So there's actually a pretty good mix of range and melee here, because we know. The Plo Koon box is more melee focused, and then you got a good mix on the other side. Although I will say Team Matt is definitely leaning a little more into the ranged fight, just with the B1s and the acolytes, and well, Mama T does pretty good at both. Looks like players are getting their force out. Yeah, so we're almost there.
Yes, I'm very excited for Mama T. Mama T is always a fun one to see on the board. We missed her yesterday. Missed her yesterday since she was not going to be qualified for the Frenemies event based off of the tags allowed for that particular event. So we do get a flip of. Is that the Commandos? I can never tell the difference between the cards there.
No, that's Wolfpack.
Is that Wolfpack card?
That's the Wolfpack. They're probably gonna go first. And as is usual in the opening turns of Shatterpoint, this is probably going to be in an advance and take cover.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty standard play for the most part with these guys. I mean, we're not going to see much. I don't think we're going to see much difference with these guys. I mean, they do have the run and gun ability, but so I mean, they really could probably try and get pretty far up there if they really wanted to. But I don't see the purpose of that, in all honesty.
Yeah. And looks like we're doing some navigation around the terrain. There's that tower there. And oh yeah. Okay, we're doing some objective movement. It looks like the objective didn't get put on the highest elevation, which it should have been.
Should have been for sure.
Hey, it's early. They haven't had all their coffee yet. It's all right.
First round.
It's snowing.
For most people, that's not abnormal.
I will later. Dan's asking me if I'm going to go play in the snow. I absolutely will go and play in the snow. That is the entirety of my lunch plans, is to go out and play in the snow.
So being from New York, it's like, yeah, whatever, it's snow. Like, who cares?
Yeah, I mean,
You guys are like from the desert, so
yeah,
it's like, what is this?
in Arizona, basically, it's so up in the northern part of Arizona, they get a lot of snow, like where the Grand Canyon is. They get a lot of snow up in Flagstaff and everything along those lines. It's one of the snowier places actually in America, and they have a place called Snowbowl, which is an amazing place to go skiing. But the thing is, I can drive to snow if I want to see it, and then I just leave when I'm done. I don't. That's the beauty of living in Phoenix. Granted, I have to deal with the hot summers, but yes.
Weather advisory on my phone back at home. I was like, oh well.
Yeah. No, what I learned moving to Phoenix is that you just switch summer and winter. That's all. Because, in wintertime, you're bundled up. I mean, unless you're one of these skiers or winter sports people. But for me, you bundle up and you run from your car to whatever building you're trying to get to, and that is the extent of outside.
And we got to keep in mind that most people are like, it's only 40 degrees. What do you mean you're bundled up? So but we do get 115, 120 degree summers. So like there is a trade-off there.
Yeah. Oh, no, I mean...
We missed the good weather from what I understand. It was 70 degrees last week. When I was flying in, there was someone on the plane that was basically telling me, yeah, it was 70 degrees last week. So Chicago decided to welcome us with the cold winter weather instead of the nice springtime weather that you had last week.
Yeah, they do. They knew I was missing it. And then just so we know what's happening on the table, so the Night Sister Acolytes were the first unit to activate from Team Matt, and it looks like they're moving up separately to take those two objectives on the midline.
So yeah, and they will go ahead and score 3 points off of that from having those two center ones.
Yep, and scoring. Oh, Plo Koon is in the house. Looks like Plo is going to get reserved, and
so Lumi comes up,
hitting the other primary. Oh, well.
Yeah, so right off the bat we go from
a crisp 36 degrees. Yeah. No. Anyway, what I was saying about weather is, so in winter normally, you're bundled up, you run into your house, and then in summer you're happy outside doing everything. Well, in Phoenix, it's just the opposite. In the summer, you're running not bundled. You're just running to avoid the heat to get into whatever air-conditioned place you're getting to. And if you're lucky, you jump in the pool. Yeah. So I like that better.
You're running to air conditioning instead of running to heat.
Uh-huh.
So no, that makes totally exactly what needs to happen there. And I completely forgot that I wanted to sit there and get a different cube to put down as far as for that center cube, so I will be fixing that in between these streams. I have got my secondary cube out, so I can go ahead and get that painted to put out there.
Yep.
Luminar takes cover.
The cold is warming here on Dark Side. Oh no. Yep, so Lumi is... Looks like Lumi just moved up onto that point.
Looks like it.
Okay, and then...
Not seeing any attacks quite yet. Let's go ahead and I'm going to transition to the other view, just so we can kind of get a better view of what's going on, since we don't have as much blocking the center of the table as we did yesterday, which is fantastic. We greatly appreciate it. And here's the B1s getting moved by Kalani. So we did a Kalani draw, which... he gets to go do his amazing thing that he gets to do and just send people all over the place.
Swarm all over. Yeah, Kalani can be confusing. You're like, oh, they're activating B. Whoa, wait, no, they're activating Kalani.
Yep.
Okay.
So still, and looking at it from the Team Baku side, they're not too far up in the mix with anything right now. So like they're Kalani would have, so advancing Kalani, kind of putting him to where he's going to try and get in range of Luminara over here. So he's going to go ahead and put a shot into her.
Okay. So taking a look at Lumi. Oh, Lumi does not have deflect like most Jedi.
She does not.
Okay.
So pretty decent roll here. Like 4 crits.
Wow. That's insane.
And 3 failures, 2 blocks, 2 expertise. So pretty average dice roll there.
Not terrible.
No, not terrible. Her expertise starting. I'm not sure which side she is on for Lumi over here.
Hey, Dan.
3 crits going.
So the 3 crits go through with everything that will have all blocks in there. And she's on her Sarasu side, so she was able to reduce one of those crits down to a regular hit. Is that why only the crits go through?
Yeah. running Twitch and YouTube across 2 monitors. I like it. Getting as much of Adepticon as possible.
And that is exactly how it needs to be done there, Quincy. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Man, did you see the paint job that Matt has on those rangefinders or his range rulers? Those are amazing.
Right.
I don't know if we can get a good picture of it, but they did some fantastic paint jobs on those.
Yeah.
Choices on that tree.
So how much damage was that going into Lumi?
4 damage.
4 damage into Lumi there.
Okay.
Shove and a hack.
A shove and okay.
Looks like. Did they hit a tactical network? Or
He
they
did.
just-
So he went
okay.
3 down. The 3 crits go through. So it's 4 damage a shove, and the tactical network will go out. So that's gonna basically probably be another 5 dice attack.
Yeah, it looks like the B1s have dashed, and then they're gonna make.
Should be a 5 dice attack. You have Kalani dice, which will add another one, I think, if he remembers to add the Kalani dice for the 6 total. Because I think he's within the range, and for that target, concentrate all firepower.
Yeah.
So yep, he does get the 6 dice. Looks like 2 failures, 2 expertise.
Yeah. See, that looks.
a
That
crit.
looks.
So the 2 expertise are the B1s. I know 1 doesn't do anything for them, but I think they get something finally when they hit that second one. Oh no, it's just one strike.
Yeah.
So nothing
Oh,
goes.
it all got blocked. That happens sometimes.
Didn't he have a
with
crit
B1s.
in there? Didn't he have a crit in there or no?
Expertise, I think, boosted to
Oh, nice. Oh, because it's going into Lumi.
expertise charges.
Yeah, that expertise of hers reducing that crit to a
Yeah,
fail or to a
Sarisu
regular
is
hit.
doing the defensive game. That's what it's there for.
Outstanding. So yeah,
All right, you can look at the top part.
and Lumi allows for you to peek at their top and decide who you're going to utilize.
What is? Okay.
Apparently, PCN's doing some crazy giveaways on their side where they're giving away signed copies of the
The Lord of the Rings
VHS movies just for the fun of it.
Everything is extended.
I-
Wouldn't fit on VHS anymore.
Wow.
That is absolutely hilarious.
Oh my word! You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
It's so
That is absolutely hilarious. So it looks like they did decide to use Plo out of the reserve based off of that, whatever they saw underneath underneath that order deck of theirs.
Flow of the Force.
Without, yep.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to try out some more Luminara again.
I think she didn't have the support pieces that she needed around her to make her work as well as I think people were wanting her to. But yeah, no, her Flow of the Force ability is fantastic, especially now that I think Plo was kind of that missing piece that we needed to get the Grand Republic right where they needed to be type of a place. So
yeah, we needed a more melee focused list, melee clones. It's exactly what's needed.
So Plo is just running forward, which we love to see.
Oh yeah, no, I think Plo is hunting some Night Sisters. I think that's what's going to be happening here.
I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get in range to get to him. We'll see.
Yeah, well, because he has his tactic, so he dashes, right?
And I'm quite positive they did that.
Yeah, so he
I'm
did
not
that.
sure if I just don't.
Maybe this is just going to be a force push.
I think it's just a force push.
Hey, that's not bad.
No,
Force
gets him off the point.
Force push is arguably the strongest ability.
As far as dice placement, it's fantastic. It's but it is very force intensive to do that. Yeah, so we're going to do that force push because I just don't think there was a point for them to be able to get close enough to get up onto the ladder to actually make a attack. But the dash, the move, the long advance, and then it looks like they take cover. After that push, we're able to flip that point onto their side, which is fantastic because looking at that struggle tracker, oh my goodness, the team Matt really just kind of was running away with that one.
Yeah, that's one of the really important things in this game. This is not a kill, death, murder game. This is an objective taking game, and
Correct.
The fact that they were able to get their Night Sisters up on those points early is what's giving them that.
Taking those 2 center points.
Cool. Oh.
And here comes big bad General Grievous.
Yep.
I mean, that's
General Kenobi. Oh wait, Obi-Wan's not here.
nope. He is
General Luminara or
Nduli.
General Nduli.
Getting some love for Team Matt in the chat there. Yep.
Yeah.
She does
And
work
yes,
great with Maul and Mandos as well. You are correct, Beef Dragon.
Yeah. Maul helps you with your force economy because if you end up having to use that full recovery that Luminara has and paying for it, that can just eat your force.
Well, it helps to keep Maul alive. I mean, because Maul wants to be hurting himself, but you really don't want him to go down. So being able to sit there and do those recovers and take some of those wounds away or some of that damage away definitely is a benefit, and that's kind of what Luminara is there to do.
Well, and that's the great thing about her kit is she doesn't care too much about Galactic Republic. Like, I know there's her precise strike ability, but other than that, everything is just generically good.
Yeah. Which is, I mean, and that's kind of. And I know coming from other game systems, people were really looking for those synergies to take place, and that's just not what this game is. And because you want to be able to scuttling. General Grievous here, but
every day I'm scuttling.
But that's kind of what they wanted was you to sit there and be able to make your what-if scenarios where you're utilizing characters from different groups working together to accomplish this one particular mission. So I like that. I like that they're not diving too deep into the bigger tags and stuff like that. So here comes the attack from Grievous. Looks like a lot of expertise here. Like he's got 3 strikes, 4 expertise. And I'm assuming he's going to be on his Warlord side for this one, or for his quad arm attack for this one.
Yeah.
So if that is the case, that's going to turn into 2 crits and... No, it was 4 expertise, so it would have been 2 crits, 2 damage. A lot of expertise again. So 2 failures.
Wow, that's a lot of expertise.
A lot of expertise.
And yeah, Beef Dragon, I do agree with you. I
turns
know
into
the
3 blocks.
So we got 3 blocks there. I know the clarification on that ruling has been a little divisive in the community because it does seem a little unintuitive.
So yeah, because that reduces that, is going to reduce some of that those crits to hits. Only one of those attacks from Grievous, or one of those dice from Grievous is going to go through.
Wow.
So really,
That's
on the
great
quad,
expertise
I believe
rolls.
he's on his quad arm side. So I believe that's going to be just 2 damage when it's all said and done. So
Wait, I missed it. Who is Grievous even attacking? Was
into
it-
Plo.
Into Plo.
Into
Okay.
Plo.
Okay.
Yeah, because Plo went running forward up there. Oh, you know what? Actually,
Yeah, it was
he's
like-
up top, so it had to have.
It had to have been Cunning Warlord,
It had to
right?
be Cunning Warlord,
Okay.
so he does get a shove off on that as well.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out here. Yeah. Right, Beef Dragon. He still gets the dash. He still gets the dash. Looks like we're doing an appetite for destruction.
Yep.
Yeah, that defense roll was really good. All right, now we got the appetite for destruction going off from the B1s there, and
Looks like just 2
yeah.
strikes, no crits so far today, really. And if we are, so there's all
Ooh.
the blocks.
wow, man,
A lot of failures, but those blocks definitely do it.
Yeah, these defense rolls are doing a lot.
And because it was going into Plo has deflect, so doesn't take any damage and deflects back some damage. So very
I like it. That is very Jedi.
Very Jedi right
Very
there.
Jedi right there. Again, what does HK-47 say in Knights of the Old Republic? He's like, stop shooting Jedi with blasters. That doesn't work.
All right, so that was the struggle, though. Now we're going on to struggle 2. So Team Matt did take struggle 1 there.
Yeah, they did. They just capitalized on that early lead, taking those 2 objectives with the Night Sister Acolytes.
And just off and running.
Yeah.
So
Looks like we're flipping over, grabbing my cards here.
So I'm assuming that they're going to go with the bottom one there, where basically it's the 2 on Team Baku's side. Not 100% sure which way they're going to go. We'll see. Let's go back to the overhead cam here just to take a look at where they're going to go with those active points.
We're gonna need a new exit because General Grievous is in the middle of the map.
So that's what I thought. So basically on the Team Baku side, they're going to go with the top and the bottom objective, and then it's the middle objective on Team Matt side. So as you can see there, one of them which was the right way to go with all of this. So yeah, let me go ahead and go back.
Yeah,
it makes total sense. I mean,
that's what I would have chosen.
Yeah.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
So it looks like this is a wolf activation. So
Commander Wolf.
Commander Wolf is going to be giving us a good run here. So the nice thing with him is he immediately has that flankum ability, so he's going to get those troopers that should be able to get right on, the clone trooper should be able to get onto that, into contesting range of that objective on the bottom over there. And then it looks like Wolf's going to sit there and do some movement. So I'm not sure why they only moved the 1. Because it is each character in the unit may climb.
There wasn't a pin, right?
I don't believe so. Maybe I might have missed that.
I didn't think they had been attacked yet.
I mean, it might just want to stay on that, keep someone on that high point where that other point is just for future.
Oh,
I mean, so that would make sense as well, just to sit there and be like, okay, now I have my...
Wait, are players making tactical decisions in Arcade?
They're being intentionally tactical.
That's not, but what about accidentally tactical, Todd?
Well, once you're on stream, you're not really being accidental. You're trying to be as intentionally tactical as possible.
Wait,
they got more.
Is that a Rush Hour 2?
So lots of Lord of the Rings going out, being signed by Rush Hour 2 and Lord of the Rings being signed
Okay.
on the MCP side of the house for
alright.
for people on stream. So if you're looking to get a signed copy of something from the wonderful people at PCN, by all means jump over there.
Yeah,
and
you got to get your dual monitor action going on here.
you definitely get the dual monitor. Yep. So Wolf does his thing.
All right, rolling for the priority objective. Looks like it is on
The B1s.
the topmost point on Team Baku's side.
Yep. And decided not to go with them, and instead we're going to go with OB2.
Yeah, it's my boy,
So-
Obi Kenobi.
So out of hiding he comes.
Yep, he is out of hiding and probably running. Yeah, I don't know if our Shatterpoint Obi-Wan understands running away from Darth Vader, because usually he runs toward the danger in
He
this
does.
game.
He does.
Doing some measuring here.
Yeah, very low damage, but yeah, exactly. There's not much damage going out, but I think that's kind of the nature of just Plo and Lumi being those frontline fighters and having such great defensive expertise trees, so that you're not seeing a lot of wounds, a lot of damage going through, but there's a lot of points. So they're debating whether they want to put OB2 into reserve or not, is really what they're kind of looking at right now and kind of debating. Both not 100% sure on this, but like looking great, looking to make the decisions here. And then
Yeah, it looks like they're debating over it. Because remember, run is a little tricky. Obi-Wan can always use it on himself, but if he uses it on another allied character, they need to be engaged with an enemy character to get the heal and reposition.
and I don't see anybody engaged at
Yeah.
this point in time. Is the problem that we're running into? Is
But that would be one of the reasons why to
Yeah.
reserve him, is because you're planning on using that run ability later on. But it looks like they chose to activate Obi-Wan instead, which I think is almost always the correct thing to do.
I wonder why.
Don't leave home without your Obi-Wan. Help me, Obi Kenobi. You're my only hope.
I think we lost Beef Dragon. He's going over to try and get a copy of his Rush Hour 2. So
No. Now remember, you just pull up both.
Yeah.
Do the two
I
monitors.
don't know. It seems like I get it. You know, Jackie Chan, Chris Rock, not
Oh,
Chris
those
Rock,
movies. Tucker?
Chris Tucker.
Chris Rock. I'm like, wait.
I'm like, that's not right. He is not that skinny. So no, I mean, but yeah, Chris, of the two amazing people. I was like, I sit there and still have my kids watch Jackie Chan movies just because they're so great.
Yeah, we're just learning that Todd thinks all the Chris's look the same.
You know?
Yeah.
And back to Shatterpoint.
There was a Shatterpoint. I'm so excited. Who do we think's going to activate? It could be anyone. There could be a boat behind the door right now.
There could be a boat.
I mean, there is a boat on our table. Hello, sail barge. Rush Hour 2. I still can't get over that. Where
mean-
are they even finding these VHSs?
I'm sure they're somewhere. I mean, usually if you go to any Walmart, they have just a bin of those that you can just go piling through.
Of VHSs?
Sure. Oh, well, maybe you got to go to the dollar store nowadays. I don't know.
Yeah, what? No. No, they have the dollar bit of DVDs.
Well, yeah. I guess you really have to kind of go to somewhere else for it. I mean, granted, I still have a VHS player just because of like my old basic training Army video was on VHS. That's how long ago I went to basic training, everyone. So basically, it's like the only way I can still watch it is to sit there and plug that in. Yep. Despise Obi too. All right.
But it's
It
Obi.
looks like they went with Shatterpoint and Plo. Shatterpoint Plo. Yep. So it looks like they Shatterpointed Plo.
Excellent choice.
Moves
Excellent
him up
choice.
onto that point. Playing very defensively, which is for the
Yeah.
Galactic Army of the Republic players here with Team Baku, but I kind of get it.
Right.
I mean, to keep in mind, both they're right now the main focus is getting to struggle 2. I think they're really just trying to make sure that they have those 2 points secured no matter what, which is a good play. I mean, so make sure they're keeping that struggle or the momentum, it's a struggle tracker going on their side as much as possible. Yep. So he just basically advances, takes cover.
I might have been on the dark side for too long, Todd. I'm amazed at the lack of dice getting thrown here. Like, where's my 10 dice attack?
I think that's part of it. Is like so many people just want to run in and attack, and that's not what you're doing here. You really are just trying to sit there and play as defensive as possible. So scoring, it looks like 3 points again.
Yeah, that's what starts to happen here. It's 3 points back and forth for a little bit till parity gets broken.
And the nice thing is, like I said, they're really making sure that they're hunkering down on that 1 point on the low side of the board, so that if somebody else does come in, it's going to be very difficult to flip that.
Yeah, I will say that the point that is closest to us at the bottom of the screen, I would not attack that anymore.
I mean, you have Plo.
I would just give that up.
On the top level there, you have Plo and the Wolfpack, and then Commander Wolf right below them as well. So it's like, yeah, you got the entire squad right there. You're just like, come at me, bro.
Again, viewers, I'm still learning. It's my first tabletop game, and so I'm here going, interesting. Why'd they do that? And then 3 turns later, I'm learning. Oh, that's why they did that. Yeah. So I'm learning with all of you. And yes, I would definitely, if I had a time machine, just go and visit a Blockbuster. That's what I'd do. Yeah. No murdering tyrants or anything.
Those were the best Friday nights, man. Go to Blockbuster, pick out your video, get your snacks, and go home and watch your Blockbuster movie. Be kind, rewind.
Yes. So Mama T is activating from Team Matt. Looks like she's getting up on that back point. Looks like it was just move, take the point, take cover. Yeah.
And at this point in time, I think.
Yeah, that's what I would do, because she's far enough back.
The priority objective moves to the side where Matt on Team Matt's side, the one that they do have. So here comes Barris. They do always have the ability to put her into reserve.
But we are getting to the end of our order decks here, so we're running light on 4s.
I don't want to say this too loud, but yeah, so basically the option is you go with Barris, or you go with, I believe it's going to be the Commandos underneath. So they've decided going to go with Barris.
I
almost wanted to ask, what's the Shatterpoint ability? But I'm like, oh no,
we are not playing
priorities.
We are not playing. We are playing shifting priorities. Yes, that is correct. Zeris does her advance. And will recover Luminara. So yeah, they are really just playing very defensively here.
Yes.
And just basically just trying to make sure that they stay completely healthy going forward into that third struggle. Because I think they're pretty comfortable. I mean, that priority objective staying on the side of Team Matt was a little heartbreaking there, because they're only going to score 2 instead of 3 they really wanted to. But they're basically just trying to win out by point control and staying alive, versus the other side where it's more of a aggressive style of play to try and take points away through attacks. And so it's a very good counter to what Mama T and
right, they are doing this very well, because the Separatists are a pretty aggressive list.
So she recovers 2 from Barris's ability, which is amazing. So the priority point stays back on the same side. So if they decide to turn, Shatterpoint.
It's Shatterpoint time.
I think you're killing Matt every time that you sit there and do the air horns.
I'm gonna do it louder and louder and louder just to see if I can break Matt. It's gonna be great. Also, we have accidentally revived a rivalry in chat. A former Hollywood video employee is coming in, wanting to put up hands over this. It's okay. We can happily coexist in VHS land together.
I mean, I did go to both. I was an equal opportunity video rental.
I don't know if we
store
had a Hollywood
patron?
video near me. I mean, the town I grew up in didn't even have a Blockbuster. You had to go to the next town over. So they
So
They-
Shatterpoint goes back into the deck, bringing
okay.
the B1s out.
You get the air horn leg again. That's what I would do here.
Yeah, so it's basically they
just switched between the B1s and their Shatterpoint card, which makes sense. They have the force for it, and give yourself more options.
They haven't opened up the wall yet, so I'm waiting for them to sit there because right to literally to the right of us, probably 15 feet away, is where the wall is, that the collapsible wall. So it will get loud. I'm hoping that they wait until after this stream is over to do that. So we're on break. So I apologize if they start doing that anytime soon.
There we go. Okay. Oh, looks like the B1s are.
B1's in the middle and shoot back down at Barris.
B1s are going down, shooting at Barris.
Oh boy. But don't they know Barris is on their side? Oh wait, this is early days. We're not at that season of Clone Wars. Everyone, I'm going to have to fix Todd's classification schemes.
It makes sense to me, and I put the book together. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for Barris. I just want to see if she...
Barris is right in front of the clones.
B1's get 2 spaces, so
B1s go 2 down.
Okay.
So it should be... Yeah, their tree is not the greatest. It's basically just 2 damage or reposition.
reposition's so good.
I was like,
the
reposition is
solid.
strong, though.
But they're not pumping out a lot of damage. I mean, but that reposition is strong. I think my biggest complaint about the B1s is their defensive expertise chart, because you get 1 expertise, it's
And
like
it does
you don't
nothing.
do anything. It's like, I remember when I first started playing this, they're like, oh, I got an expertise. Oh, sad face.
Hispanic potato.
Expertise. So she practically retreats.
So tactical retreat by being intentionally tactical, she retreats back.
Other B1s are shooting Luminara now.
So Obi-Wan is shooting into
Wait,
Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan isn't shooting anything. What? No, it's the other B1 attack.
Got it.
Not Obi-Wan. Anyway, Hispanic potato. You have to remember, I was an only child. My parents had money for rentals. That's all.
Yep.
Whoa!
See, you didn't fix my dice.
Whoa! No,
5
that
failures.
was you. That one's on you. Anytime the dice work, it's because of me, and anytime they fail, it's because of you.
Is that what it is?
how
You
it
didn't
works.
fix the dice. I don't care what he says. He didn't fix them. That's 5 failures, 2 expertise.
Why is it only your defense?
Still blocks everything. See? So my dice didn't let him down. I feel
see?
better now.
Just enough.
See? No, that worked.
Block, and then blocks, and then reduced one of the hits to a failure.
So nice. So it all ends up Luminara. I'm assuming that was into Lumi, just doing her defensive thing that she does, because that was
For second action.
and advancing on that second action. Looks like so. Ultimately, it looks like what they're really trying to do here is they know that
Set
this
up,
struggle is
yeah.
going away.
Yeah,
Looking
they're
to
setting
set
up.
for-
They're setting up for the next one.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That's what you have to do sometimes in Struggle 2, is just accept that it's gonna not go your way and get ready for the next one.
Only afford tapes from Sabers. Sorry, Tater.
Hey, it's all right. It's all right. Hey, Goodwill is my friend now because I have kids, and man, it's like they just need money.
And there are the Commandos.
Oh, here we go. Calling in the Commandos. Although I suppose, shouldn't you have sent in special forces before everyone else?
They're tactically being advanced now. It's a tactical call-in.
They're going in for a pinpoint strike, huh?
That's exactly.
Yeah, I remember from the early days being very excited about the Commandos because that was Republic Commando was one of my favorite games, even though it was pretty short. So happy to see those models on the table here today.
Without a doubt. So it looks like he went ahead and used his last force that they had available to them to do a defensive maneuver. Probably, I mean, that's I think one of the unfortunate sides is they were not all the way back the entire the bottom card there, so they never really got to use that coordinated fire.
Yeah, that is unfortunately one of the weaknesses of Galactic Republic. You have to move your supports up to make use of that coordinated fire, but then they are vulnerable to counterattack. And, you know.
So, I think he's going to hit this. They're basically going into.
So are they attacking?
They're attacking into Obi. Coordinated fire for the string from the wolf pack.
Yeah.
And this is going to be a ranged attack, so you're looking at, I believe, 6 dice?
Should be.
I don't think there's going to be anything to give him additional dice.
No mind trick here.
It was a ranged attack.
What?
It was a ranged attack?
Mind trick works on everything.
It works on everything? They might not have the force.
No, they have 2 force, but they do have that. Remember, their last card is their Shatterpoint card, so I'm guessing they want to save the force for that activation.
Got it.
Yeah. Come on, it's mind trick. It's any attack.
Yep.
These are not the attacks you're looking for.
And how many is that into Obi-Wan? How many was that into Obi-Wan?
2 went through.
Two go through. So basically that's just going to be 2 damage and a pin, but a pin on
2 damage and a pin on Obi-Wan.
Yeah, so definitely going to be.
That's all they could do.
So definitely going to be solid pin on Obi-Wan. We like seeing that. It keeps him from being able to kind of jump around and do things that he wants to do.
Yeah, it does mean that probably the next time he activates, they're going to have to run on him again
To just remove that pin.
remove the pin, yeah. Because he has a recover and a reposition, so you would still get it. But. It's Shatterpoint time! See, this is why
We even knew it was coming and still missed it. That's the problem there.
What? No, I said it when they flipped the card. You might have missed it. I was ready. Come on. It's Shatterpoint time. I do love the foil of that card. That card is so pretty as a foil. So nice. So nice.
And he's going with Grievous here for Shatterpoint. Basically just going to kind of get up in the mix.
Yep.
And
that's what Grievous wants to do.
And it looks like he's going after Luminara again here. Just getting right up in her grill.
So they're activating Grievous. He's attacking Luminara on the shot arm side, who's exposed. So
Lumi is exposed currently.
Wow.
So we are going to see a.
I missed her getting the exposed.
Yeah,
that's really important.
Got a Grievous attack here on his quad arm side, so we're looking at 8 dice into an exposed. 3 crits, 3 hits. Not going to be.
Oh no!
Again, this one is Aubrey's fault. He said he did not do what he needed to.
No, that was the expose's fault.
No, I think that's Aubrey's fault.
No.
So-
I didn't do that. That was Todd's dice.
So yeah, that is.
Remember, all failures are due to Todd, and all successes are due to me.
So that is 6 down the tree because he had 6 crits.
all the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lumi's gonna be wounded.
So yeah, that's
went along the whole bottom row.
the whole bottom row. So that's gonna be 10 damage, 2 shoves, and a reposition.
We had 2 already.
She was She was pretty close to dead, it looks like. But that is a momentum. I don't think... Well, he can reposition onto that point. Let's see. I don't know if there's anyone else on that point. No, I don't think... Looking at the top there, I think there's still a couple other models over on that point, so you're not able to flip them.
Yeah, but that's still a good start, though.
Because you still have Barris over there, so yeah.
Full recovery is now going to cost 3 force. And, yeah.
I mean, but we are going to the third struggle here, so that is, I mean, something that's going to be...
Wow. I mean, Grievous running up and doing some damage is what Grievous does.
Yeah. I mean, he is that just murder bot for sure that just likes to run up there and do that.
Yep. Asthma Bro number 2 doing work. Now, I am just going to double check something really quick.
So they haven't refreshed their force yet or their order deck, so I don't know if that would have mattered in a situation there because I did have a full force available. I don't think Lumi had anything that she could have done defensively in a response to getting attacked, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
Okay.
And he scuttles
Scuttle.
back onto that center point, basically.
Every day I'm scuttling.
Basically just trying to stay on that center point right there to make sure that he went, because that is a high probability that the center point is going to become active once they do that. Moving the struggle tracker back. So if they get the priority point here, they should end up being able to end this struggle.
Yes.
And win this one here.
Yeah, so this turn is going to be a little bit...
This is a pretty important
Come
dice
down,
roll to sit
yeah.
there and see what we can get.
Yeah, come down to that priority objective.
But we are refreshing their order deck, so that it's going to be pretty solid here as far as having access to everything.
There we go.
Order decks are shuffled up, ready to go. We reveal Commandos.
And then the priority objective is...
The back point.
Wow.
The 1 point they didn't really want to have.
So now there might be...
So basically what we're looking at here is in order for them to sit there and get out now, they're going to have to go ahead and have get a wound on someone.
Right. Which
to get that momentum.
The thing is they have not been very much damage dealt.
Well, the Commandos...
I mean, most of their team is still at full...
so the Commandos go up there. You
Help.
can move the Commandos forward. Yeah, let's see what he's doing. So he's doing the starting out with a defensive maneuver, I believe.
Well, right. If I was going for a wound right now, I'd want to attack into those acolytes, and that looks like what they're going to do.
Well, you still have the Commandos on the very far side of the board as well, and I think that's going to be the key
that's
part.
right. I forgot. They did
they
get
are
separated out.
They are separated.
All that clone armor just looks too similar. It's all right.
So it looks like this first attack is the far clone going into the B1s. You have 3 crits is fantastic.
Wow. Okay then.
So he's looking to basically just all he can do is block 1 because he has 3 crits. He does get the 1 block, so the 3 crits are going to go through. So it's basically is he going to do 4 damage or 3 with a pin is automatically going to go on there. Is it like it's going bottom, so it's going to be 3 damage, a pin, and a strain.
Yeah. So they.
Now the other commando, like really, is like, what are we going to sit there and have him go into? He's going to go into OB2 here.
All right. It looks like they are using Mind Trick here. So I mean,
The other one shoots Obi-Wan coordinated fire from the wolf pack, but Obi-Wan mind tricks.
Got it.
Instead, they're gonna shoot
The Night Sisters. So yeah, so he did go ahead and mind trick, and now the Night Sister acolytes are going to be the target of the attack. So it is that.
yeah, and remember they are going to be rolling 2 fewer
Two
dice
less
because
dice.
of mind trick's ability.
Yep. So only 4 dice here.
Whew. And nothing but expertise, which unfortunately is only going to convert into a single.
And there's all those defensive
Wow.
dice, yeah.
Wow. So, I mean, it did look like they got 1 crit because of their expertise. Or were they disarmed? What's going on here?
Yeah. So
Okay.
they did get the 1 to go through because of the expertise, so it is just 2 damage going into the Night Sisters. So unfortunately didn't get that wound that they were looking for.
They get repositioned with their.
Do get the reposition because of the expertise. So yeah, it might get a little loud. They are finally opening up the sidewall, so I do apologize if it gets a little too loud for you guys. Sounds like it's a little quieter today.
Oh, I like that positioning. They just moved the Night Sisters so that they're behind that building.
Yeah, so they're not able to be easily targeted. That is smart.
Looks like we got some defensive maneuvering going on here.
I think they still had
Oh, is that just their move action?
their move action because they did
No,
it.
because they're using the small tool, so I was trying to figure out.
That's what they used before too. I'm not sure. So just 2 points. They are right at that thing. So, all right, they're on the 2-pointer again.
It's everyone's favorite Obi-Wan.
He is still pinned.
But remember, if they use run on themselves,
Yep.
it will heal it.
Yeah, so basically the team is having a little discussion here, deciding who's going to be the one going. It looks like they are.
Yeah, recover and reposition. Although it looks like what they ended up choosing to do was use the run to heal a damage and then remove the pin. Because if you can avoid Obi-Wan getting injured, it's actually a good thing because that mind trick becomes pretty pricey. Looks like they're figuring out where Obi-Wan is going to go on the board. Again, I don't see them taking that point away from the Plo squad there. The entire Plo box plus a commando all on that point. Yeah, might be time
I think
to
he's
move
just
away.
kind of just a positioning thing of that he's doing right now. Not really worried about it. Yeah, so they just position themselves. Again, just kind of setting themselves up for struggle number 3. Really,
Right.
Here comes the dice roll. Anything but a shield is really what we're looking for, and they get it again.
Oh,
Again.
this happens sometimes. You know, you get this.
And
It's Shatterpoint time.
so ultimately, what they're looking for here is to see where's going to be the best person to get that wound. Is really what you're wanting to do.
Yeah. Although I almost, I will keep my strategic thoughts to myself.
we gotta wait and let them figure it out. But that's where they're going to kind of going into talking a little bit now is where's the best place that they can possibly get that wound to get out of this struggle, because looking at the momentum tracker on so going with Luminari, looking at the momentum on the other side is like if they get anything going, if they need to just get the struggle done with, because they've already almost filled up the entire momentum side on Team Matt's side.
Yeah.
So you really want to kind of get past that at this point in time. So yeah, going with Luminar on the far side of the board there. Going up the ladder.
Oh, I think she's hunting some battle droids.
Yeah, so she used her sprint. Now she's going to go up and get into melee range with those B1s.
I hear Jedi like slicing and dicing battle droids.
Yep. Our girl Lumi is going into the B1s. I think this is the right move here by far, to sit there and try and soften them up a little bit. Because they are, how much, Dan? How much damage on the B1s?
They have 3 on them.
Okay, and the B1s already have 3 on them, so she's really looking to get 6 damage here is really where she's
That should be doable for Lumi. I know she's a more defensive piece.
She needs 4 successes is really what she's looking for here.
And
only 3 defense dice though. So let's see what we get. 2 failures and that's all of it goes through.
Yep.
Remember how many successes did you have? 6 successes. Okay, so that'll definitely be her full tree.
Yep. Is she on the Makashi side?
She's on this side.
Okay. Sarisu. So
she's not going to get enough.
Yeah.
Wait, no, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, she can go this way.
Oh,
so
yeah,
she
you gotta go the top.
6 damage, so it'd be.
Gotta go the top half.
I'm assuming that's the way they're going to go.
I mean, they got to get the wound.
That'll be 6 damage.
Plus you'll get some get a pin on them, and shove. They'll figure it out. They'll figure it out.
Yeah, looking at the way he's pointing. Yep, he's decided that. So it's going to be the.
They went up and then.
Yep. Yeah. So it's going to basically get that full 6 damage.
Yep.
The
6
pin,
damage.
The shove, and 3 recovers. And they are wounded. So this is going to finally get them out of this struggle.
Yep. There you go. There we go. And remember, everybody who's watching, we do have a podcast called Momentous Struggle. And we have a free Discord if you would like to come and hang out and talk about all things Shatterpoint. So please check us out.
So Plo will go ahead and dash off of Flow of the Force. So Flow of the Force triggers here. Plo dashes forward.
Wait, was this our first wound of the game?
On their side, yes. I don't think anybody else was wounded.
No, I don't think anyone is wounded yet. Yep. Yeah, Mother Talzin is now
trigger.
Doing her thing. I don't think she's in range of Lumi though. Normally she would also get an attack, but she only has a range of 4, so you don't always get the attack part of that.
And that's
that identity.
So now, interesting spot that they're in, because like basically looking at Team Baku, they have already utilized their Shatterpoint card. So going into Struggle 3, they're not going to have access to that.
Yeah, that's. So now that the turn has passed, I know they were wound hunting, but I almost feel like I would have put the Shatterpoint card back, because you really want access to it for this third struggle.
Yeah, I mean I think that so the straight down the middle.
Wow, we are fighting straight. Yep, it's time to hack the security network, everyone. But remember, only white hat hacking. That is the only thing approved here.
That looks like, based off of what I can see, Team Matt has all 3 of those points.
Wait.
Yeah, because Mom is on the back, Grievous is on the middle, and Obi is. If anything, it's a tie.
Yeah.
Obi's at the bottom of there, and I don't know if the commandos are within range too or not. That's what they're checking right now. No, they're not. Okay.
Wow. Oh, this is
So
this might be a quick struggle.
yeah,
three.
so this is going to be. I mean, right now they're scoring 4 points. Yeah, they're scoring 4 points right off the rip here.
Wow.
I mean, that's just. And unfortunately, that's part of what happens with the struggle is like sometimes you just happen to get the right layout for your position. I mean, Team Baku definitely. I mean, they stayed in this fight for a really long time and played a really great game. First action is advancing because we did get the Night Sister, so they're going to go ahead and do their advance.
Yes, this is a huge swing right now. All right, looks like the Acolytes are doing some pew-pewing.
Yeah, lining up. Looks like they're lining up a shot. Go ahead and just jumping up on top of the gantry there.
Yeah.
Doing the acrobatics, so they're gonna jump up.
Yeah, doing what the Night Sisters do, being the acrobatic, wonderful ladies of Dathomir that they are. Staying outside of melee range with Plo. And they do have range on that wolf pack there, so they're going to definitely go try and throw some shots in the wolf pack as well.
Yeah, at this point, it looks like if Team Matt just presses this advantage, it's going to be difficult to come back for this for Team Baku.
Yeah.
But we will see. You know, dice can still dice.
Dice can still dice, but I mean, as of right now, like I said, they got 4 points.
Yeah. Yeah, that means every turn Team Baku is going to be fighting uphill.
So again, like you said, dice are going to dice. So you only got 3 expertise, 1 hit. So 3 expertise on the bow is basically just into 2 strikes. So a total of 3 strikes here is all that we're looking at. So a solid defensive roll, and they're going to still be up. That is a lot of expertise.
Whoa.
So
Todd, what did you do to your dice?
You did it. I didn't touch my dice today.
Did you?
Huh? 1 goes through. Yeah. So 2 blocks off the expertise. I mean, so that's pretty solid for the wolf pack there. So only 1 down the tree on a supporting unit isn't all that bad.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like 1 damage and a pin. Here comes the second attack. Looking a little better for Matt. Again,
we got
1 crit, 2 hits.
2 hits, some expertise again.
And then 2 more strikes.
2 more strikes. Yeah, that is. I really do like the Night Sister Acolytes combat tree. Push and pin on the first 2
Much
successes.
better roll for her there.
okay.
So 3 blocks. Those 2 expertise, I think, are going to turn into at least 1 block, if not 2. So just the crit getting through, yeah, because that turns into 2 blocks. Yeah, solid roll there. I mean, so basically it's going to be 2 more damage because they're already pinned. So again, the damage and pin. So the pin is going to trigger into that damage. So overall, I mean, that was pretty solid for the Wolfpack.
Shots into 3 damage and a pin.
Yeah, so 3 damage and a pin overall. So not too bad. Scoring the 4 points. Need a big turn here. Rolling for the point. It is going to be the middle point right now that is the priority.
Okay. Let's see. What do we get?
And here comes Commander Wolf. Now, so they're going to decide, is Commander Wolf going to be enough?
I mean, he does have his tactics ability, which does provide you with those climbs, right?
So if it is a climb, should be enough to get them. I think they're going to be able to get all the way up on the point, so that will flip the 1 point. The problem is I don't think you have. I believe the Night Sisters are within range 2 of the point as well as Greeter on the point, so
That's what it looks like.
I don't believe you're going to be able to flip that center point with 1.
Yeah, this is gonna be gnarly.
I mean, taking 1 point and maybe putting yourself in a position to where your next activation you could take the center point back is an option.
Right, but then they're going to score 4 again.
Well, they have the back point.
Oh, they do.
Yeah, because of the ability.
Oh,
Because
right,
of Wolf's ability.
I just said they're gonna clock.
So
yes,
because of the flanking ability, his tactic flanking ability.
yeah, they're gonna take the back point. Okay,
They are taking the back point. So
I'm still waking up, Todd. Still waking up. Those of you just joining us, I did not get enough sleep last night, so I'm gonna be a little slow. It's all right. Todd will explain things to you and to me. That's okay. That's okay.
So yeah, they're gonna go shoot into the acolytes, and I think this is kind of where they're the easier one to soften up a little bit. The thing is if they do wound them, I think Mama T will be in range for her retroactive ability. They are going to coordinated fire.
Yeah, because they have the hunker, so ranged attacks are not as effective because of their ability. Thank you, Beef Dragon. It's just something that happens to me when I travel. I sometimes suffer from my old insomnia. I was exhausted yesterday and I couldn't fall asleep.
A crit.
All right.
3 strikes, 4 strikes.
Yeah,
And
that's
2
respectable.
And 2 expertise, which will be another 2 strikes. So a total of 6 strikes here. So 6 strikes and a crit. Here comes the defensive dice. 3 blocks.
That's a lot of dice there.
3 blocks, 2 failures, and 3 expertise. So 3 successes, pretty solid.
That's still pretty good.
So 3 blocks.
So I wonder, are we going to shove city or damage?
Well, they did have. How many expertise was that on the Night Sisters? Was it 3 or 2?
I think it was 3.
If it's 3, they also.
5 because they already are strained from the coordinated fire.
Okay.
Oh wow. Okay, yeah. So they went to Damage Town. 5 damage total and a shove.
And that does wound them.
And they are wounded. Well, that is a good start. You get a momentum and work towards controlling.
They're going to get that 1 momentum for that. They are not going to be able to move to their side of the board, so that's going to get the momentum as well.
Yeah, another momentum.
So basically what we're looking at here, now Mother Talzin, though, is going to be able to respond back. And that's going to be the key that we're looking for is like basically what we're looking for there is what Mom's going to do. I think she's definitely going to be able to get into range here.
Oh.
But I think we have a flow of the force, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we will have a flow of the force.
Yep. This. Yep. This is a heavy. Somebody gets wounded. A bunch of stuff's gonna happen.
Yeah.
So we did Luminara. Now we're doing Mama T.
And definitely within range. So here comes the Mama T attack.
Yeah, attacking while Mama's on the board is a dicey proposition, Todd.
The puns are starting early.
I don't even need Daddy Vader here. I'll provide the dad content. So modest 5 dice attack here.
So she's in range for a 5 dice attack.
Here it comes, and the defensive roll.
Ooh.
1 block,
failure.
1 expertise. Will turn into another block at least. But yeah, 3 failures. How many successes were there total going through?
There were 5 total, so
3 go through.
Wow.
That's a solid Mama T clapback.
That is outstanding.
So I'm not sure which side she is on, but you're probably looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 damage, maybe 4, depending on the side that she's on. And Aubrey has disappeared on me, leaving me alone again, but that's all right. So moving the struggle tracker to the 3, that is the center objective. That is the priority again, so we're looking at 3 points that they have on the board. Flipping Talzin over.
Time for more mama.
So really what they're looking to see here is can they, 1, 2, 3, can they flip that back point and get a wound in? If they can do that, if they can flip the back point, get that wound in.
Yep.
Sticking with Talzin.
Yeah, sticking with Talzin to see if they can.
And score all 4 if they win.
Yep.
Yeah. Which is what I'd be trying to do with her right now.
Yeah, right now it's like basically like...
She could do that. Mama T hits hard.
Yep. Because basically if you can wound those commandos in the back.
Which is definitely doable.
It's definitely doable. You have OB2 down at the bottom to basically do his thing, to flip that point back. So that's really where you're looking at, I think, the line of play that you're looking at this point in time.
Yeah.
Also, remember the Wolfpack are exposed.
Wolfpack are exposed. Okay.
Yeah. From
Right there back. Yeah, it's the Wolfpack that's up on there, not the Commandos. So yeah, so they exposed the Wolfpack.
Right, with the Knights of Acolytes.
With the Knights of Acolytes, yep.
I love the Dathomirians. So good.
Mom's just going to jump right up in the fight.
Yeah, they hurt her babies. She's got to fight back. This is Mama Bear time.
And is she on the Wrath side or?
Hey Dan.
Dan, what side is she on?
What side is she?
The shooty side. And the answer is the shooty side, which would be the Great Mother side.
The Great Mother side. It's it's all right. We got you.
So right now we're looking at 4 strikes going through,
but no crits.
No crits.
And because her expertise chart is amazing, so
but she
not
was
getting,
exposed. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So there's exposed doing work.
2 successes through, which basically is going to be 4 damage.
Yeah.
A shove, 4 damage a shove, and an expose again, putting the expose back on after the fact.
Right, which I think is enough to wound them. Yeah. So that.
Yeah.
So now
amazing game played by both sides here, though. It's like I said, that was really just ultimately.
Well, we got some, Luminara stuff. We're doing our shoves. I mean, let's see what because Lumi makes this stuff a little tricky. We gotta.
Well, they gotta do the shove, or else they don't wound them.
Yeah, no. They did the shove. They already did it.
Did they?
Yeah. Isn't that what they were doing on the table just now?
That was in a wolf.
That was into wolf. Yeah.
I thought
Oh.
it was the Wolfpack.
I thought it was too. That's where.
Wounded wolf. So they're going to spend 2 force to just move the Wolfpack off that point.
That makes sense.
They thought that was an easier wound.
Okay.
Got it. So
That makes
sorry
sense.
about that. Yeah. So they went into into Commander Wolf, and then used the ability to move Commander the Wolfpack off. So it makes sense. Either way, yep, still works out.
Yeah.
The handshakes
Yeah.
are there. Great game by the 2 of them. Great game.
Awesome. And that is our result. So
Yeah.
Team Matt takes it down.
Team Mac takes it down. Looking at the time, we didn't even get to mission critical, so more than likely we're looking at about 30 minutes or so until our next game. So yeah, looking like, but that was an amazing match there. Played really well. I know I was talking with Team Baku, and they were a little hesitant to get on the stream there, just because new and like how people are a little bit like, I don't know if I want to get on stream and everything along those lines. It's like, I think you're gonna play great. Just have fun play, and they did a fantastic job playing today.
Yes, absolutely. No, being on camera for the first time can be a harrowing experience,
Without a
especially
doubt.
if you're not used to it.
Yeah.
So everybody
played
played
well.
very well. There were no
Very clean play,
mistakes
yeah,
that
exactly.
happened here. I mean, I think it was correct to play their list defensively, but sometimes a good defense does not always beat a good offense.
And apparently drinks are on Tater because he always bet on Matt.
There we go.
There we go. All right, now I know what to do when I get back to Arizona. I'm finding you, Tater.
There you go.
Mission Critical at a tournament is fantastic. It does help make things go. That's what it was very surprising to see the match last night actually go to time with Mission Critical. But
that's how tight that play was.
That was a very,
night.
very tight game being played. And I think that really the biggest issue with that one, I wouldn't even say issue. The biggest thing that came up was that struggle one. It was like over an hour long on struggle one, which I still can't get over how crazy that was.
Yeah, that was a lot.
Yep. Whew. But yeah, so they're just cleaning up now, getting their results put in. But yeah, fantastic match. I think we can go ahead and probably just take a little bit of a break. We'll be back probably in about 15, 20 minutes or so.
Yep.
I want to make sure I get a couple of things taken care of for the stream or for...
Yes, we're going to work on that cube.
On that cube. That's my main goal here, so that you guys can see that a little bit better on stream. So yeah, I want to thank everybody for watching. We'll be back in about 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, let's go.
We're back!
Hey.
I got Danny, the better half of the Cole family.
That's true.
That's
very
true.
true. I'm the final form.
The final form. The best form. So yeah, no, got Danny. We are, I know round one just ended. And looking at, I mean, not surprising as far as, Danny, you're such an avid Shatterpoint player.
For sure.
For
yes.
sure. So you're not going to be surprised by any of these models that are getting played when we see a lot of General Grievous, a lot of Mother Talzin, a lot of Count Dooku. You're just like, that's what I expected.
Yep, that makes sense for sure. Yeah.
So Danny is kind of new to the game, we'll say.
Yes.
But definitely looking forward to all this that we got going on. Well, we're going to go and find, as soon as pairings are up, I'm going to run off. Danny's going to sit there and entertain you with her wonderful self that she is.
I will do that.
She's good at that. She's good at that. So no, we'll go ahead and get some entertainment done on that side, and then I will go and find us a decent pairing. I'm just waiting for those to get finalized. So we just did finish the last round. The estimated start time here is we're about 30 minutes behind just because of how everything happened. So we're a little bit behind, but we're running about 30 minutes behind. Unfortunately, it's like, I think people forgot how large Adepticon can be sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yes, for sure.
And that caused that, because as soon as the doors opened for the hall, all this is just Star Wars. We have Legion, X-Wing, not Armada, MCP. It's AMG world over here.
All AMG, wall to wall AMG up in here.
And it's amazing. So basically, because of that, you have about 700 people coming in the doors all at once. So it puts us a little behind schedule, and they're aware of it. They'll fix it. They'll fix it.
And I feel like too the number of players seems a little bit more because it's so many team events right now. So that instead of having like 1-on-1, it's 2-on-2 all over the place.
Exactly.
So there's something to be accounted for when you're trying to move around. Herd that many cats, if you will, at one time.
I mean, you got Legions running Worlds today.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, you got people from all over the world. It was amazing. I saw like all these Legion players, like within like the teams from all over the world, all the different countries wearing their jerseys. So I mean, you got all that going on.
That's awesome.
It's fantastic. I mean, I love the camaraderie of all of the games, and like it really comes together in the final form here.
Yes.
In the Danny form.
In the Danny form. We're witnessing the Danny form right now. Oh, what a nice little person. Aubrey's cleaning up the table.
Yep. Being our little butler, Aubrey.
Right? He's so fun.
He is. So I entered the Worthy, and I don't know if I can get this on camera or not, but when you enter the Worthy for the first time, you get this cool patch.
That's so cool.
And then basically every year after that, they give you a little tiny additional patch that's just a paintbrush.
Yeah.
So like you can see how many years
That's
afterwards.
cute.
So basically it's like, so I got my entry for the Worthy, I put that in.
Yeah.
I am not like winner of last year Jonathan Ho level painter. Will never be there. I accept that.
Yeah.
But it's like, okay, can I be a good tabletop painter? Like, and that's kind of what I was talking about with Dallas yesterday, was that path of just, okay, I want to be able to put my minis on the board and someone go, that looks good.
Yeah, like, wow, look at that.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And like Tim was talking about it yesterday with the Worthy, where it's like more competition with yourself.
Right.
So I love that, like the little like progress trackers of the little paintbrushes going, and just like getting a patch just for submitting, because that takes guts.
Yes.
I would never, and I'm not, I used to paint like Warhammer Fantasy models way back in the day, like college-ish.
Yeah.
So we're talking 20 years. But it's just to put it on display and like have it for everyone to look at.
Right.
But I know Taylor over on the MCP stream, he just entered his Mysterio.
Yes, he was standing right next to me. We entered at the same
Oh,
time.
that's so cool. Yay.
Yeah. So he was excited about that. I mean, it's just, and like it was his first time too, so he got his first timer patch, and it was awesome. It was like,
so what did you enter?
I made I call it What a Bear, and basically it's Ursa Major. From MCP, so it's the big Russian bear.
Yeah.
So I just painted him. Like I said, I didn't have the time. I really wanted to do, and I think everybody was doing like a Spider-Man thing.
Mm-hmm.
And
I saw a lot of that. Yes.
Exactly, and it's like I wanted to do the same, but I'm like, man, everybody's doing Spider-Man, and it's like life happened. Like I started up our podcast for Momentous Struggle, so it was, the time didn't work out to really put the effort I wanted into making a big scene like I wanted to. So went with just a single model, and I'm I was like, what, it turned out well. I'm proud of what I did. And I've done a couple of other little small things and gotten some advice and worked on myself as a painter. And I'm like, you know what, I'm going to do it. I'm gonna and Dallas is so inviting of a conversationalist.
Yes.
That I'm like, you know what? He's going to give me feedback, and it's not going to be like, oh, that was a punch in the gut.
Oh my God, he hates me.
Right?
Yeah. Because he really wants, hobbyists to grow with these games and really, painting your models, being proud of that. You're more likely to go out and play games at your local game store with friends, coming to events like Adepticon and other cons like that. If you have someone in your corner like Dallas who's like cheering you on and giving you tips, like you're going to be so much more confident and comfortable in your own abilities.
Without a doubt.
Yep.
Without a doubt. And that's I think that's again, having that conversation with the administrator, just fostering that environment for everyone to sit there and just come on in, love every minute of it, like grow as a painter. Very exciting for that.
And what's incredible, like here at Adepticon, more towards the hotel side, they have like spaces for you to sit and like learn how to paint, and they have like tutorials and people on hand who can give you tips, and you can just work on painting models if you want to.
Yeah. I mean, there's all sorts of painting stations everywhere, and all the different paint companies doing their thing as well. Sure. So it's amazing. It's like you just walk down the hall and like, oh, there's a painting station. There's a painting station. It's like everyone's just engrossing in the hobby. It's just such a wonderful event. I'm like, and anybody who hasn't had the chance to be here needs to make the trip at least once.
Yep, absolutely. I completely agree.
So, looking forward to it. Yeah, I'm hoping, so we should be getting right about the time frame where we're going to be getting our pairings. I'm just waiting to see if we get those up. And then once I do, I'm going to leave Danny here to entertain everybody. Aubrey might just jump on just to sit there and talk with you. You know what? Why don't I just do that? Have Aubrey come on over. You guys hang out, entertain everybody. I'm going to see if I can grab somebody for our next round and everything like that.
I love Aubrey. He makes me laugh so hard. And I've known him for a day. Hello! Oh. These headphones are...
Yeah, I do not know how to operate headphones.
And why is that a feature for the ear thing to flip the other way? Why?
I mean, I guess it's so it can mold to your face better.
I
don't know.
We've had these since Tim and the rest of us started the network over 4 years ago, so we've been battling with these headphones for 4 years, so I get it. It's been a struggle every week that we record for 4 years.
Hey, equipment is expensive. You hang on to them until they die.
Yes, for sure. Absolutely. It's a love-hate relationship. I do have to say, though, I have a podcasting class where I teach because my school was like, hey, you have a podcast network, so you obviously can teach this. And I was like, yes, sure. Tim, teach me. And they were like, what equipment do you need? And I literally messaged him and I was like, what do we have? Because that's what I want. Just give me what I already use. And they finally got us the headphones after a year. My students put them on this past week and they were like, whoa, because they've just been using regular old school headphones plugged into the mixer, and they put these on and talked into the mic and they were like, whoa, mind's blown at the sound quality.
Oh yeah. When we started our podcast, I had a cheapo mic I had bought years before from probably Amazon. I don't even remember where. Yeah. But we recorded a couple episodes, and I'm like, my sound is so much worse than yours. I am just buying it. It's like Todd said me, what mic are you using? I am just buying that mic.
Yes, absolutely. It's so funny. We started, when the network first started, Dan had written a book called Landy the Girl Without Fear, and he wanted to turn it into an audio drama, and we were like, yeah, let's do this, sure. So Tim, Dan, and I gathered around my school-issued Chromebook, and we recorded into that, and Dan turned the book into a script, and eventually we upgraded a little bit, and then that was the birth of the network. But to go back and listen to it, it's so bad.
Oh yeah, and
just the quality's bad. The story's great, audio quality, but we had people who listened to it, and we released it chapter by chapter, and people were like, I need the next chapter, and I'm like, I can't believe you're listening to this. But it was so it was
this
so
content
good and
I'm
bad.
giving you is not the best.
It's
Why
not
are you
great.
enjoying it?
It's not great.
That reminds me of the early days of COVID. So I used to work. I'm a librarian, but I used to work for a county. Now I work for a city. But they just threw random stuff at us. They didn't know. They're like, well, we need you to do online stuff. We're gonna live stream stuff. We're gonna pre-record stuff. We're gonna do all this.
Yep.
And I'm like, I've never done any of.
I don't know how to do that.
I've never done any of that. like our first live stream that we tried to do was like I'm pretty sure it just failed. Like I don't even think it worked.
Yep.
The second one we got through it, and like I'm doing story time, so we're like trying to
Oh my
figure out this out with books and stuff. And then I ended up my online career took off with a cat puppet.
Oh wow.
Yes, I was not the cat puppet, but I talked to the cat puppet.
Okay.
Because I had a coworker who I don't know if they liked being on camera or not. I could never quite figure that out.
Okay.
But as soon as we gave them the puppet, they became a different human being.
Okay.
Or
Online
I guess
personality unleashed.
Yes, that was the sassiest cat I have ever interacted with in my life. We eventually created a talk show for the cat. It was no longer story time with Aubrey.
Yeah, it was just the cat.
It was just the cat, and I was a guest star.
Yeah.
Like the puppet, like to the point where we created a whole backstory. Like like eventually the puppet became a superhero and had a cape, and it was a whole thing. But did we have any idea what we were doing?
Absolutely not. What was the cat's name?
Super Kitty.
Super Kitty.
Yeah, because at first the cat didn't even have a name, because the cat was just supposed to be like at first the cat didn't even talk.
Yeah.
Like
and
the cat just
like
interacted with me. Oh hey, we got look
Jesse's
at this. Jesse's back for more, everybody. All right, I'm gonna
Gosh.
and
a
kitted out
lightsaber.
in full Jedi regalia here,
Yes.
looking good. Yeah, very cool, very cool. All right, I'm gonna get up. Although Jesse kind of knows the drill by now, but I'm gonna still get over and make sure we're getting settled.
help him
Okay.
out.
Yeah, you're gonna be okay. On
I'm
your own.
all right. I'm
all right.
totally cool.
Just tell them about everything.
Yeah. I'll talk about all of the things. All of the things and everywhere. Hey, Beef Dragon. What's up? All right, so it looks like our friend Todd was, he's back already. Todd was successful. We've got our first pairing. We've got a couple Jedi here kitted out, as Aubrey said. Jesse just always showing up. I've never seen Jesse dressed poorly, as it were, if you can say that. But he's usually very, like, dapper. He's a dapper gentleman, if you will. But it looks like they're all talking over the specifics and the particulars. Todd's getting a couple shots here. Ooh, I love it. Ooh, he's got his lightsaber out. Watch out, y'all. Watch out. If you've got the MCP stream up as well, where Tim and Dan are commentating the game, tell them we said hi.
Howdy, howdy, howdy!
Hey!
So
You came back victorious, I see.
did.
Yes.
I was surprised. So Jesse and Amon are going to be on the Hello There podcast in tandem, going to be on the stream with us today. They're going to be playing their team. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what we get here. I'm excited to see. And Jesse dressed up like Obi-Wan Kenobi, Amon like a Sith. So they are totally. Yeah.
Team last minute.
Team Hello There and Team what?
Last minute.
And Team Last Minute.
Signed up last night.
Right, they signed up last
Good
night.
on them.
Fantastic.
And still showing up. That's stressful, man.
Yep.
That is stressful.
I always make sure people want to come on stream, not
Yes.
just say like, "Hey,
for sure.
you're coming on stream."
For
so,
sure.
and like they're like, "You want to do it?" So,
Yeah.
I'm like, "You're not going to be on camera. We just
Right.
show the minis."
Yep.
So,
Choosing some squad goals.
so loving it for sure. That's excellent. And let's see. Let me see if I can find what Jesse is playing. So it looks like, it's going to be a Mother Maul, Vader, and Count Dooku. So not very surprising there as far as that team. It's like that's some of the better models there. And like Team Last Minute is pretty similar. It looks like they're playing a Vader, Grievous, Maul, and the Grand Inquisitor. So we get to see Grand Inquisitor in play, which is really cool. So
I've heard that Vader makes an appearance in most squads. Is that true?
that is pretty true. Vader, like, there's two different Darth Vaders that are out. They had one that came in like their Rivals panel box, like similar to what you have in like with the X-Men box or the Logan box for MCP.
Okay.
So they had one with Obi-Wan Kenobi as a secondary unit, and then the primary of Vader Jedi Hunter, and then just this past month they released the 5 other boxes, and the new Vader had come out, which is Vader Emperor Servant.
Gotcha.
So Yeah, so
That's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool.
Adds some versatility.
Yes,
in
two
a way.
very different characters, but also very, very cool. So yeah, we're looking forward to it. Everybody's getting set up, getting their pictures going. It's going to be a fun match. I mean, it's always a nice Jesse and Amon. I usually do that after, but Jesse and Amon basically some solid players. They already got some solid players. Oh, I'm hitting everything, jumping all over this.
That's fine.
But definitely, so it should be some really good solid play.
Yeah.
But I am excited. And just everybody's kind of just getting settled in for the time being right now. So what has been your, because you just flew in.
We got here Wednesday night. Yep. So we got here
pretty
around
late.
7.
Yeah.
7, I want to say. Between 7 and 8. So late-ish, yeah. And we flew from New York, so there's an hour time difference. So it felt pretty late for us.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then yesterday was full day of coverage. I ended up doing 4 MCP games with Tim.
Nice.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, so we flew in because we're coming from Phoenix, so we're earlier.
Yeah.
So we had to wake up at 3 in the morning because we had a 6 o'clock hour flight, a 6:30 flight.
Ugh.
So woke up early, drove in, almost got hit on the way in. We're driving down the road, and I watched somebody, and Aubrey was driving, I'm watching somebody drive, and whoever it was, they were coming on and they just merged over, not paying attention at everything.
I hate it.
And Aubrey had to fly over into the other lane. Luckily, someone wasn't on the other side of us. It was
my
what is
gosh.
going on? People should not be driving at 4 o'clock in the morning. So
Absolutely. That stuff always terrifies me too, especially when you have to make a flight. And you're because I had to pick Dan up from work, and then we went to the airport right from his work, and I was like, what if something happens and then we can't get into the airport and then we miss our flight? But everything was fine, and our flight got a little bit delayed because there was a snow squall coming through, so they had to de-ice the plane, and it was a whole rigmarole, which was fine. I got to finish a book while I was waiting, so that was good use of my time.
Definitely. I mean, and that's the thing is you get that downtime without your kids around too. You're I don't
it's
have.
almost weird.
Right?
I feel like I should be taking care of somebody, but there's no one.
You don't have someone going, Mom.
Mom. Hey, watch this. Mom, look at this. Mom,
Right?
Mom, look. I'm like, oh my God.
Drives my wife crazy too, because and I'll be sitting there doing something on the computer. My wife is off in the bathroom somewhere, and my 7-year-old will just run through, go straight to Mom. I'm like, I am right here.
I know. Dan is always like, you have another parent.
Right?
I'm right here. But yes, I am the default parent, and also our son knows that I'm a little bit more of a pushover than Dan is, and he has learned that. And then my daughter is just of that age where she and I are really bonding because she's a preteen.
Yeah.
So she's like, I need to talk to Mom, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. It's okay.
Yeah. No, and then so. But yeah, we have a 13-year-old and a 7-year-old, and the 13-year-old and a 17-year-old as well. So 17-year-old son. So but he's. It's the same thing. It's everyone has to have Mom, because the 17-year-old's a mama's boy. He definitely loves his mom. It's the 13-year-old. She's in that age where it's
needs her mom.
Needs her mom. So it's the 7-year-old just defaults to Mom,
Yes.
and it's
yep.
I'm right here. It's one of you can give Dad some love, maybe sort of. So moms have the hardest job for sure.
It's great though. I miss my kids. It is kind of nice to be away and get a whole night's sleep because our son is not a great sleeper. So instead, I'm being woken up in the middle of the night by Tim finally coming in at 1:30 because he was like, I had to do some pickup games in the hall because you never know who you're going to meet. I was like, okay, but you're not going to bed until 2 and you're getting up at 6.
Yeah.
So, woof.
Right. It's rough.
We're all just living on caffeine at this point.
Yeah. I mean, that's you don't get a lot of sleep at the con. I was Aubrey, I had to shake him 3 times to wake him up this morning. I'm like, we gotta go. We gotta
go. Let's go. I know. Apparently there was an alarm set. We're rooming with Tim and his wife Lindsay. There was an alarm set. Dan woke up to it and he was like, I bet somebody just hit snooze. No, Lindsay woke Tim up at 7:30. I was like, Tim, at 7:30, and he's like, are you serious?
Yeah.
We're like, we wanted to be down there half an hour ago.
Because I was down here at 7, and I was just like, where's Tim?
Yep.
Where's Tim?
Yep. I know Taylor messaged and he's like, do you guys need a hand with anything? And it's like, we're just sprinting down. It's fine.
Aubrey fanboys so much.
It's so cute. Look at him just taking pictures.
It's like, okay, now move out of the way, let him play.
Yep. Let the things happen. I feel like there's like a common thread to all these AMG games where like the gray dice are identical to the red dice for MCP, like an 8-sided die, tokens, stuff like that, measuring tools.
Well, and the measuring tools are almost identical from one to the other. Like
Nice.
as far as MCP, range 5, 4, 3, 2, they're all the same.
Yep, okay.
So
Cool.
there is. I mean, I guess if you do lose your Shatterpoint ones, you can go and grab your MCP
Right,
ones, which
yeah.
is nice.
Yep.
But it looks like they are kind of just starting to get the setup going and everything along those lines. So, what else have you been doing so far this week other than just like sleeping, finally getting some sleep?
Yeah, trying to. Last night, one of the friends of the network treated us to dinner. We ordered some Portillo's to the hotel, or he went and picked it up, which was super nice. So I got my Chicago hot dog, which I didn't get the first Adepticon I came to, and my father-in-law was mortified. He's like, how do you go to Chicago and not get a Chicago hot dog? And I was like, dude, we never left the hotel. That's how.
It's funny, like in Arizona, there's so many transplants from Chicago and the Chicago area that we have a lot of.
Oh.
Where there's like multiple Portillos.
Really?
In Arizona.
That's so cool.
So you have Portillos. There's another very famous pizza place called Luminati's.
Okay.
Lou Molinati's. And they have 2 locations in Arizona. They only have them here and in Phoenix.
That's so cool.
Yeah, so
I never would have guessed that like transplants from Chicago to Arizona.
There's a lot. I mean, I'm originally from Lansing, Illinois, which is just south of Chicago.
Okay.
So it's like it's just natural. There's a lot of us who
Yeah.
just migrate from the Midwest to here.
It's going to be Sabotage Showdown.
All right. So we are going to be playing on Sabotage Showdown. I'll go ahead and just move us to the overhead so we can kind of watch what everyone's doing as they get their deployments. That's typically what I like to do.
Nice.
And everyone's just like, they're going and placing all of the their tokens where they go. So like in Shatterpoint, basically, you don't have the extracts and the secures. You only have like a secure locations.
Okay.
And they're either turned on or turned off. They are either on their yellow side up or their black side up.
Gotcha.
And basically, the way you score is you need to be within range 2 of that particular, whichever ones are on their yellow side. And whoever has the most models there wins. And they're like, for MCP players, that you can be considered like pay to flips. You can once you own it until someone comes and takes it.
Gotcha. Okay.
So you can go and move. Now the nice thing is, one of the other things is, in MCP, I've already moved to where I want to be. I'm going to attack you twice. You only can do one action at one time. So you can move, you can attack, you can take cover, which is basically doing a little bit of a bump and getting a token called a hunker token, which allows you to have extra defensive dice.
Okay.
So basically, that's kind of like what they're doing right now is just setting up based off of the mission that they select. The objectives are going to be in different locations, and that's what they're doing is just putting their objectives in, similar to MCP, where you have the different layouts and everything like that. Right now, there's only 2 mission packs out. They have teased a 3rd one with Han on the cover of it, so we're looking forward to that to add a little more variety to the game. So it's getting exciting though. We're starting to get a lot of the game's starting to like really get to its full potential, I feel.
And I would imagine too, if you're going to get any new releases, that's probably something that's going to be released at noon on Sunday. They'll be streaming, right? The big AMG reveal, noon Central Time. And Tim is super jazzed because last time it was kind of like, who do we give up and like kind of sacrifice from streaming to go and cover that? But I guess there are no events that are happening yet,
they
so
are
that everybody can go and watch it, which is incredible.
Yeah. So,
last year I didn't come to Adepticon, but I did like watch the stream. Dan's making faces at me. I did watch the stream of it, and I could literally hear Dan in the background when they announced Iceman.
Yes.
I could hear him scream. Well, it wasn't a scream. It was like, woo!
Yeah.
But like very loud, and I was like, that's my man.
And it was very awesome. I mean, like everyone, it's exciting for everyone to be live and experience like all of the big announcements and everything that's coming out. So it's like, and that's where like everything from Adepticon last year, we have has been fully revealed at this point in time.
Yep.
So the only thing that we have is like there's a couple of teasers at the mini extravaganza that we haven't seen yet.
Okay.
So maybe we'll get to see some of that. We're still trying to figure out what everyone's speculating on what's the next big thing that we're going to be coming out and everything like that. Playing Toad and picking up security. Yeah, that doesn't quite work here. It doesn't quite work in this game, Tater.
Imagine.
Yeah, only having the secures is like it does change the game, not having to worry about extracts like you do in MCP for sure. So definitely do love the. But there's so much crossover. Like Hispanic Potato is like one of our locals from Arizona, and he has come over and plays both games now, just because it's easy to transition from one to the other. Sure. Very much because it's just like. They're both games. The measuring is, like I said, the same. Other than the movement tools are a little bit different because there's only 2 versus the 3.
Okay.
So there's a little bit of difference there. But as far as like measuring ranges, like you can sit there, like, oh yeah, I know this range because I know it from MCP.
Right.
So
that's really cool. I feel like that makes it really advantageous. And I just feel like from a company standpoint, it's just blending them is so smart.
I mean, if you need an extra one on top of it. So you each have your own? You don't need any more? You're just trying. As long as you don't run away with them.
Ooh, fancy. It's got the acrylic, baby. You gotta watch him, though. He's a Sith. He's gonna run away with it.
I know, like the Sith Lord's like, I will not run away with your templates.
Sith Lords are known for their honesty and forthrightness.
Sith Lord Amon is like, no, I will not steal these from you.
What happened to those rings?
So very excited to have Amon and Jesse here.
Are we good to start?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
They're shaking. Honor is intact.
Honor is intact.
I love that. I love that he just had like the chutzpah to dress as a Sith Lord too.
Yep.
Like, because there are more of us than you think there are. Just people deny it. And Dan, every time I'm very much, he's the Jedi. He is the the good noble to a fault person, and I am just full of anger and rage.
I appreciate that.
But I might as well be honest about it.
Very much so. Very much so. So we're going to go and get started here, and like off to the races for sure. Going and getting the placements.
Now you guys covered 5 rounds yesterday, yeah?
Yes, there was 3 rounds, and then we cut to a top 4.
Okay.
And so that we had 2 rounds. So yeah, it was a long day for everybody.
What's on your agenda today?
So basically, it's just 4 rounds of the team.
Okay.
So that's a little bit better. In about an hour, Will Schick is going to be coming and joining us. So he's probably going to be doing a little bit of commentary. So we might have a little in between here where we're not going in between the interview questions and commentating and everything along those lines. But yeah, other than that, I mean, then 2 more rounds of that, and then we're good to go. And then tomorrow is the big event, the Premier Showdown event that we're going to be doing. So that'll be, I believe, 3, maybe 4 rounds, and they're going to cut to a top 8 for that on Sunday.
Cool, very cool. And now, what does the game clock look like for this? I know that
for
we're
here they're running. They're running 2 hours.
Okay.
At the 90-minute mark, you're going to do something called Mission Critical. So basically, the way that you win a game is there's the struggle tracker, which moves back and forth. So it's right in the center. It starts right in the center. And basically what you want to do is you want to get it on top of those black squares on top.
Okay.
You move by each objective that you have, you get 1 point. And then but if you wound somebody, like if you basically in the equivalent in MCP would be dazing somebody.
Okay.
So if you daze somebody, you get what's called a momentum token. And so you can move that momentum your way while you're moving the struggle tracker as well. So you can, and there's multiple different ways you can get different ones. Like there's some people that have abilities that can give you momentum. If you have the struggle tracker and it's not on your side of where the 0 is after you move it, then you can get a momentum for that. So it's kind of like a catch-up mechanic. So when all of that happens, then basically whoever gets to that, they win that struggle. So there's not rounds. It's basically you just have to win 2 struggles.
Okay. All right.
And you just have that back and forth until it happens. And
Yeah.
basically, but I was on average, like you have your deck, you draw from the deck, and that's who you activate. You can put that character into reserve. It costs you a force to do so, of course, and that's like your special abilities. They cost points. Like if you look here, like that's the force points. It would cost like Mother Talzin 2 force points to do her manipulating hands ability.
Okay.
And then basically they would just end up moving like. If you do that, you put them in reserve, then you flip over your next card, and that's who you're going to activate. So each character or unit has their own card, and there is also a wild card called the Shatterpoint card, and that allows you to activate anybody you have.
All right. Okay.
So there's a little bit of random generation with all of that, but outside of that, it's you're still going to get there and move it, and get to play who you want to, and everything along those lines.
Dan always thought that Shatterpoint, like that system of like drawing to determine your activation, he always thought that would really appeal to me because I get like analysis paralysis when it comes to like MCP. I have 5 characters. What do I do? It's like, I don't know who to go next. And he's like, well, if you just draw and it tells you, then that's who you go with. And I always thought that was a really cool mechanic.
Yeah, I like that. I like being able to where it's like the decision, but at the same time, it's like you can decide if you have that reserve spot open. Like, okay, I'm going to put them in reserve. Yep. Like, because there's some characters you just don't want them to go very early.
Right. Absolutely.
There's some of your more powerful models. Like, you don't want to run one of your like Lord Maul way up front as quickly as possible. You want to save him to where he can. Because he has abilities where he can just get right up next to somebody and just hit them really hard.
Yeah.
So similar to like Hulk on MCP, if he gets hurt, he has more attack dice.
Gotcha.
So that's one of those where you really want to take advantage of like that him being able to do his attack because you only get one.
Yeah. So. Yep. I do like that strategy mindset too of like, okay, so this is who I've drawn. Now how do I make that work to my advantage? I do really like that. So there is still a lot of thinking and strategizing.
Yeah, the Sith Lord says I won't steal what is already mine.
It's true. Possession is 9/10 of the law.
Very much so. I think I've heard that before.
Yep, that was my dad saying all the time.
All right, yeah, and then they're just getting their final setup, getting all their force out. So you have the force tokens, which they're kind of putting off to the side over there. I'm on over there trying to slip the acrylics into his pocket there. I saw you. Right? It's like, I wonder what they're trying to tell us with all the Mando stuff on there, huh?
This is the way.
Definitely. No, they're very cool acrylics. And I think I have definitely posted a picture of that on our Momentum Struggle Facebook as well, as because I got a really cool picture of that. And they have some really cool dice, like swirl dice, like the brown for the attack dice and green defense dice. So they have some different new dice as well. So
that's really cool.
So yeah, definitely exciting to see like AMG's going and giving, like, because the community loves dice.
Oh my gosh!
Everybody just loves dice.
Yes, of like any kind of gaming, like D&D, any kind of like fantasy role play, anything. People love dice. The number of dice boxes, empty dice boxes that we have found in our basement that just have like, you know, that core set of like RPG dice.
Right.
I feel like we have them on a shelf. It's like 11 empty boxes, and that's not even counting the ones that are still in the boxes.
Right.
It's just people love dice. It's true.
So set the charges. They will have a dash on their Shatterpoint.
Right. So with this in Sabotage Showdown, they have right here. They have on their abilities that anytime you Shatterpoint somebody, you have a special ability that you can use where on their activation they get to make a small movement.
Oh, okay.
Which is called a dash, basically.
Lights got flipped over.
So yeah, now we got the Night Sister acolytes that have been drawn, and they're determining if they're going to go forward with them or if they're going to put them in reserve. So acrobatic. So the Night Sisters are going to go ahead and
Acrobatic advance.
do their acrobatic advance. And basically, what that is, if I can find it, there we go.
Yeah.
They can basically make a jump move, which is basically still a small move, but they can go up any elevation as they do so. And they gain a hunker token, which basically, as long as someone doesn't come within engagement range, which is range 2, they can go ahead and add an extra dice to their attack roll.
Nice. Very cool.
So it basically gives them what's called cover. So cover in this game is adding a dice instead of just converting something.
Okay. I do really love the boards and how the terrain is so much more like interactive, and
Yeah.
it's almost like another player or opponent in a way. Like
It is.
I imagine you can really like use it to your advantage, or it could be detrimental in some
Yeah,
ways.
learning to play around with that is definitely important for sure. It's like learning exactly how you want to utilize that terrain and how to play into it and play with it is very, very important because, like, one, you just being able to get up on top of the terrain is you can't do a long movement to get up on top of the terrain. You have to do your short movement. So basically, it's like, well, how am I going to get up there? Can I get up to where I want to go and everything? So 2 hunkers on them as well. So they took cover as well. So basically, they use their acrobatic advance, did a hunker, and then they're going to try and do their advance to get onto the point on the very top of the screen.
Gotcha.
And now they're going to control that point. Now, as the first player, they do not move the struggle tracker at this point in time. That's basically kind of like the offset, being able to get on the point first.
Sure.
So basically, but they do control that point at this time. So when it does come back to them, unless the other team, the team last minute, ends up taking that point away from them, they will score it. And they have their hunkers, and now we are back onto the other side. And usually in the first couple turns of the game, a lot of what we're going to see is just positioning. There's not going to be a lot of attacks. And the Shatterpoint comes up already.
Ooh.
Usually you don't want to see that this early in the game.
Yeah.
So what happens, and then they're going to make the decision whether they want to utilize this right now, or if they want it, they can pay a force, shuffle it back into the library, but whatever is up on top of their deck, they absolutely have to play. They don't get that option to put that into reserve. Yep. So they're going to think about that right now.
What would you do?
Especially this for the first turn of the game, I would definitely be putting that in, shuffling it in, simply because it's such a powerful effect of being able to activate whoever you want. And you want to be able to sit there and do that when it's more crucial. Right now is not the most important time to do that. Okay, so they're going to use it. They feel that getting him up into the fight as early as possible is the most important thing to do. So they are going to go with Grand Inquisitor.
By activating his tactic
Got it. So they're going to start out with his tactic ability because, like, you know who we are, which basically at the start of his activation, he can take a secondary or a ally Inquisitor supporting unit. So either and he has Fifth Brother with him, so he's going to go ahead and take Fifth Brother.
Okay.
And one character in the unit hit this unit, so himself and them, they both get to dash forward, a small movement.
All right.
And then after that, since he did do the Shatterpoint, he's also going to get an additional dash out of that for his character. So basically, he's going to move him 2 small
It's a
moves
lot of
over.
movement.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
So moves Grand Inquisitor up onto that point, taking cover. So that's going to give him his hunker token as well.
Okay.
Should control 3 points here as well then. So now basically each side is controlling 3 points. And then so like the nice thing is like so on primary units and some secondary units, they have 2 sides to their stance card. And that can dictate the amount of dice that they're rolling. So since he was on his offensive side, which only has 5 defensive dice, he's now going over to his Dem Show side, which gives him 6 defensive dice. So just 1 extra dice on top of whatever he has for hunker.
Right. And can they do that like at will, or do you
Once
have to
per
pay?
turn.
Okay.
Once per turn, they can do that. So you want to make sure that you are exactly where you want to be at the start of the game, so that when if you are going to switch over to a different side for the rest of the game, that you're at the right spot.
Gotcha.
Reserving Mother Talzin on the other side.
Okay.
All right. And they have the Super Commandos is what he ended up drawing instead. So this is one of the core box units that we have seen. Definitely a fun unit. They got a lot of movement because you can pay a force to go ahead and jump them up wherever you want. They have their ability, Mandalorians are stronger together, which allows them, they're allied to themselves, so they can trigger themselves by ending their movement within 2 of one another. They get a focus, which allows them to add an extra attack dice.
Okay.
So
Very
they can
cool.
be very strong as long as you're playing them.
Yeah.
So they do the Mandalorians are stronger together. It gets that focus action. Where they are, they're within range to go ahead and attack the Grand Inquisitor. So you might be seeing a great attack right into the Grand Inquisitor here. Yep. And they're going to jetpack to go ahead and jump. So they're really getting all over the place where they need to go and everything. So Amon is going and jumping in there to kind of just make sure he's getting exactly where he wants to be as far as placement is concerned. Amon and Jesse being both, being very avid players, I think they kind of work well together in this kind of a
For
format.
sure.
So now that they've gotten within that engagement range, which is range 2, which was your melee range, he's going to lose that hunker token. So now he doesn't have the additional defensive dice to roll because of them getting up and close. And if you look like basically at their card, because they're in melee range, they actually get 6 dice instead of 5 at range. So they definitely wanted to be engaged with him
very
anyway.
close. Okay.
So here comes the roll. No critical successes. 1, 2, 3, 4 failures. So that was a little rough there. But he has 2 strikes and 2 expertise. So then you look at the expertise chart, which gives him 1 critical success. Criticals cannot get blocked no matter what.
Okay.
So basically it looks like it's going to be 1 going through because he does have the blocks that block out the regular strikes. So just 1 goes through. Yep. And that might have been a range attack from 1. I don't know if they're both engaged or not. But so because there are 2 separate units, you get two separate attacks as well. So here comes the next attack.
Okay.
He does get a critical success as well again, and 2 regular strikes, and then 3 successes on that as well. So if he is in melee, that's going to be 2 crits and a shove. If not, just a damage or just 1 strike. So yeah, it looks like he is definitely in melee.
And with expertise, Rick got turned down with a strike.
But yeah, so 2 crits will end up going through because he was able to reduce 1 of those crits down. So that means he's going to go 2 down his tree here. So Amon has a decision. He's going to definitely do 2 damage. Now is he going to do a damage and a disarm, which basically stops them from being able to use their expertise chart, or a strain, which is strain is.
So it took 2 damage from the first attack.
And strain is similar. I compare it like for MCP side. I consider that similar to stagger it doesn't take away an action, but or you either take 3 damage or you have to shake them.
Okay, gotcha.
Altogether, 5 on attacks and a disarm.
Okay, so he went with the disarm side of it, so he's going to do, between both attacks, he did 5 damage.
Okay.
So Grand Inquisitor is still not down yet, but he has a disarm, so that means next time when he gets anything that's an expertise on his attack, he doesn't get to use that expertise charge.
Okay. All right.
So overall, I mean, and the conditions, just like in any other game, conditions are very important. You know, like
For sure.
they do a lot. Like especially turning off the expertises are really great. Either an expose the exclamation point, that turns off the defensive one. So like that just basically just turns those into blanks. And that's the equivalent of it. Like instead of that face doing something, now it's a blank.
Okay.
So it's like okay, you turn that off.
Yeah.
There's another ability called pin. Pin is basically if they were to move, they can't.
Okay.
It just deletes that movement.
I feel like any kind of dice manipulation in any kind of dice-based game is incredible.
Yep. Oh my goodness. We see. Okay. So B1s went to the bottom, and they're going with General Grievous here.
Okay.
So General Grievous can just hurt people. He's just an attack machine. If you go ahead and look, depending on what side of he is on, when it looks at his tree, overall, he can just do damage for days.
Oh my gosh, look at him.
And he rolls 8 attack dice, so he just runs right in there.
Wild.
Just hits as hard as he can. And he has an ability called Scuttle, which allows him to do a full large movement, his full advance for 1/4. So he can just double move, basically, if you pay the 1/4 to do so, and then just do an 8 dice attack.
That's wild. Oh my goodness.
And
Yeah, like you said, he just does damage. He's a damage dealer.
Yeah. I mean, he was at one point in time a normal human being, or not human being, but a normal reptilian being,
Right.
and then decided I want to be a droid and just destroy everything.
He had one bad day at the office, and now look at him.
And I will Let me be right back for you guys.
All right, so we've got some placement. General Grievous, he's up there on the top of the screen, rather. There's measurement happening. There's dice being grabbed. Cards being checked. Vincent, in chat, to answer your question, I hope that there would be more of a focus on tactical discussion, as opposed to just like basics of gameplay, but with such a high stakes event, I would hope for it.
And I'm back. Basically, yeah, we just because of the joys of streams and everything like that, they got a little bit later of a start than the rest of the group over there. So we wanted to make sure that all being fair, they got a full game and they understand what's going on with that and everything along those lines. So it looks like there was an attack here. Was that General Grievous attacking? I'm sure you were paying attention.
Yes, I was paying attention. Yep. They moved up there. They were doing measurement. I was like, they're measuring. They're grabbing dice.
All right.
They're looking at cards.
So it looks like it was 2 successes. On his quad arm side, he's going to do 5 defense, 5 damage, I should say. I don't think he has the droids in enough range to sit there and do an attack. It's hard to see from this particular angle because he could use his Appetite for Destruction ability, but it might not be there. So nope, they're ending their turn. And here we are. We just basically won on that side. And this is going to be kind of where we are until someone can kind of break that parity. There's 6 spots available to score off of. So until someone can stop scoring back and forth, that's kind of what happens.
Gotcha. Paul, you bring up a good point. We are relatively close. I mean, I don't know. Somewhat close to the table. I would say 5 feet. probably. And with the ambient noise in the background, it can make it difficult.
Did they flip? Don't ask them, but did they flip whatchamacallit over? Did they flip the stance card for Grievous? Just look, don't ask. Looking at either this one or this one.
That one.
Okay, so they did go ahead and say on the quad arm side, they didn't flip to the defensive side on quad arm to the Cunning Warrior. So the key there is that Grievous only has 4 defensive dice on that side, and it makes him pretty fragile. As far as and able to be hit pretty good. So without moving over and adding that additional defensive dice on his Cunning Warlord side, can be a little bit of a hurt for you.
Would you have flipped him?
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much that's the standard play. But I mean, again, you're on stream. They got a lot going on. Playing against Jesse and Amon from the guys that are probably the most popular podcast out there for Shatterpoint. So it's you got a lot going on for sure.
Yeah, mistakes are made for sure.
But I mean, with everything else, like you don't know how much other activations are going to go on and everything along those lines.
Aubrey gingerly lifting that little bridge so that another model can be placed with accuracy.
Yep.
We love the accuracy.
Yeah, that's one of the with this game, because there's so many different levels and so many different pieces of terrain. Playing around those pieces of terrain. I mean, you watch him on, and he's like always holding his sleeves back to sit there and try and make sure he's not brushing up against anything.
For sure.
So Lord Maul, he's using Lord Maul here, and Lord Maul has an ability to pull somebody in and give them that exposed condition so that when he attacks them, they don't get to use those expertise dice. So that's basically what he did, is he moves Maul forward, he used that ability, and now he's going to probably go ahead and put an attack into him to try and just... Okay. Lord Maul really hits really hard in this game.
I thought somebody was yelling my name.
The MCP players behind us getting a little excited.
Yeah. Gets so spicy over there.
All right, nice and big attack. That looks like a lot of expertise coming from the Maul side here. So a Maul, depending on his side, I mean, you're looking at damage and a crit no matter what, really, is it, depending on the side he's on. I'm assuming he's on his Dark Rage side, but you never know. But a lot of blocks there, a lot of blocks. So it's like it doesn't look like he's going to be doing a whole heck of a lot down the tree here. Right.
Oh.
They have to. So basically there was a reroll there because there was confusion whether they rolled the attack, it was a range attack or a melee attack. So basically there's a difference in the amount of dice that they roll. So basically they re-rolled the dice at that point in time, because that's ultimately the most fair way to do things.
Yeah, absolutely.
So now they're...
cutting side. So there's going to be a repositioning of them as well.
Okay. So 7 damage, shove, reposition. And they did the expose again, I believe. Knocking ladders over, yep. That's the one of those with this game. The ladders just go flying everywhere. I've actually used they made little bumpers for that can go onto the bridges so you can't get pushed off. I instead took those and glued them to the top of my bridge or my ladder so they can actually just hang off the top of the terrain. So I mean, it's a nice little way to sit there and keep them in place and not have to worry about them flying off and everything along those lines. And so did decide to go the way of using just 2 recovers. So Lord Maul has this ability where he can take damage instead of using force. Okay. So the recovers allow you to either heal some damage off of you, or you can remove some of your special conditions. You can do one or the other for each one that you have. So since he has 2 recovers, he can remove 2 damage. So did a total of 5 damage. So yeah, pretty strong turn there. And it looks like we have Kalani Super Tactical Droid coming up next. So Kalani has a great ability. On his activation, any droid within range 4 of him can just move forward.
Oh, okay.
So that's what they're going to go ahead and just take advantage of at this point in time, is moving those droids forward, just kind of like trying to get that rush going forward. Yep, so Kalani does his Roger Roger ability, moving the droids that he can within range 4 forward. And also, like on his attack, if he gets 3 down his tree, he can get this ability for free called Tactical Network, which allows his battle droids to move and make a 5-dice attack as well.
Wow. Okay, so getting a little bit more aggressive with things with doing these actions.
Correct. The droids are really kind of wanting, like the main thing that you want to do with them is really swarm forward and attack with all your droids. And the nice thing with Kalani, he also has a target concentrate all firepower ability, where if you're within range of another droid, you can add an additional dice to your attack as well. So he just makes all of his droids better in a lot of different ways. So they're using my dice, and my dice are really bad and roll a lot of failures. So I apologize in advance. And I can tell Aubrey's already telling them that it's my fault that I've done this to Haman. So Haman is going to be complaining about me, I'm sure, for a while here. I'm not trying to make you sound like a bad guy, Haman.
You're just misunderstood.
No, see,
that's all.
I corrupted my dice. So you're just using bad dice. That's what it is. Yeah. So it's quite about a bit of damage that's going through here, just because unfortunately that was just a really unfortunate roll for Amon. So Kalani is going to sit there and get a lot of damage through. He is going to get a shove. He is going to get that tactical network off as well. Wow. So we're going to see total amount of damage done here. At least 1 shove. Wounded him. Okay. It went through the full tree? Yeah, the full tree. So basically, we're looking at 3, 6, 8 damage, 2 shoves, a reposition by Kalani, which means he can move his full movement anywhere.
Okay.
Wow. And then on the shoves, basically, you move a range 1 back, and you can do that twice.
Okay.
So there's a lot of displacement that happened there, and then again, you're getting that attack by the droids as well. And so this was a very good round for the droids player here with last minute coming up clutch.
Yeah, and I feel like they really needed that.
Yeah, I mean, looking at where the struggle tracker is, I mean, it's really far on the on Team Hello There's side. So this is a good recovery for them for sure.
Yeah. We have gotten the call from chat to burn your dice.
Yeah. Okay, Izzy, you can replace them for me. I'm perfectly fine with that. We'll have a ceremony at Imperial Outpost. We'll have a ceremony at the LGS for sure.
Yeah. Like a Viking funeral.
and I think we're just finishing up the movements here. So they don't necessarily have to make a 5 dice attack either. They can dash, they can remove a condition, or they can make that 5 dice attack, or they can get a hunker token. So it's like you have options with all of that. It's like you don't necessarily have to sit there and pump dice down at other opponent, but you can do other things as well.
Right.
They're going to do the 5 dice attack.
All right.
So I've decided to do the 5 dice attack.
Ooh, gotta pull
And yeah,
that
like leaning
string out
over,
of
you
the
got
way.
helping out your teammate, making sure that they're not getting fabric on the board and everything. So. And it looks like they're going into 5th brother, I think, is what they're talking about, of like who they're going to attack.
Yeah.
They're doing the 5 dice attack on the sisters just to try and get
Into the Night Sisters?
Basically the only option.
Got it. So yeah, so they're going to go into the Night Sisters, it looks like. I mean, they've been loosened up a little bit here. So overall, and they do get the additional dice from Kalani. 3 blocks is good for Jesse here. So just one's going through. So it is apparent that basically if you are on the light side, my dice will like you.
Yeah.
And if you are a member of the Sith, like Amon,
Not
the
so
dice just
much.
don't like you as much.
Mother's identity is triggering.
So now Mom will trigger off of that because they did wound a unit. So just all sorts of triggering abilities that happen. Like there's going to be so and so does this, the other person does that, and it's like there's a huge back and forth basically going on. So Mother Talvin, what she does is like when someone is wounded, she can advance towards whoever did the wounding, and if she is within range, can make an attack herself.
Oh, okay.
So
kind of like a revenge move.
Yeah, mom's
yeah.
revenge basically.
I love it.
So basically, but
As a mom, I get it.
And it's literally called Wrath of the Great Mother.
Yes, I love it. I really
So
love
yeah,
it.
she basically just moves forward, and then she makes a 5 dice attack basically, and it's a ranged attack. So you want to kind of keep her in the middle or back a little bit, so she can Mom comes up and says, "Don't mess with my kids, or I'll shoot you."
Leave my babies alone.
Yeah. Protective mama.
Mama bear coming out.
They're discussing whether or not to bring Mama out of reserve.
Okay. So they do have Mother Talzin in reserve, and they're just contemplating on if that's the right play right now, because they need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They need to move 5 in order to just end the struggle altogether. And in order to do that, you would probably need to have 4 points. Well, I don't think you could really even do that. Even if you were to get like a momentum for a wound and 4 points, it's going to be pretty rough. But that does put the pressure back on last minute to sit there and really try and force them to make a play, depending on what they're trying to do. So Mother Talzin is going to come out of reserve. So I think that's I think this is actually the right play for sure, because they have, it looks like they have 4 points right now. So having the 4 points and maybe potentially being able to get a wound with Great Mother using your primary, who are the strongest units, to sit there and get that extra momentum really puts the pressure on.
So Samaj dash.
Yep. So she'll use Great Mother's ability of obscuring shadows, which allows her to move another Dathomirian unit. They get to make the small movement or the dash. So they'll go ahead and use Savage Opress, who is a Dathomirian, and move them forward.
Because remember, Savage gets his own.
Yep.
Because he activates.
Oh, using Savage. Yeah. So is she using obscuring shadows on Savage, or Savage is using his ability first?
Savage is using his ability, and then it's another Dathomirian, so they're using both on Savage.
Okay, got it. So Savage will get actually 2 movements out of that because of Mother Talzin activating, and then obscuring shadows will move them as well. So just all sorts of movement.
For sure.
And you really need that with Savage Opress because he doesn't have a range attack, so he has to be in the fight and he has to get really close in.
So he needs that little additional bump there.
He does. I mean, he's very strong once you get him up front. He rolls a lot of dice, but he's he's a big brute of a character.
Right, yeah.
AMG really nailed, I think, the flavor of each of these characters in their design. So it's really going to be exciting to sit there and maybe pick Will Schick's brain a little bit about how they decided to go about that. I'm sure that have to sit there and meet with Star Wars people and make sure that they're hitting all the right notes and everything. But I think they knocked it out of the park.
Yeah,
for sure.
that's awesome.
So it looks like they're just kind of figuring out where they want to go and what they want to do with Mother Talzin here. Yep. Yep. Just kind of getting that measurement down. So we got a little bit later of a start than the rest of the crew here. So basically what we're looking at is about, what are we up? We're about 45 minutes in, so they really kind of want to get through this struggle to make sure that they're not going to go to time, because it's like before you know it, time runs out. So yeah, So overall, another not the greatest of rolls. I mean, you really want to see some critical hits in there. So didn't get a lot of those. He has 2 failures, 1 expertise on Mom.
They did use coordinated fire, spending the force to give exposed.
Okay, so use coordinated fire to give exposed. So that took away the ability to use the defensive expertise.
Okay.
Only 3 blocks.
Looks like it's going to be 3 successes.
Yep. So the critical and 2 of the regular strikes are gonna go through. I'm assuming she's on her wrath side, but I am not 100% sure.
5 damage, 2 shoves.
Yep. Okay, no, so they're actually on the Great Mother side. So 5 damage, 2 shoves, so they do 2 damage in a shove, 1 damage in a shove, and then 2 damage total. So a total of 5 damage going through. And a lot of displacement to move them to off of it. 2 shoves back. Yep. Aubrey has improved, that is true. They're saying that Aubrey looks a lot better today for some reason.
Can't argue with that.
Well, Aubrey has gone through some changes today. This is the final form.
This is the final form, sorry, of everybody.
I'm right here.
Aubrey, you're delightful.
Yeah, Aubrey is currently our eyes in the sky, sitting next to the table just to kind of relay information back to us so that we can let everybody know exactly what's going on.
So we're doing the shoves.
All right, yeah, so they're executing those shoves off right now. As you can see, just kind of doing the displacement that they get to do. Just kind of just the final, trying to get that final placement, make sure everybody's good to go. I don't know what other actions they have at this point in time. Yeah, it's Amon and Jesse just kind of talking through.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I had a conversation with Amon yesterday. Yeah, it looks like they're moving that struggle tracker again.
Right over.
And it's so funny because I played one away. So I mean I played competitive Magic, and it's so funny. And this was years ago. Okay, so Fifth Brother's getting activated, so it'll be interesting to see what they decide to do. But seeing that intensity that he has for competitive play, it's I remember having that mentality at one point in time.
Yeah.
It's just that passion for the game and wanting to sit there and just get to that next level and then be the top player. It's amazing to see that passion that him and Jesse both have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Who are they playing? They're playing the team
Last Minute.
Team Last Minute.
Yeah.
They're just not big podcasters or anything like that, but they are fantastic players for sure. As far as if you're asking what they are playing as far as teams, Jesse is playing a Mother Talzin along with Maul or Savage and the Night Sisters, and then Jesse is playing. Or I'm sorry, that's what Jesse's playing. Amon is playing Lord Maul with OB2 and the Super Commandos. So a Mother Maul list basically is what we're looking at right now. So Fifth Brother is going to go.
Using the jump because he's engaged with trying to get out of the game.
Got
Okay.
it. So he's
Run
going to use
away.
his jump to try and get out of engagement range, so he can do a full movement. So that is going to cost him 1 force for that movement, which which isn't too bad. I mean,
seems worth it.
But then he jumped into engagement.
oh no.
Glorious.
So he jumped out of engagement with one group to jump into engagement with another group, which that can't happen. There is a lot of people all about, but he did do his force jump, so basically if you're engaged, you can only do your dash movement. You can't do your full advance. And he will go and attack his super commandos. Now, looking at overall, there was a failure. He has 2 expertise. The expertise are going to turn into a critical and a 1 just straight damage through. Amon has 3 blocks here, so 2 successes down the tree. So basically, going to be 2 damage and a strain for sure, and it's a matter of if he wants to do a shove or an expose on to the super command. So he decided to do the expose and the strain,
3 damage.
and an additional damage goes through because of the expertise charge. So 3 damage total. I don't believe that's going to be enough to wound them, so they won't get the momentum there. But Aubrey gets cold.
I was
easily.
keeping it warm for you.
Aubrey gets cold.
It's like
easily.
preheating it. It is very cold through here. I'm
We-
always cold.
Well, we are at the end of the one end of the convention center,
And we've got loading docks
where
there
and the
and
loading
there.
docks are right off of us. So
And
basically,
then these air things, they pump a nice. I mean, we are near Chicago. It is the Windy City, so it's just windy everywhere.
yeah. So now Obi-Wan out of hiding is going to go. Obi-Wan has an ability, if he is engaged with anyone, he can go ahead and use his ability, or if anyone is engaged, they can use their ability to do a long movement, or he can do it himself, and they also get to do a recover action as well. So it's basically a reposition, which is
Okay. Whoop, up on top.
So he's going to go and do, Obi-Wan is going to move himself up on top of the garage there with that run ability. And then he's going to take cover. And I believe this is going to be enough for them to end the struggle.
Yep. Okay.
So that they won struggle
Yep.
1. So now what's going to happen is basically we go to struggle 2. They'll go ahead and select one of the next 3 missions that are available. And then on top, then whoever lost gets to choose which one of these,
Okay.
where the active places are going to be.
Cool.
They can vary from location to location. And based off of who won priority is going to dictate which way this is facing on the map
Okay.
itself.
That's pretty cool. I like that.
So the abilities regroup. So
Yep.
the heal 2 damage or recognition.
Got it? So they're going to go with the regroup. Let's go ahead and shift over to the, just so we can see where they're going to place the active objective. We'll go to the overhead cam here for a little while and see where they're going to put their active objective. So they have a decision whether they go with the bottom one or the top one on Amon's side and on Hello There's side. So we're going to see kind of what objectives. It looks like they're going to go with the bottom on the Hello There's side. It'll be the top in the middle and then the top on the last minute side. And basically they're trying to select whichever objectives are best for them so they can hopefully win this struggle and,
For
and
sure,
take
yeah.
it to a game 3.
Yeah. Anything that you can use to like swing it your way as far as advantage goes.
Exactly.
Now that's tactical talk right there.
And not just accidentally tactical.
Yeah. I'm not like Taylor.
So yeah, so they're going to go with the top side of they're jamming our comms. So it basically, if you're following along on your bingo card, that's going to be the one that we drew today.
Okay.
I didn't put out any bingo cards, but that's fine. Maybe next year we'll have
Next
Shatterpoint
year,
bingo
yep,
cards
yep.
for all of our people at home following
Put that
along.
on the to-do list.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, they're just kind of putting the spots there, figuring out where the best one to go is and everything like that. And just there's a little bit. So the other piece of this is, if you've noticed when you're looking at the cards, they have different symbols instead of just the active
Instead of just
circles.
the round, yeah.
So what that is at the beginning of each person's activation, they roll a defensive dice, and there's 2 symbols for each one of those on that dice. Whichever symbol they roll, that is now the priority point. That priority point is worth 2 points instead of the normal 1.
Okay.
So that's also, so you can score up to 4 points per round if you are controlling all of them.
Okay. Very cool.
And, all right, the priority point looks to be the failure, from what I can understand here. Middle.
So it's oriented like that. That's the shield. That's because their player.
Oh, the way it was set up, like, okay, I see it now. I was looking at backwards. Not a problem. So it's the top 4 on the last minute side, the bottom middle, and the bottom on hello there side. And it looks like they're using Grand Inquisitor here. So Grand Inquisitor will go ahead and move one of his wonderful friends of the Inquisitorious mandate that they are forward, using that "you know who we are" ability, and basically can dash them forward. So that's what he did with Fifth Brother.
So, no mercy from Mandalorian Super Commandos. So, Fifth Brother left engagement, which means he took 2 damage. Notably,
Wounds
he's
him.
now wounded.
So basically, Fifth Brother did that movement, moved out of engagement range.
Fortunately, that was from Grand Inquisitor's
Yeah, Grand
ability,
Inquisitor.
so it did not end that.
That caused Fifth Brother to take 2 damage because of No Mercy. No Mercy did 2 damage. The 2 damage to Fifth Brother caused him to wound. So now, anything that he does, once you become wounded or injured, anything that you do costs an extra force.
Oh my gosh.
So
okay.
it really
okay.
hinders their ability to do
yeah.
things. So you want to try and keep them healthy for as long as possible because they were forced to such a finite resource.
Yeah.
All right, and it looks like he's going to be doing an attack here. He is exposed. Pretty. Not really the best result. Just 2.
3 damage and
4 total damage going through, and I think a pin. Yeah, 4 total damage and a pin.
All right.
Because he did get down quite a bit of expertise there. Which that's unfortunate. Sometimes when you get all that expertise, it just doesn't do anything what you want it to do. So Shane happens to be one of our patrons for Momentous Struggle.
Okay, cool,
so
cool.
He's very active in a lot of the different chats.
That's awesome.
And I see him he's on the discords for all the different discords for
Yeah.
Yep. And we got a Shatterpoint card coming up. And now Amon and Jesse will definitely be thinking about what is the best option
Right.
for here,
Yes.
because this is why you kind of want to wait to use that Shatterpoint card, is because now they're deep into struggle 2. This is if they can do what they can do to sit there and steal this struggle away, they win the game.
Yeah.
So having that late activation of the Shatterpoint card, being able to sit there and utilize whoever you want.
Yeah.
Who would you Shatterpoint?
Ooh. I don't even know.
I know, right? It's a hard
Who do they
decision.
have available even?
Right? Well, in all honesty, I mean, you have Lord Maul is always a great one to go with.
And you said that he's super just in your face.
Yeah, I mean,
Beat him up.
He's already up front there. You can move him just about anywhere you want to go. So I know that's where you were thinking.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Because if there's one thing I really like, it's aggression.
Exactly.
So I just want to do the most aggressive thing.
Exactly.
It's the dark side.
You're just let's do it, yes. Double-bladed red lightsabers is what I love. No, I get it. I mean, there are a lot of double-bladed lightsabers out there right now. You got Lord Maul, you got his brother Savage Opress, both with those, and you got the Inquisitors with Fifth Brother and the Grand Inquisitor. So just a lot of double-bladed red lightsabers. There's a lot of anger, hate, and aggression going on out there.
Yes.
And they don't even have Vader out there to have that anger, hate, and aggression.
Right.
It's just naturally happening.
It's just deep within yourself.
Exactly.
Mother Talzin. So I'm going to start with her dash.
Okay.
Mother Talzin is a great one as well. So now she's going to go ahead and, of course, because you're activating her, you're getting those 2 movements out of Savage Press again. So just kind of letting him go and be that angry person that wants. And we haven't even seen him activate yet.
Yeah.
So once he's like, they're going to have him in exactly the position they want once he is able to activate.
Nothing's going on. I'm reminding myself of vocabulary terms.
And Aubrey's over here trying to remember how to play the game.
Vocabulary is very important. As an English teacher, I can attest to that.
Yeah, I mean, we have 2 teachers here with PCN, like just to make sure that we are using the proper vernacular whenever possible.
That's right.
All right, so yeah, they're pretty deep in the tank here as far as like figuring out exactly what to go. But like I said, this is pretty pivotal for the gentleman over at hello there. But yeah, and the nice thing is, so if you see, they got a momentum because out of activation, and that's because of that wound to Fifth Brother. So it actually helped them out even when it wasn't their turn.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
And they're just definitely wanting to make sure they're making the right moves for sure. And I might be kicking you out of here at some point in time because I know Will is going to be coming by shortly.
Absolutely. I won't give up my seat for many people, but Will Schick is one of them.
He's up there on the list.
Yeah, absolutely. I won't even make him fight me for it.
No?
Not even people I'm like, fight me.
What about an arm wrestle? We could have an arm wrestle.
No, thumb war.
Thumb war. Okay, I'm down with the thumb wars.
Yes.
I like it.
That's the only thing I can beat Dan at physically, is a thumb war.
I mean, can't you beat him with the mental games that of all of the different things that you do? Like, because you guys play a lot of DM and stuff too. A lot of RPGs.
Yes.
So, because you guys are all on those podcasts together. Yep. I love Grim Tales, so that's amazing.
Yeah. Yep. That's my favorite. I love it.
Yeah, your guys, I love like some of the best RPG podcasts out there.
Thank you.
Basically, is anything that is the stuff you find on professional casual.
Yeah. I always tell my students when they're like, "Oh my God, you have a podcast? What is it?" And I always tell them Dan's show because I'm like, his show's just better. Like, it's like the best one that we do.
It's great. I mean, Taylor. I've loved Taylor since before I even met him. I'm just drawn to Taylor as a person. So him getting his own podcast was amazing as well with the beards.
Yes, Beards, Ears, and Skulls. Yeah, that one's really cool.
I'm not big into all the different games and stuff like that.
Yep.
Manipulating hands using 2 force, last of the force there all together. So basically, you choose an enemy within range 4, and you move them.
Okay.
So you resolve that movement, basically saying, "No, I don't want you there. I want you over there."
Move over there. Thank you.
Yep. But yeah, so manipulating hands over.
So staying on Great Mother's side.
And they're staying on the Great Mother side. So basically, right over here, and going to go and do that attack. A lot of expertise here. I believe it's a ranged attack, so if that's 3 expertise, which I think it was, it's going to be a critical and 2 strikes. Yeah, it was 3. They blocked 2. So I believe we're going 2, maybe 3 down the chart. If that was only 2 damage, then it's just a crit and a hit, so maybe it's only 2. Either way, that's what...
Shove, expose, 5 damage. Exact same.
Shove, expose, and 5 damage.
Dang.
Mother Talzin hits hard. She's an angry mom.
And so that will wound Kalani.
That wounds Kalani. And that's pretty painful for
a good move
last
for
minute.
them.
Yeah.
They're scoring 4.
And they score 4 points here. So they have all 3 points. So this is critical right now for last minute. They really need to come around. But Jango Fett is a very good character to have go right now. Going with Django. He has a lot of displacement himself, so he has an ability where he can do what's called capture wire and can pull somebody right off of the point
All
that
right.
they're on.
That would
So
be super advantageous right now.
right now would be a great time to have that. Let's see kind of what they're going to end up doing with that. So yeah, basically he has a jetpack, he has capture wire. I don't see their force, unfortunately, so I don't know how much they have available. But depending on it, because we're getting towards the end of their order deck, which is like the deck that they pull their cards from. So usually when you get to this point, if you haven't managed everything exactly how you want, you might be low on force and not be able to do all of the things
So
they
then that'll
want.
kind of limit what he's able to do.
Correct, because
Okay.
jetpack is going to cost a force if they need to jump into a position. Capture wire is going to cost a force if they want to do that. So it really, and capture wire is great because you displace them by a range 2 and you pin them so they can't move.
That's awesome. So that really, I hope that they have enough force to be able to pull that off because that would be huge right now.
At least one of those would be really, really kind of wonderful with that.
Yeah, I think that like pin effect is really, really crucial, especially in the second struggle where you're trying specifically to get those very specific points. And if you can make it so that your opponent can't.
Exactly.
Focus, jetpack.
So,
Advance, focus, jetpack.
and the focus, they should have got them an extra jetpack as well. Okay. So they did 2 jetpacks?
Yeah.
So they moved focus to get the 1 jetpack, and then they spade a power to do another jetpack. So basically, there's a long move and 2 short moves.
Okay.
Is the equivalent of what
Very
really happened
mobile.
there.
Very, very mobile.
Yes, he can move all over the place. Because if he takes a focus action, which gives him that extra attack dice, it just automatically lets him jump. Now he did the 2 actions of the move and the focus, so that they are not able to do an attack yet.
Okay.
They're going to play it out.
They're attacking for tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, at this point in time, he didn't have the point. They're going. Amon and Jesse are going to be able to score out here at this point in time
Okay.
and the match. But tiebreakers, for the purposes of your seeding in Longshanks, is dictated by the amount of wounds that you do.
Okay.
So they're basically going to try and do as much violence as
Right,
possible on the way out the door.
Yeah. Yep.
And it's fitting that it's Amon as the Sith Lord trying to do as much violence as possible as he
I
shuts
respect
the door.
it.
I
I
respect
like
it.
it.
I do.
I'm here for it.
It is total Sith, and I'm picking up what Amon's putting down
Yeah.
right now. He's just all in on that Sith vibe, and I'm loving it.
Now over at the
And the
MCP
handshake is
table, we got the like splash glass for
Right.
the blood, but you guys don't have that here, so I'm glad I've got my glasses on. Blood's getting spilled.
Yep. But no, it was great. I mean, a
Yeah.
great game. Very well played by Amon and Jesse. Which, if you listen to their podcast, which I'm sure a lot of people do,
For sure.
they are fantastic players. I mean, both of them have play at elite levels of play, so not really unexpected to see them do as well as they did. So I don't know if we're gonna get Will, and I know he's a busy man.
Super
so
busy.
Whenever he gets over here, I will have the interview, but we'll see what happens. I mean, now the nice thing is we will be 100% completely dedicated to him. I had to have.
That is nice.
Yeah, because when I had Dallas on yesterday, basically it was he was on right in the middle of a match. I mean, and we have to work around their schedule.
Yep,
You know,
absolutely. Yes.
They're the busy people. This con is about them and what they do and everything along those lines. So, but yeah, no, it was a great match by them, and definitely was. But now the players are just over here, just kind of talking through everything and what happened and what the lines of play were. Just kind of, here's what I did, here's what I could have done wrong, could have done right. You know, it's like learn
it's like
from the
that
game.
debriefing at the end, which I feel like is really valuable, espally for
Wait, there's
people
one
like
missing.
Last minute.
Are we missing?
But I really feel like
And
that
an
debriefing-
honorable Sith Lord at that.
Yeah.
An honorable Sith Lord.
That's how you're going to learn and grow and get
Yeah.
better. So it's hard to lose, but it's good to chat with the people you lost to.
Yeah, I mean,
learn
because
more.
like you can sit there. I mean, especially if you have an opponent that's willing to help you grow as a player, they can sit there and go, "Here's what I saw that you did. I would have done this. Now, why did you do what you did? Okay, I would have thought to do that because of this, but I understand why you're doing. You know, I mean, you don't want to say, "Well, you just did," but that's why. You know, you don't want to. I mean, but if you're getting constructive feedback and constructive. Like this, you can try this. Maybe this would work instead. Have you thought about doing this?
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely.
And I think
Jesse and
that's
Amon are really gracious winners too.
Yeah.
Like, you know, they're not. They I feel like they are the type of people in this hobby who want to grow the hobby and grow
Without
the
a doubt.
community. And so you're certainly not going to be like awful to the people you're playing against, because then that's your community dwindling. So learning through suffering.
Yeah, I
Yep.
mean, it's like, unfortunately, that's like a lot of the lessons that we learn in life. We have to go through the struggle to learn
Yes.
them instead of
Yes.
just like how many times do you go back and go, man, my parents were right?
Yep, dang it. Every time I
Right.
hear my mother coming out of my mouth, I'm
Right.
like, dang it.
Yeah, oh, you got me again. So yeah, no, that's been down that road many a times where it's just
That's
like,
awesome.
okay, there we are.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that was a great game.
That was good.
Well, very well played. I mean, it's like I said, you're going up against probably the two powerhouses of our community right
Yeah.
now, in Jesse and Amon for sure. Both amazing players, both putting in tons and tons of reps in this game. You know, I mean, and Jesse, he does it on both sides between this and MCP. You
Yes,
know, he's
I've
just
seen him play many an MCP match in my time.
Because this should be hard.
right. They just constantly are playing like just games after games, just pounding the games out. So but it's great to see, you know, that the both of them came out and they're both dressed up and they're really embracing
Yeah.
everything in the community.
I love
It's
that.
great to see. I got a picture of them. I want to get it up on my Facebook. I know that I wanted to make sure we were calling a really good match because we were really excited to have these guys here.
Yeah.
You know? So I want to put, those.
Ah, that's so cool.
Yeah, I'll get this up on Facebook, and I was like excited to have Jesse and Amon just showing up in their full regalia. It was fantastic. So yeah, check that out on the Facebook if you get a chance of those pictures. The pictures of the two of them, they are fantastic. They totally just all in on it, and I love it. And now Aubrey's trying to convince Amon of something. I can see Amon deep in thought. He's like, I don't believe anything you're saying, Aubrey. And that's fine. I wouldn't believe it either. Like, I'm right there with you, Amon.
Todd, you didn't steal this. We have an extra one.
Why would I steal it? I don't know. I only took the cards that were sitting there, man. I didn't pick anything up off the table. Aubrey's over here. Now, see, Aubrey's stealing from the Sith Lord. I think what's going on now. This is not good.
Oh, I see a Will Schick.
Oh, here
A
comes
wild
Will.
Will Schick. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank
I will
you.
be back.
All right, I'll be back.
It's all you, my friend.
Oh, so here's this guy that likes to do stuff at AMG. Mr. Schick?
Oh.
You do not look excited to be here. You tired already?
No, I'm just trying to figure out how to use, headphones.
It's a tough thing.
It is.
It's a tough thing. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good.
Good.
How was the last game? How are things going?
It was fantastic. I mean, we got Amon and Jesse, so they're just really fantastic players. So it was a very clean, very great game. So yeah, well, pleasure to have you. Pleasure to play.
Good to be here. Thank you for having me.
Outstanding. I was excited. I mean, like, I've seen you on stream painting a lot, especially like over COVID. It was like you painting in your garage at home.
I was in my laundry room / office over COVID because that was the only room that was available at the time to work in. So you could always see my washing machine and my dryer behind me. I was just like, you know what? We're just making it work.
Just gonna make it work. I love it.
Doing it.
Yeah, that was great. I mean, like, and it was right when that game came out. Especially, it was like that's what first got me into miniature gaming. And then you came over to Star Wars. I'm like, yes.
Yeah. It was very exciting. Yeah, we started with Marvel, but the idea that we could always move into, the Star Wars galaxy and do some cool stuff with it, and kind of bring our own twist or ideas on the skirmish game side of it, with Legion being such a great Star Wars war game, right? Big battles, and it was really killing it in that way. So trying to offer something a little different perspective-wise and fill out the overall complement of Star Wars experiences, from big fleet battles to starship battles to mass action battles, all the way down to heroic skirmish, and kind of get a little bit more of that animated Saturday morning cartoon feel into Star Wars as well, because I think each game has a really great theme around them. And so we were like, well, if we're going to do heroes, let's just do it. Let's do it fun. Let's do it energetic. Let's do it frenetic, and see what happens. So
I love it.
It was a blast. It was very exciting to learn that was going to be an opportunity we had, and then to just really dive in and get to do it and make it a labor of love that by the time it came out, we were really chomping it. We were like, come on now. We want the world to see it.
There was a lot of work that went into that. So I think when people first heard that you guys were talking about this, I was like, oh, is this just going to be MCP with Star Wars characters? And I know that you wanted to make sure that you didn't go down that path. Were there any type of mechanics that you're like, well, this would be really cool in Shatterpoint, in our Star Wars game?
So, I think from direct ports, right, there wasn't really anything from Crisis Protocol that we said, we want this in Shatterpoint. I think there were concepts though, right? Like all good things, right? There are ingredients that you want in your dish to make it taste really good. And so one of the big things that we love from a design and development perspective that I think always makes games more interesting is resource mechanics. So, the idea of the Force versus the power system in Crisis Protocol, you can definitely draw comparisons there, right? They're how you activate your character's stronger abilities. They're a thing that you have to manage and think about over the course of play. And giving players that choice, that opportunity to spend their resources wisely or unwisely, or to take big gambles with it, it really unlocks, I think, something that makes games more enjoyable, which is that you and I can sit down and have the exact same game. Like we could play the exact same opponent, the exact same moves, but the way in which we choose to spend those resources, already that changes everything for us. You might be more conservative, you might decide to spread it out. I might decide to go for a big play and spend it all on an Anakin turn or something like that. So the resource mechanic thing was definitely one that we knew we wanted in there from the start. And with Star Wars, the Force is such a present and important thing that using that as a thematic tie-in was really good. And then, of course, there were things, like we knew we wanted to utilize symbolic dice and have the math kind of obfuscated or easier for players to do, to really make sure that combat resolution, which we knew was going to be pretty heavy with the combat trees, relatively easy to calculate, and then you can move through all of the complex choices on the trees and stuff like that. And that's similar to how Crisis Protocol has, its symbolic dice. It hides the math from making the players go, okay, let's do some counting and some subtraction and things like that, and instead says, look at the symbols, count them up, very easy calculations.
Yeah.
It allows you to stay in the game rather than coming back out, which I think is important for these kinds of skirmish games where you really want the action to move quickly. You want things to move at a pace. And then the last one was, the movement templates and the range tools. And that also comes from a player accessibility standpoint. When you're talking about Star Wars, you're going to get interest from a lot of people. We want to make sure the game is as open and welcoming to people who have never experienced the miniatures game before. This might be their first foray in, and, saying, okay, it's very easy to be like, use this tool to measure movement, use this tool to see if you're in range. It gets a little scarier for people, I've found, over my course of working in miniatures games, when you're like, you need a tape measure, and they're like, oh dear.
Yeah.
Like, this sounds like it's going to be complex. And it's like, it's really not. But those ways in which you can open the accessibility up, and you can make the hurdles that aren't really hurdles less noticeable to people, those were the kinds of things that we borrowed. Now, there was one thing we ported directly over in our testing that we knew we weren't going to keep, but it allowed us to immediately start developing the game in a way that we needed to, which was originally the game used Crisis Protocol scenarios.
Okay.
So we started with the idea of extract objectives and secure objectives, and how does that work, and what does it mean? Because we needed a way to start playing the game and testing, but we knew that would iterate and change. We didn't know how much. And of course, where we wound up with the way the struggle and the mission decks work and the tracker and all that, radically different in ways that I don't think no one predicted, but it was an organic process that was very painful at the time, because every time you would rewrite the mission system, you would have to go back and rebalance what the units were doing, how they functioned, certain abilities and stuff would just be meaningless. But it was one of the biggest challenges to get to where we wound up, but I think where we ended up fits the game and the pace and what we want out of it so well. And it does have opportunities that we're going to be exploring here in the next year or so to offer different versions of the experience. And I'm really excited to start moving into that. So that's a little bit of a preview spoiler into what's coming in the next several months. Is going to be, we've had a really great establishment of not quite a year, but we're getting close. And the game system's really flying, and now we get to have the fun part of saying, okay, let's talk about all these crazy ideas that are kind of outside the norm of the base game, that I think will bring players a lot of really fun options and opportunities that we have also seen. And that's another, I guess, ties into your question. What did you directly port over to Crisis Protocol? the concept of we're going to create a really solid foundation, and then from there we're going to start to really explore what we can do with that foundation,
Start
how
adding
we
little pieces
and how we
and
can just
like
bring
that.
stuff
just
in.
a little spice here, a little spice
Exactly.
there, and just get that flavor just right.
The goal, the thing we always ask ourselves is, okay, well, how do we do X, Y, or Z iconic movie moment, right? Like, how do you do the Rogue One ending where Vader's going through the corridor and like slaughtering everyone, and they're trying desperately to get the plans out.
Yes.
Right. What does that look like in Shatterpoint? How do you capture that narrative and theme in a way that players can reenact it in some way? And those things are always outside of the standard base game because they typically require some asymmetry. They require a little bit of unbalance. They may tweak or change rules. So it's really important to have that really solid base, and then from there, sky's the limit. As long as you're planning for that along the way, and that's something that we always try to do as well.
Outstanding. Yeah. I mean, that kind of leads into like where I wanted to go next was you want these dynamic, like iconic characters that do these like dynamic, iconic things, but you still need to have a balanced game.
Yeah.
And that's like, you don't want to have that broken piece that now you got to go back 6 months later and, okay, here's the nerf that everyone's been screaming for. Hi, here's how I fix whatever that you think is broken.
Yeah.
How is it that you sit there and like, how does that process work to make sure that you balance the iconic character versus the what's the balancing of the game?
Yeah, so I mean that's the challenge every day, right? The biggest thing is that we always rely heavily on our internal testing, our external testing. As games get older and they become more like played in the community, and you can get data points and feedbacks from thousands of games rather than hundreds of games, you start to get. We always talk about how we're really craftsmen. We're hobbyists on a game development journey and a sculpting journey. We learn over every day. We learn new things, and then we can implement those things. So the big challenge is before you have any of those data points internally, you really have to like zone in. You have to say, okay, we know from experience that X, Y, or Z works this way. You voraciously taken data points from other games, from other systems, from personal experience, as well as the testing that's actively going on, and you try to take lessons that may not be directly applicable to what you're working on, but then try to apply them and say, okay, well, I've seen games do this well. How do we implement that idea here, or are we doing that? And then you say, well, I've seen game systems really fall down or fail here. Or I didn't like this personally. How do we make sure that we're not doing that if it within the game? But the core of it is to understand that the games are not perfectly balanced. That's what makes the characters interesting. So number one, you go in and you say, you know what? In a point system and a character system like Shatterpoint, where you're talking about single digits for the most part in terms of how you're separating these characters and these units, you're going to have certain things that are slightly above the curve and slightly below the curve. You're going to have squad point 3 things that are like not as good as some other things, and that's okay as long as that. We always talk about the curve. So what we accept is the fact that there's always going to be a top, there's always going to be a bottom. Because if everything was the same, then we would effectively all be playing with the exact same pieces. Like everything mathematically would have to be identical. And then you get into the whole like chess question, right? Like, is chess a perfectly balanced game? It's not, because somebody has to go first, right? So already there's one imbalance, exactly. And you have to work around it. So what we do is we just try to squish that bell curve as tight as possible. And from there, once you've identified, and your bell curve can be as wide as you feel like from a development perspective is achievable. We like narrow ones. And then once you've established that, then what you do is you start watching, you say, okay, this is a little out of bounds, this is a little out of bounds. Now, once a game like Shatterpoint comes out, you start to see how players adopt things. And this is the best and scariest part about any development, is that your goal is to make sure that you've plugged all of the major holes, right? And then you present this thing, and you say, okay, here it is, and from the very onset that people are going to do things with that system that you never expected.
Yeah, players are going to want to break it.
They are. Well, and players are really smart, and they're innovative, and they can iterate, and you get different perspectives, right? The difference in regional metas and what people believe and what they what works within their systems, it's entirely different. So, your goal as a developer is to make sure that there's nothing that can be bent so far that it breaks.
Right.
And then if something happens like that, then the hard work begins, where you have to go back and you have to say, okay, we have to get all the data, we have to look at everything, and then we have to say, what are the ripple effects, right? Because every change that you make has impact on everything else.
Yeah.
And that becomes even more complex when you talk about our production timelines, because we're making things over the course of 2 years.
Right.
So we have tested things that are at a printer right now based on the way it was. So when you say, okay, well, this was perfectly fine and it's at print, but now we believe that we have to make this change here because of good reasons, like we've established all the data and we're saying, well, this needs a balance up or down. It doesn't really matter. You not only have to say, okay, well, how does this affect everything that currently exists and things that are in testing, but you also have to say, well, there's things in print we can't change. How does it affect that? Like, we don't want to run into a situation where you make a change, and that change means that you have to make more changes, and they kind of
it just goes the ripple effect.
Yeah, they snowball down. So we're very slow to make changes. We're very considerate about the changes we're going to make if we have to make them. But I think we all accept the idea that these games. I always use the gardening metaphor if you've ever listened to me talk before, because I think it's one, I'm a one-trick pony, and two, it's it just logically for me it makes perfect sense, and it's how we approach everything, which is these games are alive. They're organic and they grow. We plant seeds and those seeds grow, and we have an idea of what we want the garden to look like. But the reality of the situation is if you overtend a living thing, it dies. It atrophies. It doesn't succeed. So when a branch or a flower shows up and you're like, well, I didn't think one would be there. You're overcrowding into the azaleas. I don't know if I like that. But you have to give it time to see, right? You have to see how it interacts with things. You can't just go in and start snipping branches.
Exactly.
And so, from that perspective, from the gardening perspective, that you're going to have to weed eat sometimes. You're going to have to do some trimming. And those things are fine, but they need to be done carefully and considerately. And so what we do is we do a lot of there's no communication, then all of a sudden it's like, all right, well, we've made our decision, we've tested everything, we've looked at all the possibilities, and now it's time to move something forward. But it leads to a much more conservative, we have a much more conservative take than other studios because of that, because we want to make sure that all of these interactions are taken care of. And additionally, and this is one that I always like to bring up too, is that we talked about players being innovative and doing things that you don't expect. A lot of the times, when things come out, we always aim for those characters to be very interesting, to do things that feel like the character. And we want to push against the limits of the bubble, right? We want to see the game expand and grow. We want to see characters do things we've never seen before that work within the systems of the game and within the theme of themselves. And that means that puts pressure on what players expect, right? When the new thing comes out, nobody's practiced against it. So all of a sudden it's like, oh, this is real. I don't know how to deal with this. This is really good. And that can sometimes turn into, it's too powerful. It needs an adjustment.
Right.
And so we take that feedback and we're like, all right, well, we're going to put it on the little war board we have, and we're going to talk about it every week, and we're going to say, what are the developments? But at the same time, internally, we might say, well, I would solve that problem by doing this list. Right. Or I would use these characters, and it's just this character that the community has kind of forgotten about. If you start putting them here, it pushes back against this pressure. And when the players figure that out, and you see them naturally evolve the meta as we want them to do, as this living kind of garden works, that's a moment that's very satisfying as a developer and a designer, because that's what the games are intended to do. But B, I love watching the community hit those moments, those aha moments, those galaxy brain moments, and see the excitement of the person who innovated, see the excitement of the community around them to be like, oh my gosh, that's an amazing thought. I didn't think about this, or I didn't think about this approach. Solving those problems is such a big positive hit, right? As humans, we're creative problem solvers. We like to think our ways out of things. So when you can do that in games like this, I think that's one of the things that keeps you coming back, right?
Oh, without a doubt.
It's what keeps the game fresh and exciting. So it's a lot of balancing that. It is very difficult. And there's moments where, like when we were going to announce Shatterpoint, it's like, okay, well, there's no going back. And then it was, now they know it's coming. Now we have to explain to them how it works. And you're just like, I think they'll like it. I hope they're like, I like it. You like it, right? And it's like, you like it, right? And they're like, yeah, I like it. And then you just kind of watch and you wait. Yeah. And you hope that you've done something that inspires people, that excites them, that delivers on their dreams for what they want to see out of the game, to live in the galaxy, to be these characters. And fortunately, it seems like the community around Shatterpoint has really adopted it and found things and innovated and come up with so many cool things. And the game is so young that there's so much left to go. There's so much in the pipe that the other fun part is just watching the evolution and the growth, right? Like when all you have is like a Grievous and a Vader, it's like these guys they're horrible monsters on the table. They just keep coming at you. It's like, yep, but
there might be something.
There's some things, you know, there's some things, there's plans. So, and that goes back to the other thing about, you know, being careful and considerate is you want to build in questions and then you want to put in answers, right? Yeah. And you want to make sure that the players always have enough tools to be able to solve things, knowing again that bell curve, there's always going to be something that's a little bit at the top and a little bit at the bottom.
I mean, you can only release so many models at a time.
Yeah.
So it's like, there is going to be like, Vader was like the boogeyman like a couple months ago, and it's like, oh, the sky is falling, what are we going to do? AMG, fix this now. But it's like, you give it a couple months, it's like, okay, we figured it out. You know, it's like, okay, here are the ways to do it. It's like, sometimes you just got to let yourself grow and like figure out the problem yourself and go from there.
Pagani has a really great litmus test that he always imparts to everyone, having done this forever and just being a genius lead developer, right? He says, the only time something immediately needs addressing is if the only solution you can find to it is itself, right? So if the only way to confront an oppressive problem is by using the exact same thing, that's when it goes to the top of the board. And we're like, okay, we clearly have a very big problem. We need to address this because that is not okay. But if it just has a higher win percentage, it depends on what that wins percentage is or how people are using it or things like that. So again, it's every data point we can get is really important. Adepticon is an amazing opportunity for us because we get to see so much high-level competitive play, but also we all get to talk to a ton of people who just play in the free play areas. You know, you get all these different player perspectives and skill levels, and it really kind of clarifies and is a good litmus test against all of the data you get across the rest of the year from people talking and stuff. So when we get back to the office, that's usually the most frenetic that we get as a group, and we're talking about everything. And you know, that goes down from dev all the way to sculpting to art and everything else. It's a very energizing experience.
It sounds like it's just fun, like the whole team just coming together and creating that. So creation-wise, what is it like, if like looking at Star Wars, like what is your dream character that you would just love to create?
Oh. All right, so I assume this is a character that hasn't been made yet?
Yeah.
I would love to do a Pong Krell.
Okay.
Because, one, I think the character design is phenomenal. Like, when he showed up in the Umbra arc, I was just like, this guy is cool. Yes. And then it turned out that he was an asshole. And I was like, but he's so cool. Until he had his whole villainous turn, spoilers for a show that's pretty old now.
Right.
I was kind of with him on the whole, like, I understand your perspective. Like, the clones are just troopers. You're treating them more like droids, which is probably not exactly the most Jedi thing, but, like, you know, they're military commanders. They're going to have different views on, like, how their troops, and he needs to accomplish his objective. His goal is to win the war. Okay. But then it just turned. But I was like, he's so cool. Like, the two double-bladed lightsabers. Like, when I saw that, I was like, this is amazing.
So, since Shatterpoint is that moment in time, would it be Krell before or after the turn?
I mean, that would be very selfish for me to get away with both. You know, if I was to throw him on paper right now, what we would probably do for a character like Krell, because he's only in, you know, like a 4-episode, 5-episode arc, is we would probably hit him at the midline, right? Like, thematically, you would want to give him, he's a very no-nonsense general, and he knows how to lead his troops, and he's willing to do what it takes for victory. But he's got some dark side tendencies, like he's got some evil to him, right? So doing something like he damages clones to give them an effect, right? Get some of that Empire flavor, potentially, because that's one of the big themes in the Empire units that people are seeing, right? Is the idea that they can do stuff, but it comes at a personal expense. It always comes at damage.
Right.
And that was kind of introduced with the original Vader, but it's been pushed into like Stormtroopers and everything else. And you'll see that as a trend going forward, that the Empire is very self-inflictive. And so they kind of wear themselves down in the hopes that they can beat you faster by being more aggressive and more like opportunistic in that way. And so that would be, you know, like off the cuff, that would definitely be something that I'd be looking at in terms of what does a Pong Krell look like? He would do something that you'd be like, all right, he can get more out of his clones, but it's not good for them. Right? And then you start thinking about it, it's like, well, that's not the Jedi way. The Jedi are all about boosting the troops and taking personal risks. You know, the Plo Koon who can step in front and protect his troops, the Obi-Wan who's very much about knowledge and defense, and he makes his troops safer. Anakin Skywalker who inspires his troops. He doesn't necessarily do anything for them, but he builds them up and he's always on the front line. Then you get somebody like a Pong Krell, and it's like, oh yeah, he's just murdering them, like slowly and surely, so that he can win. But he is murdering them.
But I mean, he was still doing that even when he was.
Yeah, exactly. So
introduced.
You can kind of see where he's going, right? So we're kind of like in the midline. We understand that this guy is not the nicest guy, and we can see that path. And those are some of the fun development and design considerations we take when we're looking at characters.
Makes sense.
Are we going to see? Do we see this character over multiple pieces of media? Do we see them grow and evolve and all that, or are they kind of more self-contained? And then how do we frame enough so that we get the full view of the character? Because we know we might only do them once. And I think Pong Krell is definitely one that would be like one and done.
Yeah, he's not a Vader. He's not a Luke. He's not one of those where you're going to see multiple times over and over again. So if you were to sit down and play a game with somebody here locally at Adepticon, what is the strike team that you're bringing?
Oh, okay. I think right now, if I was going to bring a strike team, it would probably be Obi-Wan, Padawan Ahsoka, and the Clone Commandos.
Okay.
I'm making sure that the points work in my head because I have to go without my cards.
I played that exact squad just a week ago, so okay.
So it would be that, and then I would take the Cad Bane box.
The Cad Bane box?
Yeah.
Interesting. I haven't got a lot of reps with Aura Singh yet, and like there's people are out, like they're so wishy-washy with Aura, whether like
I think Aura Singh is boom or bust, right?
Yeah.
Like you either get in situations where she can just crush it and she feels entirely unfair, or she winds up in situations where she's either lukewarm or she just gets dusted right away.
Makes sense.
Michael Plummer, our lead dev for Shatterpoint, he loves Aura Singh. He plays her a lot, along with Asajj, and he can get some amazing plays out of her. Like I think her, it always comes down to if a character can do a lot of things, then it becomes like more focused characters are easy to get the most out of because you know what they want to do. Or it's like, do I double tap? Do I run away? Do I, how? And then you have to set up, if you want to get the most out of her, you have to set up, those distractions. You have to get your troops in there so she can get her extra dice.
Yep.
And then there's always that, right now, especially with the missions that are available for the most part, long-range sniper characters like she kind of is. She doesn't necessarily want to get in there and mix it up. They do have a little bit of an uphill climb because the game currently in both mission sets does start to force you to start engaging, right?
Yeah.
And I think that there are opportunities and potential in the future as more mission sets are released that dynamic will also somewhat shift.
Okay.
Shatterpoint will always be a game about finally getting in close in the scrum because you have to fight over those objectives. But one of the neat things from a mission design perspective is how those tokens are laid out, how they activate and turn on during the various struggles, does allow different strike teams opportunities to maximize them, and it becomes part of that player choice and that opportunity.
Makes sense. So what, if you can go into it, mission pack wise, I mean, we're almost at a year now at the game. I mean, what is the goal of like missions to come out and be in the community?
So the original goal was by a year in we would have 3 mission packs, which provides quite a bit of variety. The pacing of them was intentional on the idea that there's a lot going on in Shatterpoint, there's a lot to learn. And for traditional miniatures players or people who have played miniatures games before, there's a lot to unlearn, right? Shatterpoint, as we've discussed in several different, like when we were talking about the game originally and in other places, intentionally we asked ourselves at every turn, like, okay, a traditional miniatures game would have this. Do we need that? Does removing that create more of the experience we want? So for example, like Shatterpoint doesn't have rounds. It's just, you just keep going. It has a random order activation stack, things like that. So we didn't want to overload players with too much too quickly. And so the initial mission pack was like, okay, we're going to let them learn the game. It doesn't really introduce a lot of questions. It works well with what we knew was going to be the initial launch waves. And from there, we start to build, in Mission Pack 2, we started to add some extra things to think about. So you have the unique mission rules that go along with each struggle. So you don't necessarily know which ones you're going to activate. They add an extra layer of things to consider as you're playing through the game. Mission Pack 3 kind of culminates that with some new ideas and a new layout and all, of course, everything that you would expect. But it amplifies the game. And so from those 3, you have a lot of opportunities to maximize different strike team compositions, and then also kind of you as a player decide, well, I really like these layouts, I don't like these layouts. I know how to predict these things or not. And then from there, the goal is to regularly expand on more missions. Those first 3 are kind of the core base ones, right? So they're going to be the ones that you're always going to be able to take in any setting, like an event that's a tournament or just for a local game and pickup. But the reality is that tournament play and competitive play is only a small slice of the overall pie. So I talked a little bit about where do we go next, new game modes, new mission types, things that are not necessarily created for a tournament base level of play, things that you wouldn't see at an Adepticon event like a Premier Showdown or things like that. So we're going to be going with those. Those will add new gameplay and opportunity perspectives. They'll be more thematic, more narrative. They'll do things that are going to be very fun and allow players more freedom and flexibility when they want to sit down to play a Shatterpoint game to say, well, let's play the base experience. Let's play one of these narrative or thematic experiences. You're going to get all the good Shatterpoint action, but feel very different. And then additional mission packs like the ones that we've seen so far with the first 3, they're going to, of course, continue to evolve what that stuff works, but those mission packs will typically be balanced around the idea that they will work within the tournament or the competitive slice of the game, right? So they're always going to provide as most balanced, unbalanced, because the game is perfectly unbalanced, right? They're going to provide the most perfectly unbalanced experience that you can possibly have so that continues to build on that foundation of the game.
Okay. So you're looking more good to tap into the MCP side, oh my gosh, I lost the name of the symbiote one. Mm-hmm. Like that scenario was the best free-for-all experience and the best way to learn how to play MCP, in my opinion, just because it's you have 4 people going all at once and you're working 1 against 3, basically. Are we looking at something like that? Is that something in the future potentially for it?
Yeah, I think so. Again, now that we have a good solid foundation as the game gets to its 1-year mark, the goal is to not only just continue to expand on that mark, right? New basic mission packs, new things that will push the game forward, but also to really start to explore what can Shatterpoint offer players, right? Because again, well, we do all of our design to be perfectly unbalanced for a base level of play, which is what allows it to do really well. A good balance like that allows it to be played at a high competitive level. Our goal is not to create a competitive game. Our goal is to create a great miniatures experience that you and your friends and your opponents can play and have incredible events happen on the table that you control and have this shared experience over the tabletop. It always goes back to the point or the goal of the game is to win, but the point of the game is to have fun, right? So in that way, once you kind of look at it that way, then you really open up all of the possibilities and the potential for a game. Because if you say, well, we're just going to make sure everything is as fine-tuned, as perfectly balanced as possible, because we want it to just be the best tournament game it can ever be, all of a sudden now, right, everything has to fall within this very narrow window, and eventually you're just going to be like, well, there's no way that this thing could be better than that. And we can't do cool things because that would push us out of our very narrow boundaries, right? Instead, when you say, well, competitive play, in essence, tournaments are a game mode themselves because they already break the core rules of the game. And I know this might blow some people's minds. They'll be like, what do you mean? They use the exact same base rules. It's like, no, they don't, because they have a round timer, right? A real game of Shatterpoint, a true standard experience of Shatterpoint has no time limit. There's no, you have to be done in 2 hours in the rule book, right? Now, that's required for an event like this so that it can run smoothly. But already, having mission critical in your event packet fundamentally changes how the game plays. It changes some of the inherent strategies. It changes the player approach. And I think that's very cool. And I know a lot of players really love that. And I think that's great. But it's important to always keep in mind that competitive versions of any game, whether it's Crisis Protocol, Legion, X-Wing, whatever, they're not the true base game experience that you start playing they are a different game mode that does a very specific thing. So when we're looking at designing and creating for the game, we're always looking at that base game mode, and then how do we go out from there, and making sure that all of the things we offer have value to those different, those different versions. Some are less, less pressing than others. Like if we create a really cool multiplayer scenario, for example, that is a big old free-for-all, we're not gonna evaluate every new release or every new character that we're making against that mode.
Yeah.
We're gonna balance and look at it for like a tournament mode, because obviously tournaments are a very important slice of the pie. Whereas a free-for-all mode is like it's literally just chaos. It's for fun. We don't have to worry about that. And so those things kind of become a lot of the consideration and care as well as you look at that stuff. So yeah, like free-for-all modes, narrative modes. Who knows what else? Like we're always looking for things that we can do that's really interesting.
Gonk racing.
Gonk racing does use a lot of Shatterpoint stuff as well. Not quite the characters, but the gonks for sure. Yeah, it's just things like that, right? We want to create the most robust game that we possibly can, that allows players who spend all this time, hobbying and painting and assembling and collecting these characters that they love, all the opportunities they can to use them, to have an enjoyable time with them, and to maybe reach out to people who wouldn't necessarily be, interested in the base experience, but maybe interested in something that's like a little lighter, a little more chaotic, a little more like groupthink, co-op, semi-co-op, things like that. Who knows? But those are the things that we love to work on. And personally, from my perspective, those are the things that excite me about games, is all the different potentials that you can do with them.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, like, when I first picked up this game, my friend Aubrey, who does my podcast with me, it was him and his stepson, like, learning to play the game together. So basically it was like, give each one of them a squad, and it was like 1v2 type of a game. And it's like, the ability to just have that, where like, okay, this is your squad, this is my squad, and having just different modes that are available just through this game that you created is amazing. I mean, are you looking at that, like going that route, where it's like 3 versus 1 type of thing, like kind of like the Hulk version, where it's like you have everybody's teamed up going up against Hulk, like everybody's teamed up, like your squad's going against Super Vader or something, or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've definitely had those conversations, and those dreams have been around, right? Since we started, because we obviously have had so much fun doing that in the other games that we've done. That is something we definitely want to port over here. Those things will just, they take a little bit of time. You want to make sure that they're designed and developed well, but you can't introduce them too quickly, right? You have to make sure that we have to build a solid foundation with that base game experience, and then we grow from there. And excitingly, right, before the end of the year, you're going to start seeing some of that exploration and some of that stuff coming out. So I'm really thrilled with what's coming next and what we get to show and all of that, and where this game has the potential to go, and where we kind of want to take it, and some of the zany things that we've been trying to noodle on and figure out. But obviously the dream is, have the can we do the big death battle in episode 2 when they're going to be executed by the big monsters,
right?
And have them run in there, because that's a Shatterpoint moment for sure,
right?
Can you do like Luke versus the Rancor in Return of the Jedi? Like, can you do again the Rogue One hallway scene, right, with Vader just tearing his way through? Like, what if you just only took supports and you had to fight a Super Vader? Like, who knows, right? All of these things they have potential, and I think they have the ability or seeds to be planted that could grow to fruition in the game, and we just don't close ourselves off to any of that stuff, right? We're always looking for good ideas and things that could be very fun, and that, again, just expand what Shatterpoint can mean to all the people out there.
Awesome. We're looking forward to the future of it. So I know you probably got to get out of here pretty quick.
I mean, I'm good until you have to kick me out for your next game.
We're on lunch break. So
my gosh. Well, I don't want to hold you back from lunch either, but ask all the questions you want. We'll run through it.
I think that was about all I wanted to cover. I really wanted to get into like your opinion of how you go through the dev process. I mean, is there something in the pipeline that you can sit there and like give us a little bit of teaser before Sunday on?
Let me think. I got to think about what we're showing on Sunday, what we showed otherwise, and everything else. I mean, I think I don't think so. I think anything that I
almost
say
got
would
you.
totally like would spoil everything. No, I mean,
I put you on the spot.
I know.
Didn't I?
Well, I'm like, so the Bad Batch has been previewed by everyone. That was one of the big ones,
Yes.
because it starts to, it kind of gives us more clones. It gives us the first clone primary, all of that stuff. So that was a very interesting and fun one to work on, especially with how the crosshairs and stuff. Oh, I know. Okay, I'll say this. I know that people are somewhat confused or a little disappointed that the crosshairs that they've seen is not cross era. Well, if you listen to what we talked about previously of characters that get one version and characters that get multiple versions because they have a character arc, then maybe on Sunday you might understand why.
All right, I like it. That's enough speculation, I think, to get people going. Love it. But yeah, no, I'm super excited. I've been from the day that this game was announced. I was like all in. I was sold.
Awesome.
And
Well,
so I was very,
appreciate your support and your excitement.
Oh, definitely. I mean, that's like, and I'm locally in Arizona, so like a lot of us, like we have a very big community. I mean, I know that the OP is like really not the way you guys are going to be doing. Is there any sort of like, even like you did like OP like with like Parker Luck and everything like that? Are there OP kits that will be coming out for more, just even for organized play, just for local store events?
Yeah,
like that?
so one of the big things that we're going to be pushing on over the course of the next year is to get more support locally for events, for community support, right? So one of the initiatives that will be kicking that off is the Crew of the Ghost. Is obviously one of the big like tent poles of the year, right? They're an amazing cast of characters. They're tailor-made for what Shatterpoint wants to be. They had a huge response last year when we showed them off at the roadmap. So we're gonna be working on a program with retailers where they're gonna get a kit, and they're gonna have special wanted poster promos for which we showed, I believe, at Mini Stravaganza. So we showed some art of this amazing work that our graphic designer Ryan Ritter, who does a lot of our Shatterpoint stuff, just created on his own. And he took the character art and he made like these cool little Rebels wanted posters. So those are going to be promotional order cards that are going to go to retailers in this support kit. Okay. And then our recommendation to retailers is like, hey, use these for event support, use them for hobby night, whatever. So that's going to be the first one. But yeah, the goal is to start providing more and more like promotional material and like promo cards, order cards, things like that. Other really cool in-game items and things for stores to be able to start galvanizing their communities, running, whether it's a weekly tournament, whether it's a league play, things like that. And then, of course, from the narrative and thematic side, we are going to be releasing more of that stuff. Not necessarily in the same way as in the past we did the Crisis Protocol kits as organized play kits, where they were a thing that retailers could pick up and purchase and then run in their stores in a more traditional sense. We want to make sure that those are as readily available to everyone in the community as possible, because not everyone necessarily has a local game store. They don't have a community that necessarily has galvanized big enough that they can run these things. We don't want people to miss out on those. So those things will be effectively put out, those narrative events and those different game modes will be put out through print and play. And then they will be offered in print for stores through these different support programs as well. So it is absolutely on our radar to like really start to push and drive in-store opportunities with like cool promotional cards, cool, whatever other things seem of value as we talk to our retailers and start getting that out.
Outstanding. Yeah, I'm glad to hear the print and play, because I think that's a lot of us like to do the print and play type of stuff where we're bringing that in and utilizing to be able to play the games at home, play the different variations of the game. Because like my wife, she's like, nah, I'm not going to sit there and sit down and play that game. But if like I were to sit there and bring out like a symbiotes in Marvel Crisis Protocol, it's like, okay, well, you have these three, my son has these three, my daughter has these three, and my wife has these three. And like now we get to go. You can have Hulk and have Hulk go over there and beat up. I was like, or you have Vader. Vader's going to go and attack over there. They're going to love that. And it's like I like having the ability to have that become. You can make it a family game night for Shatterpoint. And and make it that way.
Absolutely. And as same idea. I have two boys and my wife, and they're kind of the same way, right? The boys are getting old enough to where they are interested in doing the 1v1 now, but like when they were a little younger, it was very easy to be like, hey, let's play like 4-player free for all, or let's do this thing where it's like semi-co-op. So you three will be on a team, and you'll be against me, and I'll kind of game master the thing. And I think those experiences are so valuable because, again, the opportunity not only to play with people who are close to you and may not be part of the hobby is wonderful. Like, it's a great experience to share your passions with your family and friends. But also, it's a great way to introduce people, like you said, right? A 4-player free-for-all that's kind of chaos, where you have a very limited amount of things to worry about, and you also have players that are semi-working together or can discuss things with each other, allows for people to learn the games in a much less stressful environment.
Exactly.
So on board with all of that stuff, definitely things that we want to see, and we're working on exploring. And again, I think, starting back with getting that support into the stores so that communities can really start to rally around it, rally around their LGS, and get rewarded for doing what we love people to do, which is play.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, and I think I felt like that was like the path that you wanted to go down, and then of course we had COVID that just sort of like, because I remember it's like you went there, you did they had the patches that you got when you like first launched MCP, and there was so much cool stuff, and it's like then COVID happened. It's like, well,
yeah,
let's watch Will in his laundry room.
Let's just watch this guy in his laundry room like painting some things, it was definitely one of those things. Like, COVID was an interesting time. It challenged a lot of, I think, our initial beliefs on how do you support community, what's important. It was amazing to see the hobby side of things really bring people together, give them a way to connect when they couldn't do so physically or across a table. And then now that we've moved beyond that, it's really been kind of a resetting and getting back to normal. And it feels like there have been a lot of hiccups along the way, right? Like, we've won, but yet there's still these things that we're relearning, or we're trying to do better now that we have the opportunity to somewhat reset. And so I'm very excited to see like where our plans are going in the next year, and how we open up a lot more opportunities for players, not just at the local level, but also at the convention level, to really start to interact and come back together and build on the great foundations that we have.
Outstanding. I'm excited for it. I'm excited for the future.
Yeah, me too. I can't wait to be able to show people at least a little portion of it.
Yeah, I'm excited for Sunday. It's like all the speculation of like, what are they going to show? It's like, especially the teaser from at the very end of Mini Stravaganza, where it's like, there's a blue guy there.
There's a blue guy with some red eyes. He looks pretty angry.
That was really exciting. So I'm really looking forward to it. But I think that's all I had. All right. I appreciate you giving me some of your time today.
Absolutely. No, I'm so happy. Thank you so much for doing Momentous Struggle and being like one of the centerpieces of the community. Like, we get to make the games and we put a lot of passion into it. But the truly humbling thing is watching as the players and people like yourself come together to create these anchors and to really be paragons of the groups around them. And to just see your passion, it makes us want to go back and get right back to work.
Fantastic. I mean, we love the game. I mean, like I said, Aubrey and I both, we love Star Wars to begin with. I loved MCP, so it was like, okay, you're taking two things that I love so much and you're marrying them together.
Smashing them together.
Let's do this. I was all in from day one.
Awesome.
So I was like, I'm very happy about it. I'm excited to see where we go in the future.
Well, we got a lot of exciting things on the horizon. We're going to show, Sunday is going to give you a preview for about the next 12 months. So you'll get to see what's coming a year ahead, and then there's like 4 more years in here that I can't share yet. So we'll get there.
Well, I mean, that's exciting to know that there's at least 5 years just rolling around in Wilshire's head.
So I'm sure you want to go eat lunch, but as we talk about, right, our production cycle, it takes 2 years to make anything in the hard plastic to get it to the quality and where we think we can make our best work. So because of that, we have to really have a long-term plan. So our minimum is 5 years. So we have everything planned out for 5 years, and then the 3 years, beyond the 2 years, things can shift a little bit. But once you get into that 2 years, it's locked in. So we know that's what we're doing, and we know that's where we're going. But we have some very cool stuff coming, like all the things.
It's exciting. So basically, you know what's coming out basically in 2026.
Yes.
You just can't tell me.
Yeah, I mean, some of that stuff.
Come on, Will.
I know. Some of that stuff. I'll slip it to you in a note under the table later.
No, don't say that, because then I'm going to have everybody DMing me. What's going on? What do Will say?
Here, I'll write it down right now.
Oh, my Lord, it's blowing up. That is fantastic. I'm looking forward to that one.
Yeah.
You're not going to believe it.
You take a picture once I leave. Just be like, I snuck it away. Yeah, so it is. We are, some of that stuff is in like production now, actually, because of the timeline. So it's very locked in, right? It always makes me laugh when people are like, well, they haven't shown anything in a while. They're clearly not working on anything. I'm like, if you only knew how far ahead we actually have stuff. You know, we got things in the case that are painted at the studio that you won't see for another 12 months.
Wow.
You know,
that's wild. I mean, like, especially on the MCP side, because there was that lull of like releases when you were ready for the core box to come out. I'm like, what are they doing over there? They don't get. All they care about is Shatterpoint. They're not doing anything for us. And it's like, here's 12 models and a whole new core box. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, so it's like there's lots of stuff. Every single game, you know, requires so much care, so much thought. The production timelines are really long, so it's all about like working on things. But we have all the plans, and so much of it is in various stages in the works, and we're getting ready. Like, we'll go back and we'll start the next phase of stuff beyond 26. It's a marathon, and it is the most fun marathon I've ever run.
And it doesn't stop.
It doesn't stop, and I don't want it to. No one wants it to.
Nice. That's fantastic. I'm looking forward to it.
All right.
All right. Thanks again.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, bud. You all set? Yeah, you're good to go, bud.
All right.
All right. Thank you again.
Thank you.
And that was Will. So basically what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take a short break because it is my lunch break. Thanks, everybody, for listening. And I appreciate y'all. We will be back after lunch and everything from there. So thanks again, everybody.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. If you're just joining us, my name is Aubrey. I am one of the co-hosts of the Momentous Struggle podcast, and we are here for round 3 of our team event on day 2 of Adepticon. I will eventually have a partner. Right now, Todd is just over there helping the players get settled in. We're going to be choosing sides and doing all of the usual pregame actions here. But I wanted to get on and at least start talking to you all. I believe the better version of me is going to be joining me. So for those of you who are actually just waiting for Danny, that's okay. That's okay. She'll be back. It's okay. It's all right. Be patient. So, chat. Say hello to one another. You have to be nice. This is story time with Aubrey right now. So I have to explain to you you have to do everything that the toddlers have to do at my story time. We got to sing a hello song. We got to go over the rules. Remember, be nice to one another. Be nice. That's one of the rules with story time with Aubrey. All right. So we have Team Wheaties versus Team Lamb, featuring on the Wheaties team Ross and Godliness / Grand Inquisitor. That is the name that I was given. So that's what we're gonna go with. And on Team Lamb, we have Zach and Alex. So now, let's see. Looking at their teams. Hey, Todd. Do we have their squads? They might want to know their squads too. He's not even paying attention to me. He's like right there, right there.
And Team Lamb.
Okay.
And do we have their squads?
Huh?
Their squads, or at least primaries?
Dooku and Vader.
Is that?
I believe it's Vader 1. Dooku Vader. Dooku
Okay.
Inquisitor.
Oh, the Duke Meister is back, everyone. For those of you who are waiting for Count Dooku, we got a Dooku v Dooku match, and then it is Vader Jedi Hunter on Team Lamb side, and who do we have on the other side? Do we know yet? Are we still working that out? Oh, wait. Why did I even ask? It's Grand Inquisitor. It's Grand Inquisitor being played by the Grand Inquisitor. I didn't know the Grand Inquisitor was going to be here today, everyone. Oh boy. And we are working on figuring out exactly what everybody has because they're still setting up. So I'll get you the rest of the squads in a moment. Good morning, Jason. I wish I could say that it was morning because that would mean I would still be sleeping. I could use some sleep. I know you're gonna hear that from me a lot. It's all right, everybody. It's okay. I promise I will be fine. Yeah.
I gotta keep up my.
Oh. There seems to be something going on next to me. I don't know. So this is my first Adepticon, and so I'm learning all the ways that people are transporting things. I'm currently figuring out, I might have bought a couple of Star Wars prints on my lunch break, and now I'm looking at them, and they are bigger than my suitcase. So I clearly, what is it? My eyes were bigger than my stomach. That's okay. But I've got an entire cart next to me, where somebody's got their bag and their minis and all the stuff they need. They are very prepared for this event. It's great. And they are not the only one. They've got lots of goodies here. Lots of goodies. Okay, so looking at squads. So on the Team Wheaties, we've got, looks like Dooku Barris. Is that Barris? Dooku Barris, and it looks like B1. Oh, and Todd just walked in front of it. It's okay. Todd's probably trying to get this information to me as well. Let's see. We'll look at the other team. So, Team Lamb. Looks like we got Dooku, Kraken, Magna Guards. So we figured out that Kraken and Magna Guards. And Yeah, we're seeing a lot of Kraken here. I think just because people want that extra movement. So, and then on the other side, I don't know. Maybe Todd will get me the rest of the squats. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. He's looking at his phone.
I'm coming on with you.
Oh, no.
Want me to jump on that side?
No, Danny? Yeah, we can. Oh, okay. All right.
You mind if I jump?
Yeah, no. Okay, yeah. Hang on, everybody. Hold tight. Apparently we're changing things. Hold on.
Dan,
Ju-
Danny's husband, get
just-
my drinks.
Just kidding, everyone. So apparently Danny is coming on, and not Todd. And Todd is going to get me the rest of the squats, maybe.
I still get to be eyes.
Yeah.
I'm back, y'all.
She's a better Todd. The final form.
The final form. Oh, and we are fueled. We are ready.
I'm the
We're-
drink goblin.
The drink goblin. Did you see the actual goblins running around?
No.
There are goblins back there. A couple of. I think they might be actual children, or maybe they're actual goblins. I don't know. They were the right height. It's very
You
fascinating.
never know at Adepticon.
Yes, it is. So we're still working on getting squads. Todd kind of was standing in the way when I was trying to tell everyone what the squads were. So we've got Dooku, Barris, and Magna Guards on Team Wheaty's side, and then it looks like it is Grand Inquisitor Savage. Wow, Savage. That's fascinating. And I don't see. Oh, Fifth Brother. There, I was like, it has to be Fifth Brother, of course.
Has to be.
Has to be,
It's
right,
gotta
Danny?
be. What else? Who else would it be?
Right. I mean, you're playing Grand Inquisitor. You need to have his other Inquisitors because nobody expects the Grand Inquisition.
Exactly. And like, can you really call yourself the Grand Inquisitor if you don't have other Inquisitors?
Right.
Right?
Right. If you're the only Inquisitor, is that like when Anakin declares himself to be, the greatest Jedi General, and then says, "Oh yeah, and I killed that guy," but it's really just him?
Right. Yeah. You're like, you're the only one. Of course, you're the best. Silly goose.
Yeah. If you kill the rest of the Jedi Council, that does make you the de facto head of the
Right,
Jedi
yeah,
Council,
yeah,
right?
yep.
Okay.
It's like saying I'm the best CrossFitter in my house because nobody else does CrossFit. Oh my goodness.
I know. I'm going to be in trouble because my fiance is at home building and painting Ewoks. I used to be the second best Shatterpoint player in my house because my stepson is still like 10-1 against me.
Wow.
Like he just kicks my butt.
Yeah.
It's just over and over.
That's awesome.
And now she's going to come in and be like,
Like, okay.
So we haven't had any reveals yet. The major reveals should be on Sunday. Today's
Sunday at noon
Friday.
Central Time. I
Right?
know, right? Like,
Yeah.
what day is
What
it?
what day is it?
Yeah, AMG's big reveal of all of the things for all of the games will be Sunday 12 p.m. Central Time.
Yes.
And we're going to be like live streaming that. So
Yeah.
sit tight, baby.
You're the best. You've never won a game. I mean, I guess you've
You
never.
really are the best then.
Yeah. Winning by default is still winning. I like a technical win.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let's
incredible.
see. So, still working on setup over here. So I'm not gonna show you the board till we actually have something going on. Looks like we may have at least made it to starting deployment. We'll see.
We're starting on his Force Mastery side.
Okay, so Dooku is on Force Mastery, which is his Vader's on Gem. So, oh right, there's two Dooku. Wait, we're gonna have fun. There's two Dookus. So it's gonna be Dooku v Dooku. The Duke Meister is so great. He came here twice.
It's so dooky.
Right now he has Vader on Gemstone, and that Duke one with Hush. We'll see if they switch the deployment. That's what they
Wow. Okay. So obviously there are like benefits and drawbacks to each side of these characters, right?
Yes, exactly. So most often, although this isn't true of some of the melee-only characters, but generally one side is more of their ranged defensive side, and
Okay.
one is a more offensive side and melee.
Okay.
But it's a little bit unique to each
Yeah.
character because they've done a lot of flavor with this. So like the lightsaber forms are all represented on the Jedi and Sith,
Right. Very cool.
and some of the other characters, it's representative, like ones they're like tricky, cunning side,
Yeah.
and ones they're more direct, forceful
Okay.
side.
So it kind of depends on like both your play style and also what kind of predicament you might find yourself in, right? You'd want to be more defensive. Ooh, Dan loves the 5-0 first.
I have a sighting in the wild in round 3 with a 2-0 undefeated player has the 5-0 first coming with Vader. Well then.
All right.
That so Danny, I'm
Yeah.
just gonna keep filling your brain with
Yes,
this
please,
knowledge.
please, teach me.
So I mean, you know the 5-0 first,
Yes.
right? I mean,
Yes.
they're pretty iconic. I mean, they're even like a nationwide or maybe worldwide. I don't actually know, but they're like a non-profit. They'll go out and they'll do all these things because of the whole iconicness of the 5-0 first.
Yeah.
Well, in Shatterpoint, the 5-0 first came in the core set, and they've been a little lackluster, but
Okay.
I think we're might see them shine here
Okay.
at this table today.
Under the leadership of Darth Vader?
Yeah, right.
All right.
Right. We don't see this often. The most common pairing with Vader, which saw a lot yesterday, was the ARF troopers. So locate the asset
Okay.
is what we're doing. And
That's a
who
fun
is
little
player
map.
1? I did not get that.
All right.
Okay, so Team Lamb is first player, and they've just flipped over locate the asset. We are using shifting priorities today in this round.
Right on.
All right, and they flipped over Kraken. Okay, so let's get us on the game now. I think we'll start with... Yeah, we'll start here for now and see where we go. All right. So, Kraken, of course, can move another droid. So that's what's going to be happening first. Looks like we, of course, are moving a Magna Guard because that should be the only other option there is. Because we're seeing a lot more. I'm actually surprised, although maybe not. We are seeing more teams where they really are picking teams based on their personality and play style and things.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Todd's making sure that I'm paying attention.
Yes.
That's good. It's good. And of course, in the early turns of Shatterpoint, there's not a lot of combat. It's really
Right.
just you take cover, you advance, you use whatever movement abilities your character and units might have, and
it.
then you go on.
That's your uncle. I feel like that's pretty common in most like tabletop war games like that.
Let's see.
Who gave X-Wing a microphone?
Right.
So when I was on the MCP stream this morning, someone was like, "Is there an auction happening in the background?"
All right, so of course no scoring on the first turn, but now we're going over to Team Wheaties, and they have the Duke Meister. Yeah, Mr. Dookie himself. So generally, you don't like to see your primaries early on, and out of your order
Yeah,
deck. But
yep.
but Dooku is a bit of a special case. He is very defensive, and so putting him out usually just means, hey, this is my point now. You're
Yeah.
not doing that. Plus,
Like, I'm going to claim it. I'm going to defend it. I like that.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, plus there's a ton of movement that he brings, not just to himself, but to the rest of his team. So you usually will bring him out first. So you're happy to get you're happy to get the Duke Meister at all times, basically.
All right.
Yeah, I think a lot of players. There's what I like about Shatterpoint is that, well, I mean, the 501st are here. You can win with any unit in this game, but a lot of people are considering Count Dooku to be one of the top primaries just because of how versatile he is.
Okay.
Ooh, sorry about that glare, everybody. We will just tell you what's on the cards. It's okay. We got this. I'm like, where is Dooku's card? And I'm like, oh,
it's
that sheen of light there.
beautiful sheen.
Wow. Oh, well done. But again, there's probably not going to be a whole lot. Oh, so again, talking about units and things. So in Dooku's case, his range side is pretty cool because it represents his Force lightning. It's his mastery over the Force. So
Yeah.
I mean, he has a ranged attack on both sides, but because this one is more focused on that, it's called Force Mastery. So it's really cool. They found a lot of different ways to make even just the regular mechanics of the game flavorful.
Yeah.
So there is a ton of movement that's happening right now. So because Dooku is a Separatist primary, Savage also moves because he has an ability when you activate a Dathomirian or Separatist Alliance unit, specifically primary unit, he will also move along.
Like in response to that.
Mhm,
Okay.
Yeah. And then I do believe because Dooku also moves up a droid, so we're also going to see some action from the Magna Guards as well. Again, there's a lot of abilities. So once Dooku moves up, of course, because he dashes himself, he dashes one of the characters, and then wow, I'm seeing what's happening here because there's also quite a bit of movement on the Magna Guards, where I'm trying to find the exact wording so that I don't say it wrong way. Todd is the one who put together our book, and he did not do it correctly. He didn't. It's not correct.
I'm sorry, I don't have your OCD brain.
You
It's just the
you just
librarian
don't
brain.
have a librarian brain. Like it's just called alphabetical order, Todd. Just ABC. Did they teach you ABCs?
I did it kind of by their like Galactic Republic, Separatist.
Okay. All right.
There's
Well.
categories to it, just not alphabetical.
So he categorized, not alphabetized.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, it's good if you know the categories. I suppose. All right. Yes. So protection protocols is what's going into effect now. So what happens is after an allied Separatist Alliance primary unit makes a move action, then protection protocols will go off. You choose a character in the activating primary unit, and then they advance towards the chosen character. So the long movement.
Gotcha.
Here. So just going with Dooku, turn one, he was able to move potentially 1, 2, 3 up to 4.
Wow.
Yep. Move hunker from Dooku.
That's very cool. Like having that ability to take your activation with one character and advance a number of them. So that's very like mobile minded.
Yes. And since Shatterpoint is very much focused on getting your models on objectives, controlling those objectives, that's part of what makes Dooku just so good.
Yeah.
But I haven't actually seen Dooku played with Savage very often, and I did not think about just how much movement you get on on his first activation.
That's crazy.
Whew. It's exciting. All right, so now we have the opposing Magna Guards who are going. Now, I will say, by themselves, Magna Guards do not have a lot of movement. They do move better when Dooku goes first.
Okay.
So
It's a little bit more like dependent on getting Dooku out there quickly.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Not that you can't get him where you need him to be. I mean,
Right.
it's fine. It's just we're seeing. You really like to see your Magna Guards after Dooku.
Okay.
Move. Yep. Another move and take cover.
Yep, that
This
makes
is
sense.
this is pretty straightforward. It's all right. We'll get to the beat 'em up phase very quickly here. Very quickly.
When I was on last round with Todd, I let him know I really like the bloodshed. It's a thing that I'm very much a fan of.
Okay, we're gonna keep you away from the children in the hall.
The goblins.
Yes, that's right.
I joked with Tim that we had to get the like hockey type splash guard over at the MCP table because I was like, it's gonna be a bloodbath. It's like, oh god.
It's Shatterpoint time! Wow. Are we getting
Early
it?
again. Last round, it was very early as well.
Yeah, see, so it is always tricky because this is your wild card. This is when you get the opportunity to do whatever it is you need to do. So you don't necessarily like to see it early, but you do have to spend a force if you want to put it back in. So sometimes you just go with it anyway
Yeah.
because you're gonna need that force for other things, and I almost wonder, like, I think I know what I would do, but again, remember everybody, I'm not allowed to talk about that very much because they're right
They're right
they're
there.
right there,
They're right there.
and I talk loud. Even when I'm whispering, I talk loud.
It's a loud whisper. It's a passionate whisper.
Yes. Everybody thinks I'm a librarian, so they're like,
So you
"Well,
must
you're
be very
you're quiet." No.
No.
Children's librarian. I deal with the 0 to 5. I deal with the babies. You got to be loud
They
and
need
engage
that,
them. They're like, "What's happening?" Because everything is new.
Because
Everything
if you are
is
too
new.
soft-spoken with them, they will eat you alive.
Yes.
Savage? All right.
Okay, so wow, I am already fascinated by what I'm seeing here. All right, so looks like they are Shatterpointing Savage. So I have a feeling we are about to see our first combat because there's those Magna Guards are looking mighty tasty over there.
Yeah.
Mighty tasty.
It's interesting because last game, Todd was explaining to me about the early Shatterpoint reveal and how, it could be good, it could be bad, and he shared what he would have done. But from like a force conservation aspect, that also makes sense because there was a point last game where he was like, I don't know if they're gonna have, if they didn't save their force for when they needed it, they might be out. They might not be able to do this thing. So it really does seem like a gamble. And again, that goes with your playstyle too, I think.
Yes, if you're like me, I only have two versions of the game where I somehow make it to the end of my deck and I still have 3 or 4 force because I didn't have to mind trick anybody, or I get halfway through my deck and I'm out of force because everyone is trying to kill my poor Obi-Wan. And I'm like, please stop. Please stop.
Please stop.
Please stop. Oh, I can't stop you anymore. Okay,
Oh,
all right.
no.
Here we are. Yeah, yes. Here's the secret to beating me. Just keep attacking Obi-Wan because I don't want you to.
I love that.
I also might be lying. Mind trick's really good. Keep attacking my Obi-Wan.
Ooh. Actually, keep going.
Survive move, use the climb ability to get up and now attacking his back.
Wait, you mean attacking Kraken, right?
Defensive goal was 3 points.
Right. But Todd, the attacking Kraken, right? You said Magna Guards. Okay. All right. So Savage has climbed up onto that awesome-looking garage right there and is attacking Kraken. Those evil tactical droids. Ugh, still have nightmares about tackling them. All right, we got 2 successes here. All right, so looking at Savage, I mean, you're either doing damage or conditions. That's all Savage does.
Yeah.
He's separatists. Where are your separatists? There we go. Yeah, so it's either going to be 3 damage in an expose or 4 damage here. My guess is that it's going to be the top one, but we'll see. We'll see.
We got an F1 jump the SRTs.
Okay. So oh man, they're just going for death, murder. 5 damage total between the expertise and the 2 successes. What?
Another
It's
one.
Shatterpoint time.
Another one. Wow. All
Whew.
right. Well, let's see what they do.
They just wanted to hear the air horn. I get it. I understand.
The Aubrey horn. I like it.
Oh, if that's
I
how
like
I'm
it.
remembered, it's okay.
Our friend
It's
back
okay.
home is known for doing the brr, 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 brr. And I was like, Sarah's here? It's really funny.
I mean, I don't know if I can pull off a Sarah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean I can pull off an Aubrey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not the name. It's Let's see. Oh, I think they're discussing. See, that is the thing. So the Shatterpoint is probably the most intense decision that you could make, and now because this is a team event, the discussion is doubled.
Yeah, because your choice doesn't only affect you, it affects your teammates. So it really, I think, has to be like a combined decision.
Oh, we're going deep into the tank here. And I know you can't see this, dear viewers, but we've got some epic beards at the table.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
the beards.
Oh, it's Vader.
Vader, okay.
Daddy Vader's coming to play.
I like it. I like it a lot.
So chat, are you awake? Are you here? Is everybody? I know we don't have any spoilers for you. I mean, we do have some very cool. Let's see, what did Todd do with the super cool range tools?
Oh, the range tools?
Yeah. Okay.
perfect,
So we
yeah.
got Vader's Fury happening. So again, Vader's Fury adds 2 damage to the damage pool and gives him a full advance, which
Wow.
is crazy. Vader.
These characters are so mobile.
Yes.
That's crazy. But again, like you said, when the objective is to get on the points and keep them, you got to get there.
Yes. Yep, so spending a force for Vader's Fury, that pretty much always happens with Vader because you're almost always wanting to double move and attack. That's what Vader does. Unless you get into the late game and when he's up in everybody's business, okay, maybe you don't need to.
Yeah.
I know, Jason. No spoilers. All right, so we're flipping over to the Dark Rage side. So this is the fighty kill side. Well, okay. To be honest, with Vader, both sides are the fighty kill side.
But this one's less at a distance and more in close range.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah, one side. So his Gemso side is what you want to do his ranged attack, but frankly, both sides do so much damage.
Yes.
It's Darth Vader. They wanted Vader to be good.
All he does is kill.
Vader's Fury also did hit you makes you stronger. Adding the 4 dice.
Yep. So he's adding the extra dice from your hatred makes you powerful. Because why wouldn't you?
Yes.
Why wouldn't you? It's Vader.
Yeah.
He has 12 stamina. He can take a little bit of damage, take 2 damage, add 3 dice. That ability is insane because he gives it to every melee attack, not just himself. When an allied character makes a melee attack, you can use that.
Work race from because of his expertise, all 4 will go
Wow. Wow. Okay, so we've
And
got
that costs. He's going to
4
take
successes.
He's going to take 2
Yep,
damage.
he takes 2 damage, but that's
everybody adds 3 dice.
Oh no! So
But, like,
you,
for melee.
you pick yes.
Okay,
you-
I see, I
so
see.
each time you decide, do I want to add Vader dice? So then the unit that is activating will take the 2 damage, and then
Yes.
you add 3 dice.
That's incredible, though.
Yeah.
Like, that's very generous. Oh man, that's cool. That's really, really cool.
Well, the fact that it punches up. So when we first learned the ability.
It is 9 damage with Savage as a protection. It goes down to 8 and gives him a strength.
Okay, so we're looking at a total of 9 damage reduced by 1 from Savage's protection because
Okay.
he just has that as one of his innate abilities, and then a strain. But that strain is going to be pretty tricky because now with the amount of damage that Savage has, he has to remove that strain, because if he does anything else, that's gonna wound
Okay.
him. He only
Okay.
has two stamina left.
Okay.
Oh, and then of course Savage's card got pulled. So I don't know if we're gonna see a reserve here, but
yeah.
but on the other hand, Savage has an excellent ability called what is it? Overpowering Monster or something. Anyway, he likes fighting primaries. Is the point, because he gets extra dice when he's fighting primaries. So we might see him just heal and attack. Team
Thanks, Thunder Chicken.
Wow. All right. Reserving Savage. That is also an option.
Yeah.
Yes, he gets 2 extra dice to his attack roll when he's attacking a primary character. So. Yeah, see, Jason, that's what I thought too, but apparently that's not going to be the play. Maybe we're looking to get you can. So a cool thing about the recover action in this game is that it's not just healing yourself. You can heal any allied character within range 2 of the character. Okay. So it's possible they're planning on just using somebody else to heal Savage later.
Okay.
Because the one weakness of Savage is he does not have any displacement. His displacement is murdering you. Yeah. He wounds. His only goal is to do wounds.
Yeah.
So I can understand maybe not just trying to tee up into Vader right away. It might be better to either let them try and deal with Savage themselves, or just waiting until later on to do all of that. Who is this James?
I don't know James.
I mean, I just see a Thunder Chicken.
5 damage exposed.
Okay, so we got.
Not do anything because it
So we got.
Inquisitorial mandate, he would flip the coin.
Yeah, so we've got a Fifth Brother activation here instead of Savage, and he went up and did 5 damage. And hey, Todd, what were the conditions again?
Expose. I heard expose.
Jeez, Vader. Hey, Todd, what were the conditions on that last attack? 5 damage, expose, and just expose. Okay. So it was 5 damage and an expose into strain and a strain. That's what I didn't hear.
Okay.
So expose and strain into the Magna Guards, which does mean that the point got flipped, not because of the combat, but because of Inquisitorial mandate on the Fifth Brother. So because he's a supporting units are generally 2 models, but they've been giving us a few single model units, and they usually have some effect that lets them punch up in terms of contesting objectives. So Inquisitorial mandate means that as long as there's a tie, he's going to win the tie.
Gotcha.
Regular attack, he didn't take it.
All right, so Vader is just doing a regular attack, which makes sense. Now that I think about it more, oof, did you say 4 crits? Wow, 4 crits on this, so he's gonna go 4 down. I will say I do like this play on the side of Wheaties, because now that I've thought about it a little bit more, forcing them to use an activation to deal with Savage is probably better than healing Savage and then trying to attack, because the odds of Savage wounding Vader in particular is not good.
Yeah.
Not great. Because generally speaking in this game, and I'm not the one who's done this math, smarter people than me did this math, but on average, you can expect 2 to 3 successes when you're not including stuff like Vader dice or bonus. Basically, ignore bonus dice, all things being equal, an average of 2 to 3 successes.
Okay.
Uh-oh, don't know anything about this. Could you point out? well, they're using Todd's dice, and Todd's dice is notorious for having horrific failures.
They're pretty bad.
And so I tried to fix them. I tried to break the curse. It's not happening. So you will see a flubbed roll here sooner or later. Trust me. So presumably there was a wound. There was a lot of discussion going on here, trying to figure out. Oh, I believe. Okay, so we're a little behind. They're sorting all this out, but I believe what happened is they've moved on to Count Dooku's identity ability. Because he, let's see, brave but foolish. Once per turn, when an allied primary or allied secondary unit is wounded by an enemy effect, after the effect is resolved, refresh 2 force, then choose an allied separatist supporting unit. One character in the chosen unit may dash or make a 5 dice attack. So, even though we're a little behind, it looks like Savage did get wounded, and now that's what's happening here. So.
Okay. Gotcha.
It looks like the Magnagars just got moved up. That's right, Professor. Let's go. Ooh, it must be round 3. That "let's go" felt a little tired. Let me try again. Let's go. There we go. There we go.
There we are.
All right.
Better.
For those of you just joining us, we are in round 3 of day 2 at Adepticon here. This is our team premiere event. We are having lots of fun seeing twice as many players making decisions and rolling dice.
Out of reserve, and the plan is that they have discussed is to go and just full on attack Vader to try and take the struggle, because if they kill Vader, they'll win the struggle.
Wow. Okay. So we're
bold.
So we are on a pretty key turn here. So I must have missed something in there. It looks like Savage was actually in reserve earlier. I thought.
Yeah, remember they pulled the Savage and then they chose
right.
reserve,
It was
right.
because of the Shatterpoint. My bad.
Yep.
I was just here and I saw all of this and I already forgot.
I know.
Anyway.
You're doing this to make me feel smarter, and I appreciate that. I know this game now. I had 2 great teachers.
Anyway, so Savage is coming out of reserve, and this is a key attack here, everyone, because right now we are going to see if this attack is successful. I'm gonna switch to an overhead view, because right now, if this attack succeeds, that will win the struggle for Team Wheaties.
Right.
So this is a pretty big roll, everybody. We gotta do the drum roll.
Very bold.
Now,
how challenging is it to take out Vader in like one attack like this?
Oh no, it's very difficult, because Darth Vader has the highest stamina. I'm never gonna get those right. Sorry, everybody. The highest. He has the highest stamina in the game at 12. Most primaries come in at either 10 or 11, and some primaries even have only 9.
Oh, okay.
So and then again, on average, your successes, most attacks, 2 to 3 successes. Even on like the best units, you're only looking at 5 or 6 damage from a single attack.
Yeah.
So I mean, if you get really lucky and spike your dice, there you can maybe get up to like 10 or 11 damage, and there's a couple units out there that can punch a little higher, but actually the best way to deal with Vader is another Vader. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, because Vader hits hard. And another character that's really good at this is Maul. Maul can do a ton of damage. Yeah.
That's what Todd was telling me last round.
Oh my, Thunder Chicken! I hope that's not. Hope that's not the case. Wow. Okay, yes. All right. So, looks like only one damage is going to go through because of protection, because there was only, unfortunately, not very many successes on this one, just a couple of successes, and then that's going to trigger Vader's ability. So, oh no, because Vader has riposte. Isn't that what it's called? Riposte. I believe that's correct. I'm going to teach Todd the alphabet someday. Yeah, riposte. So there was a failure, so the attacking unit is going to suffer 2 damage back. So that attack did not go the way that we would have wanted it to, but that's okay. That's okay.
I mean, props to them for making such bold strokes, but
yeah. That's the problem, is that the reason we talk so much about diceless displacement in this game is that it's better just being able to say I'm spending some force and now this point is mine.
Yeah. Yep.
So I actually am kind of a Savage fanboy. I really like the Dathomirian clan that they've given us so far, but he is kind of a one-trick pony. He pretty much just does damage in conditions, damage in conditions, damage in conditions, and if his damage doesn't happen, he doesn't really have anything else.
Yeah.
Oh, it's everybody's favorite Obi Kenobi, right? That's got to be everybody's favorite, right, chat? Right. Yeah. Vader outgiven more than he's getting. Yeah, that's right. That is absolutely correct. All right, so Obi-Wan, of course, starts with his run ability, but Obi-Wan is always very confused. He runs toward the fight instead of away from the fight, like in the show.
As he would.
Yeah. Although my Obi-Wan tends to like to hang out in some far distant corner of the map and not help anyone. He's just sipping his tea.
Yeah.
I mean, Plo Koon and other characters might have had something to do with that, with their force push, but I'm hoping that our Team Lamb's Obi-Wan will actually be effective in this game. Yeah, so he starts with his run ability, which lets you recover and reposition either an engaged character or Obi-Wan himself. And we're going to find, where did Todd put Obi-Wan? Because you know what Obi-Wan doesn't have? The Galactic Republic tag. And you know who does have the Galactic Republic tag? Vader.
Do you want General Kenobi?
No, but it's the other.
Just the other.
Where did you put Obi-Wan out of hiding, my dude? I love you, man, but...
Okay, he's not in this half.
I know the alphabet. Okay, there we go. It's all right, chat. I will teach Todd the alphabet. It's great. My favorite is the one from Moulin Rouge too, Izzy. Isn't that great? Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So I got a little distracted looking for my book. Looks like Obi-Wan is doing his favorite thing, which is, I disparage him for this, but the best thing you can do with Obi-Wan is put him on a point by himself.
Okay.
Because the way Mind Trick reads, just since we're doing a teaching lesson here.
Yes.
So Mind Trick reads, when an allied character within range 3 is targeted by an attack, this unit may use this ability. The attack ends. If it is the attacker's activation, it may make another attack targeting a different character. If it does, remove 2 dice from the attack roll.
Oh.
So notably, if there is no one else in range of the attack, you don't get another attack.
Okay.
It's just over.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, is it Lambi? I don't know if that helped me, Thunder Chicken. How do we pronounce it? Lambi? Lambi? Okay. Well, I'm sorry if I've been mispronouncing it, everybody. Lambi. I learned most words from reading books.
Right.
So
yeah, the pronunciation's not there.
Yeah. I just the pronunciation's made up and the points don't matter.
Yes.
But all right, Lambi. All right. So Barris came up on Team Wheaties, and it looks like she has attacked into. I'm trying to see. Yeah, Todd will tell us.
Lamb.
Lamb.
Okay. Lamb.
Thank you, Thunder Chicken. I do appreciate it. I have the kind of name where people can't spell it, people can't pronounce it,
Okay.
they can't figure out my gender.
Is it a different spelling?
No, it's Aubrey, but people, trust me, they don't know how to spell. I've gotten Obre. Like I've gotten all kinds of strange
So
spellings.
weird.
Yeah. Wait, sparkles? I don't know. Thunder
Lambe.
Chicken. Am I allowed to call them sparkles? That sounds kind of personal. Anyway, back to the action. Back to the action. Wait, like Hemi? Oh, Hermione?
Hermie 1.
Like Hermie? What? Wait, Izzy? It's been a long day already, Izzy.
Yeah, right.
You can't confuse me like this. I'm not Todd. I'm not gonna just pick up what you're putting down.
Yeah.
I need more context.
The thing about con life is that you don't sleep.
Oh.
You know?
Yeah.
You're up late, you're up early.
It's all right. I'm already trying to figure out how to get home the prints I just bought because they're a lot bigger than I was expecting when I brought them upstairs.
Oh, boy.
I'm like, these are as big as my suitcase open.
Shoot.
We'll see. I'll just cradle them on the plane ride.
Yeah, right? Like, this is my carry-on.
This is my baby.
This is my personal item.
Guys attacking the Magna.
Okay, so Barris is going to do a 6 dice attack into Magna Guard. So Barris and...
5 expertise.
Whoa! Wow! Okay. So, I was just about to say that generally speaking, Barris does not hit for a lot of damage, but in this case, I think that's just what
That made
happened.
a liar of you.
Yeah.
Shots to 1 in. 3 crits are going through with Barris.
Wow.
Yeah, so 3 crits are going through. So they rolled a ton of expertise on this attack, and so they're getting a bunch of crits. And whew, all right, so we're looking at either a bunch of shoves or a reposition and an expose. It's just gonna. So Varys' combat tree actually is very good. The problem is that she has this ability called. Where is it? Faithful Padawan. So when she's with a Jedi primary unit, she can add dice, but the problem is, and both to the allied primary unit and herself, but the problem is they statted her based on that ability happening a lot more,
Okay.
and when she doesn't have that ability, she's only rolling 6 dice.
Right,
So,
okay.
yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah. It does not look like they got enough successes to use force push, but you know, always pay the full price.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because what you really want to do is see Bears go all the way down her tree so she can get a free activation on force push. But I mean, I guess technically you could also do force speed, but let's be real.
Yeah.
Force push is one of the best abilities in the game. You want that one, but you got to pay for it. You got to pay for it.
Right.
Which it looks like.
That's 4 damage shove. Explode and shove.
Wait, 4? Oh, is it the reposition? It's got it. If it's 4 damage, it must be the reposition. So 4 damage, reposition shove. It looks like either expose or another shove. Where looks like Todd's still figuring that out. That's okay. And then yes, after the combat, looks like a force push did happen on Vader to flip control of that middle objective. So Todd, what was the final result of the combat? You still figuring that out?
He doesn't have to do it, so I don't know.
Okay, well, it's at least 4 damage. There seems to be some confusion as to exactly what happened, but that's all right. The important thing is control of the objective did change over to Team Wheaties.
On their side, 'cause they passed her.
Okay. So, Dooku is activating on Team Lambie, right? Did I get it?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
Lambie. There we go. All right. See, by the end of all of this, we will have corrupted Danny, and Danny will be off in the many vendor spots buying every last box of Shatterpoint
All
and
the
bringing,
Shatterpoint.
bringing them home.
Whatever will fit in the carry-on.
Yeah, I've already made that mistake. It's fine. It's fine. So, of course, there's a lot that goes on at the start of a Duke Meister activation. So, it looks like the Duke Meister is moving up. I'm not sure who he moved with him. I'm trying to remember if there's a... Sometimes with some of these movement abilities, there's a range restriction, and sometimes they're global. And so I can never remember who is who. Yes, okay, so yeah, another allied Separatist Alliance character within 3. So it's possible there just was no one with... It looks like the Magna Guards were too far forward. Like I was saying, you really want to go with the Duke Meister before the Magna Guards,
Right.
but you do not have control of your order deck. You got to do what you got to do.
Yep.
So, Jason, if you go on the Longshanks event page, you can see all of at least the different primaries. So you'd be able to tell there. Let me... Whoa! Wow! I mean, Count Dooku, he does punch up. His trees have a ton of criticals.
Yeah.
So on either side, because I'm not sure if he's still on Force Mastery or if they switched over to Makashi, but either way, he has crits for days on his expertise. So let's see. Let me see, Jason, if I can find the Longshanks and drop it in. I mean, I have it, but it's been a minute. Oh, rules. The rule book got grabbed by the Todd.
And it's back down.
And never mind, it's back down. Okay. Looking for the Longshanks. Okay, so today's event, I will put it in the chat for you. I don't know why I'd started doing this voice.
Ooh. Spooky.
Oh, I feel you, Jason. I'm on well, I mean, I think it's all gone now. Now I'm running on happy thoughts, but but yeah, I'm on 2 energy drinks and a coffee is what got me through the first couple rounds. That was
It's crazy.
all right. Okay, now we've got the other Magna Guards activating here. Okay. Which, as you recall, they were moved up earlier by the opposing Duke Meister. This is going to be a lot of fun. I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of Dooku in these later rounds, just because if you're looking, if you're looking to get into this and you just want to win, you just buy Dooku and you buy General Grievous. You got the whole Separatist Alliance there.
Beautiful.
Go nuts.
Beautiful.
Go nuts. So let's see, how long is the round? So we started, we always start a little bit late because we've got to get the players over here, but we are roughly 55 minutes in a 2-hour round. Yeah. Izzy, can I ask for a game recap? Do you think I know what's happened? I tell all of you so I don't have to remember.
There was an attempt on Vader's life.
Yes, but
it did not work out.
it only cost him an arm and a leg. Daddy Vader's on the table, so I get to make punnies.
I love it.
Let's see. So some recent stuff. There was a moment where Savage, if Savage had successfully attacked Vader, it would have flipped this struggle immediately on the spot. But that is not what took place. So that was probably the most exciting thing. Yeah. Oh, all right. Here we go. Here we go.
I know Dan was very excited when the 501st came out.
The 501st. I mean, they are iconic. It is
Right.
awesome. And you know what? You can win with any unit in this game. I believe that. It's just some require a bit more effort than others. So we're going to see what happens with the 501st here.
And I feel like that's kind of the thing with like any tabletop game where like, especially when you have something so entrenched in lore like Shatterpoint, that, you know, he was excited purely for the fluff in the background and stuff like that. And it was difficult when it was like, oh, all right.
Yeah.
Not so much.
So, I mean, just to talk a little bit about Galactic Republic here. So the problem is that Galactic Republic, they decided to make really revolve around the hunker token mechanic. Even General Kenobi, which we haven't seen on any of our games, but he has an ability that actually makes the hunker tokens stickier. They don't go away during melee.
Okay.
So you're switching sides if team Lambie didn't bring him. well, I hate to say you don't get to switch sides. Yeah, no, they are.
Yep.
So Lambie is playing Dooku and Vader 1. That's Darth Vader Jedi Hunter, and Wheaties is playing the Duke Meister as well, but alongside Grand Inquisitor. So that's who we've got on as for primaries. But then let's see, where was I? Oh, so the hunker tokens. The thing is that if you don't have Obi-Wan, the hunker tokens fall off when you get into melee.
Okay.
And the problem with that is, especially in the later turns, as you're getting deeper into the round, you get into melee a lot.
Right, yeah.
So it's one of those things, like, for example, almost all of the clone troopers have Brother in Arms, which is, while they have one or more hunker tokens, they gain Steadfast, which means the first push in combat just does not happen.
Oh, okay.
So they're really, so they are good, but
But hanging on to those hunker tokens is difficult.
yeah, it's
Okay.
pretty key.
Okay.
You pretty much need them to always have a hunker, and that can't always be the case.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and the other thing is they're kind of statted. They have less stamina. Stamina? Yeah. No. Durability. I get them. I'll figure it out someday, everyone. Whatever. They also have lower stats because it's presumed that they're always going to have hunkers.
Right.
But again, you don't always have them.
Okay.
Yeah. Jason, you are making a good point. I am so excited about playing Bad Batch with General Kenobi. That's going to be probably one of the first things I do once that box comes out. I've been trying from the beginning to make the Galactic Republic work, but this is my first tabletop game. You can win with them, but it requires a lot of attention to detail, a lot of careful decision making, and I'm not there. I'm not there.
Yep.
So I switched to the dark side because it's easier. Anger, hate, aggression.
Whatever's easiest. That's what I'm about.
Yeah. Plus,
Oh my gosh.
Darth Maul is quite the drug. It's a lot of fun to play with Darth Maul, who is in the core set.
Yeah.
And I think Maul is one of the better primaries. If you learn to manage his hand me the rule book. I need to fix this. Is it durability or stamina? Somebody tell me in chat.
This man is a stickler for his vocabulary.
Mm-hmm. Well, the problem is they seem very. All right. So reminder, everyone. Durability is the number of injury tokens a unit can have before being defeated. Stamina is the number of damage tokens a unit can have before being wounded. So it's stamina is your health. Stamina.
Phew.
Anyway, why go Republic when you can go
Mando?
Hey,
I love it.
that Beskar armor is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Pretty awesome. Yeah. Okay. All right. So got a little distracted talking about state of the game and things. It looks like we did not have an attack from the 501st. They just moved up, which that is a common play, particularly with the clone troopers. Like I said, they're a little squishy, especially if you are running them with Vader, because Vader is very killy, and so they just moved up and did not get into the middle of the fray. And now we have a Grand Inquisitor playing Grand Inquisitor. Because that's what I was told. I was told I can only refer to Ross's teammate as either Godliness or Grand Inquisitor. His name is unknown otherwise, and definitely not written on my notebook right here. But that's what I was told. That's what I was told. Oh man, we are leaning in. We are leaning in deep here. You're getting up close and personal with the Grand Inquisitor. Trying to see what happened there. So, in case you're wondering, my eyes in the sky wandered off for a minute. So that's why I'm trying to do a little bit more guesswork here, because Todd's doing the other work. There's a lot going on here.
He's talking to like an official person with a red flag on their badge. Oh, he's coming back.
Yep, there we go.
Don't worry, it's all good. Don't panic.
They didn't wave a red flag.
Yeah. He's just got the red flag.
Yeah. So chat, are we excited about Din Djarin? What? I don't know. Yeah. So hopefully. I do apologize, everyone. I should be updating you on the struggle tracker, but I'm having too much fun talking about everything else.
Yeah.
So, notably, on Team Lambie's side, the struggle tracker is full, and they're just moving back and forth on Wheaty's side of the struggle tracker because there has not been a... Correct me if I'm wrong, they already fixed it in chat. It was all good. Yeah.
That's okay. No one should ever apologize for correcting people on the pronunciation of their name.
I want to pronounce your name correctly.
Yeah. Yep.
My name's just as difficult for people. I feel you, man. Anyway. Oh, man, I got somebody's spouse coming after me, chat.
Watch out.
Uh-oh.
Wives are crazy. I should know I am one.
Oh, boy.
Although no one ever gets Dan's name wrong.
I don't know. My fiance and I like to joke that I'm the wife in our relationship.
Okay.
So,
I like that.
Anyway, Beef Dragon, you have returned. Dun, 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 dun. And Curtis, you're right.
Didn't you think you said that you thought Dan and I were the same person? You didn't realize there were two of us?
Yeah, I was having fun. So, this is my first time, interacting with everybody from Professional Casual Network. This is my first con, Adepticon at least, and my first time streaming. And so when they... Okay, so we've got 2 damage from Grand Inquisitor into the Magna Guard, so not a too effective attack. Yeah, I know, right, Izzy? That struggle tracker is pretty insane. But anyway, so they were explaining to me about Dan and Danny, and I was getting confused because I thought they were just talking about the same person. Yep. And eventually I was like, wait
a second.
Okay, so we finally got through struggle 1.
Okay.
So we are on shifting priorities. So we are going to be going to struggle 2, and we're going to need a new exit. So of course it is oriented on Team Lambie because they were first player, but now they've got to make a selection as to what spots they're going to use, which it looks like. Well, they're flipping objectives down. Maybe they're still deciding. And of course, we're at the end of the order deck, so they're shuffling, refreshing force. Hey, which one? Oh, okay. So it is the bot. My bad. Well, I'm looking and. Oh, it's because they put up. Because shouldn't. Okay. Got it. All right. So what we've got is looking at the board. So the two objectives on the left side of your view. So the top and bottom objectives are going to be on, and then it is the middle objective on the right side of the field that is going to be active. And so we're still doing the shuffling, and it looks like you didn't even tell me, Todd. It's Shatterpoint time.
Shatterpoint.
Well, yeah, because somebody just handed me the card and expected me to figure it out. All right.
All right.
Daddy Vader is
Well.
Shatterpointing. Oh, boy. I'm sensing murder, death in someone's future very,
Coming
very
out
soon.
hot.
All right, so I think we're gonna switch views here. Try and get try and get a slightly better view. So Vader's currently kind of towards the bottom left of the map, just a little bit tucked underneath that gantry there. So fortunately, man, that angle, you can't see him that well even from here. You can see his base. He's right underneath that terrain piece there. Oh well. We're trying, chat. We're trying.
Oh wow.
That looks like a Vader roll. A lot of dice.
Amazing block defensive roll there by the Adepticon.
Wow. All right. So we had a great defensive roll, and wow. Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. So was that just a completely nullified attack because of the expertise?
The Vader just does 3 crits going through it.
Okay. So 3. Oh, it wasn't Grand Inquisitor. It was Fifth Brother he was attacking. Oh, my bad. Okay.
So you didn't have Vader's Fury, so 2 damage from that, so 7.
So it's going to be 7 total damage into Fifth Brother.
His brother is still up with 2.
Wow, Fifth Brother is still up, everybody.
Wow.
And a strain. Okay, all right. Whew, that was honestly, that could have been worse for Fifth Brother, actually.
For sure.
Okay. So let's see where the priority objective is moving to. Okay, so it is on the shield. So the one that's should already be controlled by Team Wheaties, so they're going to be happy about that.
It's a pretty good advantage right there.
Oh, okay. So Savage went into reserve, and all the Shatterpoints. It's Shatterpoint time. What's going on with these decks? They want to
crazy.
They want to just do them back to back to back to back.
Yep.
Okay.
They're like, let's just get this done.
Hey, I mean, I did have a game where Plo Koon, my opponent's Plo Koon. I was playing against Sam. She's one of the local players, and she activated Plo Koon 5 times in the course of one game. Like just because every time her first or second card was Shatterpoint on every time she refreshed her deck, rip Shatterpoint, refresh, rip Shatterpoint, and just Plo Koon. My Obi-Wan literally went into a corner from a number of pushes and
oh my gosh,
things. He was just gone.
I'm out of here.
All right, so a lot of discussion trying to figure out who is going to get Shatterpointed here. Looking at abilities, it's double the decision making, double the fun. Trying to see here.
Oh,
What?
my autograph is needed.
Oh.
I have to sign these factory sealed VHS tapes.
Very important. Very important.
If you want a copy of Rush Hour 2, signed by the PCN crew, or Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, or Austin Powers Gold member, all factory sealed VHS tapes. All you have to do is buy merch here at Adepticon, and you get it free.
That's amazing. That's amazing. All right, so some discussion going on here about the 5-0. About the 501st positioning. I'm not sure what's going on there. Yes, right. Abby, somebody is running the 501st. And remember, these are both of these teams are 2-0, currently undefeated.
I'm a Russian. Oh, give me that one after you sign it for art.
Right. This is amazing. Of all of the units that I was expecting,
They're going back.
the 501st was not one of them. And unless somebody was doing some cheeky, premiere lists with all Republic. And even then, we almost have enough options where you don't have to run the 501st unless you want to,
Yeah.
which somebody does. People are getting excited all around us. Everybody, we're at one end of the hall, but there's still a lot going on.
So much. And it's like you can feel so isolated in here and not even realize that there are like 4 other halls that are just full of tabletop gaming.
Oh,
It's
yes.
crazy.
Yes, absolutely. There's so much going on. I don't even know how much is going on.
Yeah.
It's just
To the
too
point
much.
where they had to overflow to another hotel for the Armada stuff.
Right.
Which is crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. The poor Armada players got shoved into a completely different
Yeah.
location.
Like, all right, you go over there.
It's all right. It's all right.
They love each other. It's fine.
Right. See, seen in the wild right here, and it's working.
Yeah.
I mean, clearly. Remember, we are in a premier tournament. It's just have modified team rules. So, I mean, you do have to play with all 4 of your squads throughout the tournament. So some people treat it as you have 2 teams and you have 2 teams. Some people like to have one team they run every single round, and then they run it with each of their other squads that they brought with them. So you're going to see a little more variety just because of the additional requirement of, I believe the rule is called "You cannot escape your destiny." It's a tournament rule.
Okay.
So yeah, you can't just beat on people with Vader all day long.
Yeah.
You got to at least bring. Well, I mean, you can if you run him with every single other squad you've got, I guess. So maybe I shouldn't say that. But you have to run them with different units throughout the day. So.
Adds a little bit of like diversity to stuff. I like that.
501st is why I haven't run Plo Annie before. Well, hey, but I mean, if you get the mace box, you do get those ARF troopers. Usually you see the ARF troopers almost exclusively with you. All right. Okay, so it looks like we finally got our Shatterpoint activation. It's going to be Dooku moving. As we've discussed already, the Magna Guards get to trail along. They just follow their little friend, the Duke Meister.
Duke Meister.
Yeah. Yeah, just looking and seeing, trying to figure out what's
Looks like we're sliding into the 501st.
into the 501st. All right. So we are going to get some Force Lightning on some clone troopers. Those poor troopers, I don't think they're going to be too happy about this.
Probably not. It's going to be shocking.
Oh. It's just because Daddy Vader's on the field.
That's right.
That's the only reason why we're being so punny.
I have that full license for the puns.
A license to pun. All right. So we got our offensive roll, defense. Oh.
Blocks everything, but there's 1 damage from the expertise charge that we go through.
Okay, so everything was blocked, but we did get a damage from the expertise chart, so there's just 1 whole damage. Man, those clones must have better armor than I thought.
Yeah.
What is this? So now we have flipped over on the other side, Dooku. Yeah, I hope y'all like the Duke Meister because we are getting on the Dookie train. Okay, we're just gonna pretend I didn't say that. You are getting stream of consciousness at this point, so apologies in advance. All right, so it looks like they rolled the failure, so that is going to be the bottom left objective on your screen. So we're probably going to see an attack and then a movement, but yeah, so their Dooku is currently in front of the middle left objective, and oh, maybe not, going the other way. Okay. All right, so looks like the Duke Meister is going to go and get on that top left objective. I am also intrigued to see an absence of Jango here. Now, it's possible that Jango Fett is just in one of their other lists, because again, you got to run different squads each round. But not as much diceless displacement in either of these lists. You're welcome, Izzy. I'm here to provide the most professional of casual content.
That's what we're here for. Boop, boop. Gives a whole new meaning to toot toot.
Oh no. I did a thing. It's all right.
It's okay.
Yeah, hopefully this is not how I'm remembered. What was the other thing I was going to be remembered by? I don't even know now.
Yeah.
See, I don't even remember it. So
Because this has now taken up that space in your brain.
Yeah. There's only so much bandwidth up there.
Yep.
And I did not pay for the extra.
After the expertise, both crits will get reduced to failures, and he gets 1 block, so only 2 strikes left and go.
Wow. Yep. Okay, so we're seeing expertise charts turning crits to failures here, and with all of the blocks and everything, there's only going to be 2 successes, right? Yeah. Just checking. Yeah, so it looks like it did end up just being the 3 damage. And now we've got Barris up. Oh. That's going to be an interesting one. Again, Barris sometimes hampered by her need to use so much force, but because again, she does have force speed, which is very strong. You see a lot more often you spend a force and you get a dash, but nah, Barris gets the full advance.
Full going.
Yeah, so she can generally do a double move, advance, although there's a lot of enemy territory to cover there.
Yeah.
Looks like Barris is going to be going into the Magna Guards, what it looks like. Hey, Todd. Todd can't hear me. He's too focused. He's deep in. Ow. Okay, so 2 crits. And she's attacking Magna Guards, right? She's attacking Magna Guards? Yeah.
Okay.
Just getting confirmation. Attacking Magna Guards.
Did you roll dice?
They're too excited in this corner.
MCP people here are crazy.
They are rowdy.
Crazy.
Don't they know we are trying to play a serious game of Shatterpoint over here?
Very serious. They're too much on the casual side of the professional casual.
Oh, they're the most casual of professionals?
That's true.
Yeah, that was definitely a good block there, Izzy. And the fun that is getting the gantry back on the terrain.
What a pain.
Remember, this is getting to the end of round 3 here. In fact, we should be. Yes, Todd's dice are warming up. I was just realized I should probably keep an eye on the time here. See what's going on. Because that was a pretty long struggle one. Although shifting priorities, that's kind of the little bit of the difference between it and Sabotage Showdown. It tends to lead to a very long struggle one. Especially if both players are playing well and positioning well.
Yeah.
It can be hard to break the parity. That's what we saw a lot of in struggle 1. So struggle 2 and 3 tend to go a much faster.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like we are roughly about 15 minutes away from mission critical here, everyone, which I have a feeling that might happen because despite Vader trying to provide as much dice as possible, you do have to be careful. You don't have to use his ability, and that damage can add up over the course of the game.
For sure, yeah. I feel like it would be really challenging to toe the line with that and not really shoot yourself in the foot, so to speak.
Yeah, or saber yourself in the foot.
Saber yourself in the foot.
Yep.
Which everyone thinks that lightsabers are all well and good, but if half the people who wanted a lightsaber got a lightsaber, we would have so many amputees. That's great, and I would be one of them for sure.
Yes.
Yep.
So I do Korean sword fighting, and I know, fancy, right?
That's so cool.
And one of the things that they have to teach you over and over and over is how to sheath your sword. That's all.
Yep.
Just sheath your sword.
Yep.
Because the most likely outcome for an inexperienced person is that you will stab yourself while sheathing your weapon. Or even just in between your thumb, and your pointer finger, you might just nick yourself, which okay, not the end of the world, but
It's a diddly dang sword,
right?
Woo.
Yeah. So they, in fact, getting your first dan in a black belt. So with black belts, you go first, second, third, and so on.
Yeah.
So that's when my teacher says, okay, now we know that you at least know how to not hurt yourself. Oh, all right. So Obi Kenobi went into reserve, and Kraken is going to tee up instead.
Oh, okay.
All of Star Trek. Hey, you know what? When I was a kid, I thought, because I was taught less than nice things about fandoms, that because I liked Star Wars, I wasn't allowed to like Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
That's not allowed.
Yep.
Vader is better than Captain Kirk.
Yes.
But then, there were only so many Star Wars movies that you could watch before the prequels came out. There's only 3 of them, and you could only watch them
so many times.
So many times.
Yes.
Right, Danny? So then there was this show on TV, and at this point it was reruns, but Next Generation. And have you seen Patrick Stewart?
I love The Next Generation. I love it.
Oh,
Yes.
it's so good.
So good.
And then it turned out, apparently, you can like both
Things.
both things.
Yes.
I can like more than one thing.
Yeah.
I'm amazed. All right, so Kraken is, of course, doing some of his movement shenanigans, and looks like some decisions are getting made here. Uh-oh, everybody, look busy. The big judge is here.
He's here.
Don't
He's got the pin. He's got 2 lanyards.
don't say anything about Star Trek.
None.
We were just talking about Star Wars the whole time.
Star Wars.
Definitely don't bring up which ship would win the Millennium Falcon or the USS Enterprise. I mean, one's a capital class starship and the other is your dude's van. But,
it's fine.
the Falcon will definitely win,
Yeah.
right?
But your dude is really good at driving that van, so.
That's funny. All right. So here is a fun thing that newer players don't always realize. So the way the movement rules work, as long as you stay on the same elevation at the end of the move, that is a legal move.
Oh, cool.
So
Okay.
you can essentially, and I'm not sure how a tactical droid is doing this, but you can quote unquote jump, not the jump ability. Everybody, calm down. You can move across empty space as long as you stay on the same elevation. So that's what Kraken just did.
That's very cool.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I didn't understand that at first. I was like, well, don't I have to like walk on the bridge and walk around? I'm like, my range tools does that little movie thing, lever, whatever.
Yeah.
I can't
Yeah.
words. But no, you can just go straight at where you want to go as long as you can make it.
Yep. That's very cool.
Yeah, I just think of that scene in Kenobi. Wait, have you seen the Kenobi show?
No, but you can spoil it.
Oh, well, this isn't really a spoiler. There's a fight scene where they're fighting through a city on a planet, and they are leaping from like building to building, and it's a pretty cool fight sequence.
Yeah.
And that's just what I think of. That scene specifically is what I think of when we're playing Shatterpoint. Is the jumping through the places. It's a lot of fun.
It's very cool.
All right, Kraken is making an attack here, everybody. I think into Fifth Brother. I'm trying to see based on the dice. Again, Todd is in communication with our very official judge over here. Ooh, so I'm gonna do my best to figure out what's going on. Well, once they put damage counters on something, I'll be like, I totally knew what was going on, right? Totally.
It's all about context clues.
That brings new meaning to more machine now than man. Okay. Yeah. I mean, one of the early menaces in Shatterpoint's life cycle was Vader Grievous teams. And that is what a lot of people liked to call their team, is more machine than man. The funnier version was Asthma Bros.
Oh, okay.
But it turns out that team is very much a one trick pony. Like it does damage, and it does more damage. So once you figure out how to handle damage,
Right, working on
it's
that,
not
yeah.
it's not as scary. Are you allowed to try, or is that against Yoda rules? It is always do or do not. But also measure twice, move once. All right, so we got Magna Guards activating on Team Weedy side. Team Skynet. That's funny you bring that up because that's kind of what's currently happening in the Star Wars comics and Vader comics right now. There's this whole Dark Droid series where this entity is trying to take over all of the droids in the galaxy and use them to exterminate all organic life. So Team Skynet's not that far off. That's a little terrifying. Imagine that thing trying to get into Vader's mechanical parts. Scary. All right, so it looks like the Magna Guards are climbing up a ladder to get on that middle right point. Okay, so we are firmly in the moving it. Yep, no, not mission critical yet. That's what I 8 minutes. We are 8 minutes away from mission critical.
Right.
I had a feeling that's what Todd was clarifying
so,
was
yeah.
the exact timing because I was giving you all an estimate earlier. Remember, I don't know everything. That's why I have people helping me.
And that's a strength to admit it, you know.
Like, the older you get, the more you should realize how little you know.
Uh-huh.
Ooh, it's time for everybody's favorite Obi Kenobi. Come on, chat. That's your favorite. It's Obi-Wan.
Give it up. Put your hands together.
So Obi-Wan is finally done sipping tea over in the corner. I mean, have you met Anakin and Ahsoka? There's a reason most of Obi-Wan's scenes when he's not fighting is him taking a
He
drinky
just needs
drink.
a break, man. Those kids are crazy.
All right, so Obi-Wan is moving to guard that back point. Okay. That doesn't... Oh... So we've got... Wow. So we just got... so Run moved him back, then he focused, fired off an attack. That turns into 3 crits, 4 strikes. Now we're seeing the defense roll, but that is... into Magna Guards. Okay, so going into the opposing Magna Guards. Wow. Okay. So that's probably one of the best Obi-Wan attacks I think I have ever seen. Oh, Todd, we will teach you the alphabet later. Okay. All right. So, in fact, that is more successes than Obi-Wan Kenobi Out of Hiding even has. He can only go 4 down his tree. Like that is impressive. So. All right, we're still about 5 minutes away from Mission Critical. Thunder Chicken, I absolutely agree with you. Yeah. Darth Jar Jar is real in my heart. Now hang on, Zach. I am beginning to feel here, only on day 2, I'm kind of beginning to understand that a little better.
Yes. Same. Sometimes you just gotta lie down and take it. It's fine.
Oh man, yeah. No, I thought I was gonna die after only getting 3 hours of sleep and then getting up to get on the plane to come over here to
Oh my
Chicago.
gosh.
It was I just did not fall asleep. I was like, whatever, I'll be fine.
fine.
And then I was basically zombified and going in and out of consciousness on the whole plane
Oh my
ride.
gosh.
Yeah, it was rough. It was rough.
I would love it if Lucasfilm, or really Disney, I guess at this point, would do something similar to what they did with Marvel with the What If animated series.
They're going to.
Are they?
Yes.
Oh God, that's
they,
so cool.
They announced it, and I wish we had more details.
Yeah.
All we know is that they're doing a Star Wars What If, and that's all we know. We know
Oh my
nothing
gosh.
else.
That's so cool.
And I'm simultaneously so happy about it, and so annoyed that we know nothing.
right,
Like we don't.
tell
have a-
us something.
First jump by
All right. So again, we're getting distracted again. Back to the Shatterpoint. Back to the Shatterpoint. You didn't come here for Star Wars lore. You came here for Shatterpoint. Fine. So
Potato.
yeah. Fifth brother jumped up and is laying into Kraken.
one crit goes in, that is it.
Whew. One crit goes through. Okay. Which, I mean, sometimes all you need is one. You know, sometimes love is all you need. Oh wait, am I gonna get in trouble just for quoting songs?
How dare you? No, I think it's got to be 10 seconds of the song, or more than 10 seconds. That's when you start getting in trouble.
What do you think, chat? Will Todd disown me if I just go through his whole book and start alphabetizing it?
I think you should just do it. Just do
I'm gonna make my own book with alphabets and everything. Yeah, so one success, on Fifth Brother is great. Pushing a damage. Basically, when we are looking at new units that are released, the first thing everybody's looking for is where do I get the push? Where's the push?
Give me the push. Push it real good.
Oh no. Oh, what if Shatterpoint models? Oh,
That would be
chilly.
very cool.
That's
So he takes cover down underneath.
okay.
Take
All right.
cover.
Yep. All right. So took cover, getting all up on that objective and scoring 2 points. All right. Here we go. It's time for the 501st. Where did hey Todd, where did the priority objective go? Oh, my bad. I was just early. Oh, hey, what happened to the camera got bumped, I'm noticing. Oh, chat didn't even yell at me. Hang on a sec.
Ooh.
Hey Todd, I don't know what happened, but the camera got bumped. We can't see. If you look,
Dice cam.
dice cam specifically, we can only see.
Better. What a stud.
Hey, look at that. Todd's helping us out, making everything better. That's why he's here.
It's kind of a superpower.
Hey,
you're a
if these
streamer at a
roles
con.
if these roles were reversed, Todd, I don't know if I have the wherewithal to adjust the camera right now. I mean, I don't know if I had the wherewithal even when I was awake. It's all right. So, but yes. Anyway, what if Shatterpoint models would be amazing?
That would be so cool.
But we're talking way too far ahead.
Yeah.
We're talking about a show that doesn't exist yet. We don't know what's in the show, and then you want AMG
Models,
to make
yes.
models
Yes.
based on a show that hasn't come out yet.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for my grown-up Ahsoka. Like I want another Ahsoka with the white
that's all we
blades.
want, yeah.
Right.
I know MCP, we have like a what if event, not specific models, but just it's like a snake draft of every character in the game. And then it's like, it's very cool.
That sounds fun.
It's really, really cool.
I know AMG is working very careful to make sure Shatterpoint and MCP are distinct games from one another. But I do kind of hope that we get some of this stuff, or maybe just a variation, something that's more Shatterpoint. Okay,
Mission
so
Critical.
Mission Critical is happening. So as a reminder, when Mission Critical happens, at the end of each turn, a momentum cube is going to get added. So, and that's an addition to any other effects, and so it starts to speed up the game in these last 30 minutes. Now, I will say on Team Lambie, I'm going to get this right. Team Lambie has so many tokens already.
Right.
It's not going to help them that much because you don't add any more once you fill up. Once you fill up your side. So.
Gotcha.
Oh.
That was going to be my next question.
Grand Inquisitor is walking, so you've been silly. Why is Team Lambie struggling so much? The thing is that Grand Inquisitor does do a great job of playing defense. A lot of people don't like playing him because he's not as much of an offensive character as I think people were expecting. Oh, wow. All right. Shove, disarm, shove, 4 damage. All right, that will flip the point, score 3. They then added the cube for mission critical. I just said the word. I'm like, where'd the thing go? Where'd the thing go? Oh, we have a Vader flip here. Ooh, that is going to be pretty key here. All right, trying to move Vader around. Remember, I know the camera angles are a little awkward here. It could be hard to see. Let's switch over since it is Vader time. So Vader is again. All right, so Vader is throwing 7 dice into Fifth Brother, and there we go. They removed the gantry so we could actually see what's happening. I thank you, fellow players. 4 crits. Wow. Okay, Daddy Vader is going to Crit City. Whew. And that's not even, and that wasn't even with the extra dice.
Wow.
Yep. 4 crits are going through. I have a feeling Fifth Brother. Yes, he is about to bring freedom, justice, and peace. No, security. Freedom, justice, and security to his new empire. Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
Ooh.
1 crit at a time.
No, 4 crits at a time.
Time.
Isn't that the second time we've seen a Vader with 4 crits? Like, ooh, yes, Vader is definitely doing Vader things. Yeah, so sounds like 6 damage is probably going in. I'm trying to see if Fifth Brother has. I believe that is going to wound Fifth Brother just based on what I'm seeing over here, but we'll get confirmation. Oh no, maybe not. Maybe that they had already put the damage on. So never mind. I thought Fifth Brother had more damage from before, but I guess not. Anyway. So, just check the dice. No, Zach. The dice is finally working. It's been like a day and a half of Todd's dice not working because that is Todd's dice on the table. I had nothing to do with anything that happened on that dice. I tried to fix them earlier. It didn't work.
Oh boy.
Tried to blow on both dice, on all the dice twice. Didn't help. No.
Nothing.
They're finally just waking up. They went, oh, you're supposed to roll strikes and criticals? I didn't know that.
Oh.
That's your job.
Oh. They missed that memo.
Yeah, I think what's happening actually here is they're trying to make it up to us. Ooh, so notably, this will be Savage's final activation. So, as a reminder, once a character receives wounds equal to its durability, it will get one final activation, and then they will leave the table. Now, of all the units to go, Savage is actually, I feel, okay, because like his job is to be the tank. He has protection and steadfast innately, so he stops his first shove. Protection is 1 fewer damage, so he tends to get beat on a lot because you have to hit him hard.
Yeah. Okay.
And so that's one of the cool things about Shatterpoint. If you played other tabletop games, there will be times where you don't even get to play. They'll just remove your units before they can even fight.
Oh,
and
it's so frustrating.
Yeah, and in Shatterpoint, that's not what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Savage is doing his favorite thing. There we go. He's attacking into Vader because he'll get that extra dice. And wow. Oh, okay. So we got 2 crits. Some expertise. Because really, when a model leaves the table, the best thing you can do is try to deal out as much damage or conditions as possible, because their positioning is no longer going to matter.
Yeah.
Strain, disarm, expose, and 5 damage.
There you go. Just like you said, that's a lot of stuff.
Yep, that is what you want to do. It is funny, the Dathomirian bros, Maul and Savage, are the ones that tend to leave the table because they get up in the fray. Maul likes to deal damage to himself. Savage, everybody just beats on him till he runs. Not till he runs away. He doesn't run away.
Yeah.
So it's just funny that the design is it's actually very emblematic of the characters, right?
I like that.
Yeah. Okay. So we're getting a clarification on the becoming defeated and what happens there. Just remember, so it's after you do everything on your turn. So he would, any control that would happen. Oh, maybe they're not finding the ruling. I mean, it's under becoming defeated. Looks like they're figuring it out. Because there is confusion, especially when you're first playing. You don't see models leave the table very often.
Right.
So it kind of becomes an experience in and of itself, because it does not happen unless you play a lot of Maul. Maul had to be careful. Oh, okay. So they got the rule clarification, and we see the handshake. So that is it. So the winner chicken dinner here was Team Lambie. Look at that.
Nice.
Dun dun dun.
Very cool. Well done.
Yeah, by taking down Savage. Yeah, right. They were doing their best. Yep. So looks like Daddy Vader is still doing the things.
Yep.
Still doing the things.
That's off.
Here's the thing, because some people are like, oh, okay, well, Vader's just gonna win all the time, but don't you think if Vader was bad, the fans would be more upset? like you want Vader to be good, right?
Yeah.
It's Darth Vader.
Yes.
One of the most iconic villains in all of movie history, let alone sci-fi.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, Zach, we do not do post-game interviews.
Yeah.
AMG has very strict rules about who we interview on here. So if you're seeing us interviewing someone, it is because it has been approved in advance by AMG.
Yeah.
So, but I am sure they will be happy to give y'all some highlights. Yeah. Yes. Remember, we are the most professional of
That's
casuals.
right. Mm-hmm.
So we will follow the rules.
Follow those rules.
Yes. But we might see because I know there's some details here. I might see if I can get Todd to hop on here and give us some highlights, because I know we got a little distracted.
Yes.
Got a little distracted. So
Do you want me to go grab
yeah,
the Todd?
yeah, grab the Todd.
Calling
Tell
you
him we
the
need
Todd.
tell him we need some highlights.
Thank you guys so much
Or,
for
well,
having me.
He's running away, but we'll
Todd.
figure it out.
Oh, Todd.
No. Okay. All right. Never mind. Todd ran off. But anyway, yeah. No. The beards are epic. But I'm sorry, everyone. My face is the one that you have been approved to see. I'm so sorry for you. I mean, I could grow a beard. It grows in red because I hide the Swedish and the Irish under this blonde stuff. But I could give you a beard, but you'll just have to imagine it.
Yeah.
I'll just get some paint from one of the tables. I'll just draw it in for you.
There's so much paint here. Like, oh no, we could. Okay, so there's like the gamers grass across the way. You could get like the tufty grass to put on there, and then it's got texture to it.
Oh, I'm gonna delight you all with my tufted beard. Yeah, the tufted beard. Yes. Ooh.
Danny's husband is blonde with a red beard.
Oh, fancy. Yeah, I can't hear you from that far away.
No.
I know.
Yeah, like haven't you been in this chair? You know, like
You know what
like
it's
people
like.
people are trying to talk to me, and I'm like, no, I'm not here.
I hear you.
Like I can't hear you. Silly. Yes. So of course now we got to do breakdown. This is about the one thing that I still haven't quite gotten used to, switching from card games to tabletop games. It is a lot of effort to collect all of your stuff and get it to the next spot. And I'm talking about small LGSs. Like here, it's a production.
And especially like you've got this massive terrain for Shatterpoint, where that in and of itself, setting that up, that is a task for sure.
Yes. Fortunately, AMG has provided every single table with every conceivable piece
Everything they need.
of terrain. So it is great, but setting up the table, especially me, I'm a little crazy. I like to I like a lot of terrain, and so I tend to I tend to, in fact, it's over. We can pop up here. There we go. All right. Now you can see my face even better. Ooh. So I tend to put out a lot of buildings. Todd is very much a minimalist. He doesn't want any ladders. He doesn't want any buildings. I keep trying to tell him that's the appeal of Shatterpoint.
Yeah.
Like the climbing things is the fun, because I'll tell you, everyone, when I first started playing, this was my first tabletop game.
Right.
So I thought all of you had giant pieces of terrain that you were fighting on all of the time.
And then you're looking over at the MCP table and you're like, there's a fence and a tank, and that is all.
Yeah, I was like, Todd, don't they jump on that building that's in the middle and like fight on it? And he's like, no, why would they do that? I'm like, because that's what they do in Shatterpoint.
What are they going to do with that bush and that lamppost?
Right.
How do you? And I mean, you can throw that and you can push characters into that, but yes.
Right. Yep. And I do like that. I mean, that is cool. Like,
Thank you guys. Good job.
Yes. But again, Shatterpoint is the terrain is a huge component of it.
Absolutely, yes.
I mean, I might have gone a little deep and bought a 3D printer so that I could make lots of terrain.
Go all out.
And,
I love it.
Go all out, because it's just so much fun.
Yeah.
But I mean, the great thing is I will tell you this: if you only have the core set, or even if you haven't even bought the core set, AMG does do an excellent job of providing you with plenty of terrain.
Absolutely.
The core set is worth buying, even if you aren't planning on using the units, because it gives you everything you need to play right there. And then that high ground pack in particular is probably my favorite out of the terrain. Although I don't know, the garage is growing on me a little bit. I haven't decided it. It adds another layer of complexity, because it has all the different different rules get used. Like there's rules about overhanging on things that kind of comes up, and then there's the fact that you can climb through that hatch,
That's very cool. Yeah.
and then like you can also like hop through that opening that's on there. Like it's definitely making you think. I kind of think that that might be a feature, not a bug. Like
Right. Yeah.
I feel like they kind of designed that to be like, hey, all the terrain rules you could ever think of are going to happen on this.
Right here. It's very
Yes.
cool.
So I think
Should we take a quick break?
I think
for
we're going to
round
take
four?
a quick break, everybody, try and find out what's going on, but it's going to be short because this is not a dinner break. We will be back shortly once we figure out who is going to be our next round, and I'll give you a time update once I know a little bit more. Yeah.
Stick around, y'all.
Yes, remember there is one more round, everybody, and so it'll probably only be about a 15-minute or maybe less than that break. So stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Howdy, howdy, howdy. We welcome back to the show, my friends. We are here for the final round. We actually are the team tournament. There is actually 4 undefeated players, or teams, I should say, for the event today. So we are going to be, Wheaties are back on stream with us. So we are going to be having them. And the other team is the Rule of 2. So looking forward to a new match here, a new unseen team going up against the team that we just had on stream right before we went to break. So it's going to be Jacob Evans and Zeke Sudbury from the Rule of 2. And of course, Godliness and Ross Britton with Team Wheaties. So again, both of these teams are 3-0. And there is another undefeated team, which is 2 undefeated teams. The Hello There cast team with Jesse and Amon, as well as Dark Side Divas, which is Kevin Caldwell and Brady Jessen. They are the other undefeated team, so they're going to be fighting it out off stream as well. So yeah, we're getting ready for it. Everybody's kind of getting set up for the next round of fighting in a galaxy far, far away. Hopefully everyone's doing really great out there. This will be our last match of the day. Of course, we will be back tomorrow morning, bright and early, around, we're going to say 8 o'clock, 8:30 Central Time, depending on how long it takes for everybody to get in, get settled, for the first round of the Premier Showdown event. And it's going to be the singles of that. So we are looking forward to seeing everybody else jumping in here. And let us know what you think. Who are you guys going for? Are we going for Team Wheaties, or are we going for the Rule of 2? But yeah, and I think MCP's been done for the day. I know Legion's going hot and heavy right now because it is the World Championships are going on. We have X-Wing going on in the same room as well. And then I think they unfortunately, due to rooms, the amount of space available, Armada actually had to be played at a different table. So we're looking forward to seeing the guys going here. Looks like they're getting all sorts of set up and just organized and figuring out what they want to play. See if we can pull Aubrey away from here as well. He's just kind of taking a look at everything, looking at all the models, getting all the players situated. But again, we've already seen, just last stream, we saw Wheaties. They had the Grand Inquisitor Dooku list that they were running. So it should be interesting to see them running that back. Looks like it's a Lord or Mother list, potentially. I am not sure what the other team is running, but we'll see. We'll see what's going on. Again, this was Premier as well, so each person brought a separate squad, so they might be playing something a little bit different. We do know that Godliness does like to play Inquisitors. He's a very, very well-played Grand Inquisitor player, so could see what happens here. He might be playing something a little bit different, but I know he does like to play the Grand Inquisitor quite a bit. Kind of everybody showing off those paint jobs and everything like that. So just letting everybody know that the clock here is going to be starting in about a minute for down at the other side of the hall where the main guys are. But it usually does take a little bit of time for everybody to get up here, get situated and everything along those lines and figure out where they need to be. And so it looks like they're just getting everything set up.
So they're doing Sabotage Showdown.
All right. So it looks like they are going to be on Sabotage Showdown. Let's go for an overhead view where we look at everybody kind of getting situated. They're just kind of getting everything out there and about there.
Okay, and I have the squads for you. Are you ready, Todd?
Sure, let's go for it.
Are you excited?
Sure.
Oh, this is the final round. We gotta get hyped.
Okay, I'm hyped.
I think Todd might be entering Loopy Land. It's okay. All right, so what we have going on Team Wheaties, we are going to see that Grand Inquisitor list again. So that was Grand Inquisitor, Varys, and Fifth Brother. And they are coming with a spicy spicy dark Luke list.
Okay.
Yeah,
I like it.
So it's Luke Skywalker, I suppose, former Jedi Knight. Ooh. And he is coming along with the Stormtrooper Sergeant and Bounty Hunters.
I like it.
So fascinating. All right, so that's Wheaties. And on the Rule of Two team, which this is Jacob and Zeke, they are playing Grievous Kraken B2s. So, pretty standard
there.
Pretty standard there. But then we've got Maul, Obi-Wan Kenobi out of hiding, and a screaming MCP player, and Clan Kreese Mandos. So
very interesting.
This is gonna be fun. I am already excited. Now, of course, we're still doing setup because of the objectives. Of course, we're up for shifting priorities, so now we're getting Sabotage Showdown ready. But this is gonna be so fun.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. This one sounds like a very interesting list overall. So we got our man Dan with the plan, Ice Dan. Yep. I pulled him off his phone, but he's over there doing eyes for us today for this last match. Pretty exciting stuff. Oh no, we got MCP players coming back over here as well. We're like co-located with the MCP people. It's amazing, but it's a casual, but professional little corner of the world that we live in.
It is the most professional of casual corners.
It is professional casual corner. We do like to go to Kuma's Corner and eat though too.
Oh,
they did have an amazing burger.
That burger was amazing. Oh, I was supposed to bring the dice.
Yeah, you forgot your Kuma's Corner dice.
I will have to. You will just have to tune in again tomorrow, everyone, if you want to see Kuma's Corner's dice. That burger was amazing.
So those who don't know, Kuma's Corner is a metal-themed restaurant.
Yes.
It's about 1.5 miles from the convention center, and they have some of the most amazing burgers you will ever eat. And every year they do some really cool dice that they make just for Adepticon. So then they make a burger just for Adepticon. So we went over there on Wednesday when we flew in.
Yes.
Wednesday night we went on over there.
Because remember, everyone else was in that line, that very long registration line, and we got to wave at them as we walked on by to go get amazing.
If you come to Adepticon, you may want to just have your badge mailed to you, so you do not have to wait in the line. It was very convenient to not have to wait because that line stretched from the convention center all the way into the hotel lobby, pretty much. So definitely. If you plan on coming in the future, I would highly recommend having your badge mailed to you. Just make sure you don't forget your badge. Oh, but it looks like they are picking out all of the missions for missions 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, getting them settled.
That way they don't have to worry about doing it. They just flip over the card. I like that idea. I think that's a pretty great idea of how to do everything. So it looks like they are all set up. Since this is Sabotage Showdown, it's always the same ones.
I know. I wonder which objectives are going to be on top.
And let's go into the regular game screen. They have priority. So the Rule of Two has priority. They have matching Star Wars shirts on, like a button-up, almost like a Hawaiian-themed shirts, but they're button-up shirts. They got like a Death Star and a Millennium Falcon and Yoda's face. I love it. They're great matching shirts. So they're just. I like how a lot of people got into the team spirit, wearing the same matching outfits or dressed in the part. So like I know some of the guys that are in part of the Hello There crew all dressed up as well.
Yes. Yeah. That is one of my favorite things to do. I have done that a few times for team events in the past and other game systems, and it's just fun, team events are probably one of my favorite ways to play any game, because you have a partner in crime, they're with you all the way, you get to share the highs and the lows. It's just great.
Team events in general I think are like kind of the way to go for sure, just because you're enjoying it all together. Now if you're into the competitive scene and you want to be the top dog, I can understand that too. There is a room for that kind of passion for sure.
Oh yes. We can be professional. We can be casual. It's all good. It's
It is all good.
And Damon, I see you. Team no ladder when playing against Aubrey, huh? I see how it is. I see how it is.
Team no ladder. I love it. That is true.
Actually, Todd, if we ever get to play in an event, that might have to be our team name.
Team no ladder.
Team no ladder. Yeah, I'll accept that.
Okay, I like it. No ladders. So I do have to. Did I show my badge? Oh yeah, I did show my cool badge that I got for Adepticon as well. I did the worthy entered. They gave everybody that enters gets one of these badges. It's our badge of honor for actually going into the competition. I don't know if I'll do well enough to get any type of an award because they give. If you were listening yesterday with Dallas, anybody that they feel is at a gold level gets a gold coin. Anyone that's a silver level gets silver coin. My goal was just to be bottom level. If I can get a silver, not a silver. If I get a bronze, I would be happy. If not, hey, now the nice thing is they give us encouragement, not encouragement, but constructive advice on how to improve. So I'm looking forward to hopefully sometime tomorrow being able to go and get Dallas to give me some feedback on ways to improve my painting.
Oh, and what's funny is, we're all different stages of our journey. I'm over here going, man, I hope that I can paint as good as Todd someday. And Todd's over here going, man, I hope I get bronze in the competition because it's pretty stiff. So remember, everyone, we're all learning, we're all growing. At least you should be.
Have you had a chance to go over and look at the case of all the entries over there yet?
Barely. I have glanced at it and tried not to trip while making my way.
Yep. Yeah, no, it's amazing over there. The amount of talented painters there are that just come out to this event are it's a phenomenal amount of painters. So, and it's great to see that this kind of event. I mean, you can go upstairs. Like if we go out the door and up there's the escalator, the Golden Demon is happening as well, and that's a crazy competition as well. I mean, like I said, I'm more preferential to the Worthy just because of how amazing it is and that feedback that you get into Dallas's vision of this quote-unquote competition is something I buy into a lot more.
Yes. Yeah. That's actually what I am really enjoying about being in the tabletop community is because there are so many different ways to engage with some game systems. I mean, yeah, there's cool stuff you can get and there's different things you can buy and yada yada, but with this, I mean, you don't even ever have to play the game. If you just like painting and you just like having cool stuff to display and show off to your friends, you get to be part of the community too.
Without a doubt, yeah. We have Chris's brother, one of our locals. I mean, his brother is not much of a player, but he loves to paint, and he is a phenomenal painter. And that's that's where he lives in that part of this world is in that hobby space where he's just wants to paint and share, and it's amazing. Julian Chris points her table is plenty. Hashtag Mandos.
I'm telling y'all, I'm getting elevators. Forget it. I'm tired of hearing about ladders. I'm attaching elevators to things. This is actually what I'm hoping for because in the rule book it talks about ladders and elevators, but we haven't seen any elevators.
So here's the problem with
yet.
Elevators. You have to hit the button, and depending on how far up the floor it is, it might take a whole friggin' activation of somebody else to actually get you up that elevator. That's the thing. You might be just waiting, like, okay, well, it's not ready yet. You're just going to have to wait for it to come down, and since it's taking so long, your activation ends, and then someone else is going to go ahead, the other player activates. After the end of their activation, then you can go to the top of the egress point.
No.
Isn't that how it works?
No.
I mean, have you seen the ladders or the elevators at Adepticon when you got all these people trying to get up to their hotel rooms? I mean, what if it's an Adepticon? What if it's an Adepticon elevator?
No.
Is that not what we're thinking?
Are you pulling this from that deleted scene in Revenge of the Sith where Obi-Wan and Anakin are arguing with R2 about getting the elevators moving? Like, is this where your brain is going,
No,
Todd?
not at all. Why would I reference something from Star Wars on this when we're trying to stream a game? I would never do that.
Wow. Okay. And hey, Damon, I'm there too. So everyone, I will share. I will share.
Stairs.
get you some of the stairs. What? No. Oh my word. Anyway, David, I'm there too. I had like cheap $15 Walmart paint when I first started. Oh wait.
Yep.
We need to talk about what did we flip over?
I have gone ahead in deployment. The handshake, fist bumps. Regroup will be the Shatterpoint ability.
Okay, so regroup is the one where at the start of this unit's activation it may remove 2 damage or 1 condition from itself. So that is what they will get on their Shatterpoint card. So remember, when you hear the air horns, it's time for that extra ability. Come on.
You cracked me up, Aubrey.
Yes. No, so anyway, I had like...
Grievous.
Oh.
Let's
See,
see.
they want to play Shatterpoint. They want to listen to Storytime with Aubrey. What is this? It's fine.
I'm sure they're here for the Shatterpoint, but you're going to give story time anyway. That's just how this works.
So
and they went ahead and reserved Grievous.
Yep. This is gonna be. It's Shatterpoint time.
And I don't think they're too happy about that because
No. I have to do it every time. It's in my mercenary contract.
It's in your mercenary.
The contract.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Dan has confirmed that is in the contract, so I can't argue with PCN. I think he's PCN's stepdad, so I can't argue with PCN's stepdad.
PCN stepdad.
I'll get him on the phone.
And oh no, we can't get HR. All right,
Oh no! Wait,
You don't
but
want me to call him.
but is it Imperial HR?
Well, it's GB.
JB's HR is, yeah.
Oh no!
You know,
No,
it's a
must be
bunch of
worse.
nonsense.
Must be worse.
He likes to roll acorns and Hershey Kisses is nice.
Yeah. So seeing an early Shatterpoint here. All
And
kidding
who are they?
aside.
I don't know who are they activating? Oh, activating OB2 with the Shatterpoint card. So there's go ahead and run.
Hey, I mean,
Dynamite OSL on his arms.
Nice.
you're welcome, Otis. I am only going to get louder as the next 2 hours go on because my bandwidth is slowly whittling down. So you might want to turn me down a little bit. My bad.
What's that?
You don't need your hearing, right?
Okay. So it goes ahead and move and move. So he did his run ability, and then he moves on to the point. And then he's going to take cover. So yeah, basically use the run ability, advance, then takes cover and gets that hunker.
It's going to take...
Now there's 3 points. Yeah, they control 3 objectives right now. Of course, we'll not be scoring because this is the first turn.
This is going to take me a minute, Todd, because I was doing all of the play-by-play last round. I keep starting to talk, and then I'm like, oh, wait, Todd's here again. I don't have to do play-by-play. Because let's be real, I'm better at getting us off track, and you are better at keeping us on track.
That is very true.
Yes. Which, to get us off track again, everyone, because we know that the first activation of Barris is going in reserve, and then my word.
So reserved
my
Barris
word.
into Luke.
Oh my word.
Reserves Barris into Luke.
We're getting some weird activations, but you know how the first turns go. There's movement, there's taking cover, and then you kind of move on unless some weirdness happens. So, in the meantime, Todd, should we tell the listeners about who we are and what we do? Don't you think so?
Go for it.
Okay. Well, right. Story time. So Todd and I do a podcast. It might be about Shatterpoint.
Might be.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That might be why we're here.
It might be why we're here. And so, if you want to hear story time with Aubrey and the content you actually want, which is how to play Shatterpoint, you can listen to Todd and I. And that our podcast is called Momentous Struggle.
That is true. That is what it is called. It is a lot of story time with Aubrey. I think people come for the story time with Aubrey.
They come for the story time, but they stay for the sultry voice of Todd.
Again, I still don't hear it, but it is what it is. So Luke is just going to be doing some moving as well, moving, shaking. I don't know.
Hey, come on, Mama 3. The pretty Aubrey apparently kept things a little bit more professional than I did. Oh well, it's fine.
That's not surprising.
All right.
He's on his Sarisu side. Okay.
I do.
Here comes the attack from Luke because he was able to jump up in there. One failure. One crit. Quite a bit of block. Since this is Luke, I'm assuming that we're going to be seeing a couple of crits coming from those expertise, though.
Thanks, Otis. You are right. Excellent new homeowner content.
It is a struggle, man. That new ownership life, man. It's like so 3 crits going through here.
Wow,
3 crits going through. Yeah, new home ownership life can be rough. That's kind of where I work at it in the world is home dealing with home loans and stuff, and it's like Aubrey deals with that. It was dealing with all those struggles. How much damage? 4 damage, a shove, and a jump.
Yeah. So
5 damage. So what that's going to do here, be able to push Obi-2 off the point. Luke can probably jump onto that point.
I am a little surprised, Todd. What do you think of not using Mind Trick here?
It's so early in the game. 2 pushes. So it's 2 shoves, 5 damage, a jump. So he's going to jump onto that point. Excellent. So the Mind Trick, not using Mind Trick, I can understand not wanting to use it so early because you are. I mean, that's getting rid of 2 fours. But it would have probably been wise to keep that. That way you're not having.
I just think getting hit by a primary is always a bad idea. Bad idea.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's blowing through 2. They already used a force to put something into reserve. And then on top of it, then you're like using 2 force to sit there and do that. You're down to 3 force. Now you're down to 3 force, and they have only had 1 activation. The decision on that is really rough. I mean, and you have Grievous. With Grievous, you're always going to want to scuttle, and he's in reserve, so you know that's going to be happening. What? Sure. So we can get a little bit of a view over here because it seems to be a little rough. We'll go and go onto the overhead view because a lot of what's happening is on that far end of the table over there. So it looks like they activated, or they have Lord Maul now. Since they still have Grievous in reserve, it's going to be Maul coming up. And I think Maul's ready to sit there and introduce himself to Luke over there and say, "Hey, youngin, how you doing? Have you seen this double lightsaber blade that I got? People find it really cool."
Yes, and looking at the chat, thank you, Mama Free. I figured it was a joke. We're having fun here. And Juvie, I do apologize. Todd is more of our play-by-play. I'm more of the storyteller. So now that Todd is back in the driver's seat, you will get a little bit more play-by-play and a little less chatter. So
yeah. So basically, here what we're seeing here is that Maul is going to probably utilize his ability to go ahead and go forward. He does always like to hurt himself with all of that force instead of utilizing the force so he can add those additional dice. So let's see what we got going on here.
Yeah, Maul is probably one of my favorite primaries because of the fact that he almost never uses your force.
No.
He just takes a damage instead of paying force for abilities, and you pretty much always use his force speed and his pull ability. I gotta remember the name of that one. I play Maul all the time, and I can never remember the name of it. It's there is no place to run.
Yep. And the no place to run is Yep. So he went ahead and did the force speed. There's no place to run. So basically that's 3 damage that he's going to take instead of utilizing the 3 force. The key part there is it does give an expose based off of there's no place to run, pulls them off the point, pulls them within range 3, pulls them 2, But sustained by rage, the identity for Lord Maul is the big key part there. If he has 3 damage on him, he adds an additional dice to his melee attack. So he's going to do all of that to get that 3 damage, pull him in, be able to add an additional dice to that attack. More than likely, he's on his Dark Rage side, so that means he's going from 7 to 8 dice. It looks like there's a little bit of...
Yeah, it looks like they're looking at some abilities over there. Is that the Luke? Yeah, we're looking at Luke Skywalker's card there. Probably just seeing if there's any relevant abilities to what's going on.
And there we go. We're getting to the dice roll now.
Luke's activating I will not fight you.
Luke is activating I will not fight you. And that's basically what they were kind of contemplating, as whether they were going to be using that. So I will not fight you, basically, when he's targeted with a melee attack, you can, if the attack contains 1 or more failure results, he can recover 2 and jump.
2 spaces.
So Maul's going to go 2 down his tree here. Depending on what side he's in, like I said. So actually he's on his Sinister Cunning side, which means basically that it's going to be 4 damage, a shove, and a reposition.
Yes. Yeah, Maul's Sinister Cunning side is just so good. I often will just stay in it for much of the game. Once you really need to wound somebody, then you switch. But yeah, a primary point of view camera. Oh boy, I'm not sure.
We don't have the budget for that, Hispanic Potato.
Yeah.
Don't have the budget for that.
Yeah, I'm not sure we can afford cameras that small.
I mean, we'll put little helmets and mic them up and everything like that, like they're in the in another sports. But I don't know.
Mini GoPros.
Oh my god.
Little baby GoPros.
Yeah, we don't have that kind of production value going on here. I appreciate that though. And Richie, what an attractive and excellent stream team. Richie, I appreciate you. Is this producer Richie, by the way? I'm assuming this is producer Richie. I hope so.
One would hope.
Is Richie Whitmore? Is Richie Whitmore producer Richie?
Producer Richie, yeah.
Yeah. See, he knows the right place to be. He was betrayed by Tim over during stream there. So you know what?
I bet he's in both.
Oh, yeah, he might be in both. But you know what? I am all about justice for Richie. Justice for Richie. That's where we're at.
Oh, we are.
Hashtag justice for Richie. Yeah, of course it is. We miss you, producer Richie. We do. We miss you much. So I can't wait for LVO next year. Get to see producer Richie again.
It's gonna be fun. It's because we're on YouTube. YouTube goes off of your what is it account?
I think it's your Gmail.
Yeah. That's why. Remember, Shatterpoint is on YouTube, not Twitch, so things are different over here.
But
Join
it's all right.
us in the different space.
I had a feeling it was producer Richie.
There we go.
Hashtag justice for Richie. That is correct.
Oh, we are having an amazing time at Adepticon.
Somebody else put it in. Justice for it was our boy Tater.
Yep.
All right. Sorry guys. I know we got a little sidetracked by the chat there. So we do have the Stormtrooper Sergeant going. Yep. He's going to go ahead, more than likely slapping around some of his troopers to get them moving. So he has that ability where he does one damage. Yeah. Does a little bit of damage to move a primary.
So we're probably going to see that payday ability getting used here, right?
Potentially.
Right?
Potentially.
Gonna need to see what's going on here. So payday that is on our bounty hunters that are on the table. You spend a force on any activation, and then they gain a tag of your choice. And so I would presume that because Stormtrooper Sergeant looks for Galactic Empire supporting units, they're probably going to turn those bounty hunters into honorary stormtroopers here. I think that's... Oh? No? Maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, we do only have so much force. Did they use Payday at all? Because Payday is that ability that gives them a tag so they can use the tactics. Did they just not do it? I'm just confirming. Okay. So
usually they're pretty good about letting us know. So they don't. If you didn't hear it, then it's fine.
Yeah, so it does have a cost to it. So maybe you don't want to use it all of the time. This is actually just my lack of familiarity. I have not seen Stormtrooper Sergeant and Bounty Hunters on a table together before. So
I mean, that makes sense, though.
Yeah, from a strategic point of view, I'm not sure what's more important, that or the force that you need for your other activations.
I would say you probably want the force shooting into Obi-Wan.
Yeah, Richie, I think it has something to do with live chat specifically, because I thought I had changed my handle
So
as
that's
well.
1 crit, 2 hits. You got the 2 expertise. It was with Stormtrooper Sergeant, so that's going to turn it into a crit as well. Basically just the crits going through here. So 2 crits going through. Really kind of to figure if he wants to shove or do the expose. So either way, it's going to be 2 damage and a recover, and then it's either going to be a shove or an expose. And they're going into the tank a little bit about it. The thing is putting the expose on OB2.
So Sergeant, the one with the push.
Yeah, they're going to go with the shove. And I think that's the right call, simply because putting an expose on OB2 is really... They still have the power or the force up to sit there and do a mind trick, so why are you going to put an expose on somebody when he can just go...
Remember, OB2 can't be exposed. Right?
Oh, is he immune to it?
Yeah, he's immune. In fact, not only is he immune, he gets a recover.
Yeah, that's right. So they definitely don't want to do that.
Yeah, so no.
I couldn't remember that off the top of my head, but yep, that's definitely not the way you want to go.
It's because you don't Obi Kenobi enough.
I don't Obi Kenobi enough.
You got to do some more Obi Kenobi.
I'm okay with just playing my droids though. I still, like I said, I love playing
those tactic.
And Grievous is coming out of reserves. Yeah, I mean, I love playing. I mean, so the nice thing about playing droids, not to get too far off topic, right now with CAD and Dooku, you can play both super tactical droids and have all the good droids that you want to have along with you. So here comes Grievous. Now, Grievous typically, I mean, there's nobody really going on this side of the table right now, so he can just spend 1 to scuttle and just move right up onto this point. And it looks like that's probably what he's going to do. Moves right up onto that point, gets right into melee range with Fifth Brother. You can see over the top, he's kind of underneath that bridge there, but Fifth Brother's right next to that piece of scatter terrain. So he's going to go ahead and put an attack right into Fifth Brother, and he is on that point, and I don't think Fifth Brother is in range. So a lot of failures there, unfortunately.
Previous attacking quad arm side.
Quad arms on his quad arm side, so we're looking at 4 and 1. 3 failures, 3 expertise. Turns into 2 blocks. Basically 3 going through.
Yeah, which is about what we expect. Most attacks without a lot of dice modification, you get 2 to 3 successes.
Yeah, I mean, I think you wanted like a primary going into a support. You were really kind of hoping to see a little bit more of a dice spike, but
Takes him down to 1.
yep. So should be able to do. Was it 7 damage that he did there? Just went on that side.
So you're taking 1 from the sergeant.
1 from the sergeant move. So sergeant did move him. So 1 from the sergeant move,
Fast.
and he's going at doing 7 damage.
Yeah, makes sense because of the steadfast on Fifth
Yeah.
Brother. You're just trying to wound him and make that force repulse a little more expensive.
Yep. So basically, because of the 7 damage that he did there was 1 from the ability from the Stormtrooper Sergeant. We got Fifth Brother still alive, but he's on 1. And it looks like that. So Shatterpoint.
It's Shatterpoint time. I did it a little quieter for you, Otis. Hopefully I didn't break your eardrums.
Yep. So no 7. Right here, there's Shatterpoint. They're going to basically take a look and kind of walk through their options of what they think they can do. What's going to be the best option to do here.
Right. The Shatterpoint card is where you get to look at the entire board and try and make the most optimal play. So players tend to go into a tank at this time.
Yeah, you definitely want to make sure that all your options are available to you. You know, you want to look at where are you going to make the most ideal play here. So you know that you want to sit there and, if possible.
Activating Luke with Shatterpoint.
Okay, so activating Luke, which kind of makes sense. So they're going to have the Luke ability,
Full health.
and Luke is now back to full health because of that ability from the mission where you're able to remove 2 damage. So Luke removes that 2 damage and says, all right, I'm ready to play. So he is going to have that, and then on top of that, he does have his Return of the Jedi tactic ability. So at the start of his activation, he can jump and then refresh a force as well. So a lot going on even before he actually starts his activation. He's going to jump, refresh a force, and actually recover those 2 damage.
Yes, this is going to be an exciting turn because it looks like Luke is getting on that back point, and he's going to be attacking.
Right? Hasn't even activated yet, and he's all the way back on that back point, ready to try and do a little bit of something over there. And that is
the B2s, right?
No, the B2s are closer here. So that's the Clan Kreese Mandalorians.
Oh, the Mandos! Wow.
Yep. And going into Clan Kreese, there are a healthy number of crits there. So 3 crits, 2 failures, so 3 and 2 strikes. Here comes the defensive roll. Ooh. Not looking too hot for Clan Kreese. They do have the Beskar armor.
Yeah. No,
so the 3 crits are going to go through on that. So he's on his Sarisu side. So definitely going to have a total of 4 damage, a shove, and a jump. Just a matter of if he wants those 2 recovers. So shove, jump. Shove, jump. So didn't see a point in doing the recovers. So 5 damage total. Shove, jump.
One of these days I'll remember to say shove instead of push.
Yeah, we figure it out. This game has a couple of vocabulary terms that feel very interchangeable.
Yeah, a lot of people are just used to saying push instead of shove. It's like, I know, but it's like we want to try and use the terms that the game uses, because I know that some people want to make sure you are utilizing the proper terminology. So we definitely want to do that. Otis says he was ready this time for the for it. Yeah, Otis is in here.
I'm trying to break people's eardrums here with the air horns.
Otis, Dan says hi.
Yeah, there you go.
Otis is amazing. He's always watching our YouTube videos of our podcast. He's always in there commenting and everything like that. He's a very positive guy. I love it. Otis, you're amazing. All right. And I'm wondering if he's going to use the I will not fight you, or you can either profit. I think profit would probably be a really good play to go there as well.
Yes.
But I'm not sure if they even utilize that.
He's got a 5 dice attack in the Clan Kreese.
So a 5 dice into Clan Kreese now.
Yeah, so again, you can either profit by this or be destroyed. You choose an active objective within range 2 of Luke. Each enemy character contesting that objective may dash. Then each character in this unit may dash towards the objective, and it may make a 5 dice attack.
And that's exactly what happened. Did the 5 dice attack. 1 went through, which was enough to do a 2 damage in the shove, so that does wound Clan Kreese and wins the struggle.
Very strong ability.
Yes. I mean, being able to just take Luke to the back there and end up flipping that point and wounding someone who has a unit that hasn't even had the chance to activate yet. So they're going to activate with a wound token on them.
Right? That is
The plan
is wild. Okay, so we are going to be on Stick to the Plan. Stick to the
Don't expect a welcome party.
Okay. I was like,
Sorry, stick to the plan was the...
I'm like, what? I'm looking at the names here. There's a little bit of confusion. Stick to the Plan is the ability they're going to get, which is at the start of the unit's activation, refresh a force. But it's didn't expect a welcome party as the name of the card, which is why I couldn't find it. There we go. All right.
And
So,
it looks like... Where are their active objectives?
looks like it's this one.
Did they turn off all the objectives?
Still working on this.
Okay.
it in? Which top or bottom? Yeah, so they picked the bottom option. So
Yeah, so the failure's that way.
Did they turn? They have. It looks like they still have some objectives on that need to be turned off. Flipping all the.
yeah, so from left to right, they're going to have the top left objective active, the center objective active, and the bottom right.
There we go. Now they got those turned off so we can see. So yeah, top right, center, bottom left, and here we are off to the races.
Clan Crease just got flipped.
And Clan Crease got flipped. Man.
And but they are already wounded, which is going to make all of their abilities cost an additional force, which is very tough.
Yeah. So basically, that is going to make their any ability that utilizes force cost 1 additional force at this point in time. So now their jetpacks are going to cost 2. Granted, that's the only one that they have, but that's something you want to use a lot.
Yeah, jetpack is the big reason for taking Clan Crease Mandalorians. That, and they have that push.
The B2s got revealed to put in reserve.
Okay. So the B2s were initially revealed. They put them in a reserve, and that's where they brought the Clan Crease in.
Got it. Yeah, because they have either 2 shoves on 2 successes or a pin and a shove. So they have very, very strong early options on their combat tree.
So now with everything else going on, the rule of 2 are actually down to just 1 force. They've already used their Shatterpoint card in this run through the order deck, so they aren't going to be able to take advantage of that force refresh from there. And they still have 1 card in reserve and 2 in the order deck remaining. So the 1 force for 3 remaining cards. They're going to be a little tight on force here.
Yeah. Which goes back to, you were right, not using that mind trick early on ended up being very important.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, they have a pretty clear target in the form of our Dark Luke here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely that's where you're just wanting to move him. But he's not on the point. So I don't know if you just want to leave him alone, because the active objective at this point in time is below where Luke is. So I don't even know if you're worried about where Luke is, and you're just worried about trying, because right now they're just trying to get to the point where they can win this struggle.
Well, sure. I was thinking, you attack Luke and then you move on to the objective.
Okay, that's true too. All right, so they did go into Luke. 2 failures coming away. They have 2 expertise. The 2 expertise, I'm assuming they're in melee range, are going to end up being 1 crit, or 1 strike, I should say. So either way, even if it was melee or range attack, it's going to be the same. So just 1 strike. So downgrades 1 to a failure. Blocks everything, so nothing goes through there. Now,
Do nothing and take 2 damage from deflect.
and then they take 2 damage from deflect.
Wait. Oh, so it was a ranged attack?
It must have been a range attack on that.
okay.
I mean, like I said, it doesn't. It
Yeah,
wasn't
it's the
gonna
same. It's the same 1 expertise.
So I believe they should have a second attack coming in here from the.
Yeah, that's what they're looking at. I'm wondering if they're
Gonna look to
looking at
go
different
into somebody
targets.
else.
Yeah.
And here we go, rolling some dice as well.
Can't exactly tell on Luke again. Okay, so they are just going at.
So 6, and this 6 dice means this is a range attack as well. Nothing, no crits again, just 3 expertise. Range is going to be a crit and a strike though. So 2, so at least we got 1 coming through unless he reduces.
Wow,
That's a lot of expertise though. 4 expertise on Luke.
4 expertise on Luke gives you.
I'm assuming that turns.
that.
So it
that crits,
reduces
yeah.
that crit to a hit, and then enough blocks to get rid of everything.
Wow.
So 2 attacks into Luke does nothing.
So yeah.
The
Okay,
Clan Crease are good at shoves. You are right there, but unfortunately,
Not if they don't.
not
get
if
a
they're going into
success.
Luke. It looks like, because Luke sure was able to stop all of that. That is an unfortunate.
The son of
series of
Skywalker
events.
is pretty tanky.
I like that ability. Anytime you're able to reduce a crit to something to make it either blockable or like a blockable strike or a failure is really strong, simply because you're taking away that guarantee. That guarantee all of a sudden is voided, which is really strong in this game. Being able to just say, nope, you're not going to get that attack to go through.
Right?
But I'm not even sure. Based off of everything, is there? I don't know if there's anybody on that center point of what we're looking at right now. That might not even be. Yeah, I don't think there's anybody on that center point.
No.
They scored 2. The key
thanks
point
to the
is going to
priority.
be the priority point is at the back. So yeah,
Oh, no, they just put a control.
is a sergeant up there? It's kind of hard to see.
Yeah, a control token did just get put down.
Yeah, even from the other camera angle, you can't really tell what's up there.
Yeah, let's check in.
And the bounty hunters get activated. Now, one of the nice things, and I don't think we've seen the bounty hunters on stream quite yet. So they have a very interesting ability when they get activated, is that they're able to sit there and just dash themselves right up the board. I do like the bounty hunters they have on the trail. So at the start of the activation, basically each character in that unit can dash. So any movement that's like additional movement is always solid, and they have a great ability with that.
Yeah, and notably, it is towards an enemy character, so it can create a little bit of awkwardness, but most of the time, that's where you're going anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, especially on your first activation, when everybody's still in front of you and you're not worried about which direction you're going. Definitely. I mean, and the other ability that they have, their active ability tool of the trade, is amazing because it basically can give you a sharpshooter 2 or an impact 2 right off the bat. So I'm basically adding additional dice if they're going to, because you can tool on the trade, take a focus action, get some additional dice, and then do an attack, depending on what you're at. And since they're a late activation, they may be able to do that, which can turn into a 9 dice ranged attack, and they have range 5, so it can be solid.
Yeah, they can hit pretty hard if you use that tools of the trade.
Without a doubt. So basically moving that the one bounty hunter right up there on top of that, and he's right next to the point there, as you can see. So definitely going to have full control of that point.
Right, you can't see very well from here, viewers, but the clan Crease Mandalorians were underneath in the garage. they're hanging out in the garage working on their armor. So that was how they gained control of that center objective. But of course, now that the bounty hunters are there, that's not going to matter. The bounty hunters will take control.
Being on the same elevation is definitely going to supersede being underneath there. So both bounty hunters are going to go right up on top. And they are not engagement range right there, so they can definitely just go, well, it sounds like they're going right into Clan Crease, so just shooting down underneath those grates and just saying, dut, 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 dut.
Yeah. So they didn't make a focus action.
I don't think they made a focus here. I think they just did. They didn't spend any force, so basically they were not, and they would have had to have spent a force, done a focus action. Yeah, they wanted like that.
Yeah, that Grand Inquisitor likes his force.
Yeah, so they really are trying not to utilize as much force as possible, and it wasn't something they had to do, especially now. Let's take a look. So a lot of expertise again here. You got 4 expertise. Turns into just one
not
crit,
great
one
on the bounty
damage.
hunters. You definitely want just more crits and strikes.
Yep. So that 1 damage is going to go through from that expertise chart. Basically going to be blocking everything except for that 1 strike or that 1 critical. So basically, it's like they're looking at are you going to do 2 damage or 1 damage.
Yeah.
So total of 3 damage. They decided to go take the 2 damage, and they had the 1 from the expertise chart. So 3 damage into Clan Crease. I mean, but they're already hurting. They already have the 1 on them.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen the Clan Crease leave the table before, but we might have that
Yeah,
happen
I mean, that
here.
was just a Luke thing, and to be 100% honest. Luke just said, I'm going to go and beat up on some people. Because he apparently doesn't like Mandalorians based off of what happened with him and Boba Fett that one time.
Yeah, no. That did not turn out so well for Boba.
Nope, not so much. So basically, what we're looking at is, after that, I would say that we're probably looking at only 4 life remaining on the Clan Crease. The Clan Crees are wounded, so there was a second attack that went into the Clan Crees there.
Wow.
That wounds them. So
Wow.
basically what's going to happen is once they activate again, they're leaving the table. So we haven't even gone through the order deck completely. Okay, so on that expert, they got the damage from the expertise and the shove. So basically, yeah,
Wow.
what we're looking here is the next time they come up, whenever they refresh this order deck, they're going to be leaving the table. That is.
I don't think I have ever seen a unit leave the table this early.
Not
I mean,
this
this is still in the early stages of Struggle 2. This,
Yeah.
wow.
I mean, that part of Luke being able to just go all the way forward, make an attack, and then a 5 dice attack on top of it to go ahead and wound them was just very pivotal to what they can do. And it's going to limit that. I mean, now you're taking that character, that extra attack off the board. So it's going to be interesting how this plays out going forward.
Right, and this is a supporting unit, so
Yeah.
you're losing 2 characters here.
Yeah, you're losing 2 attacks. 2 attacks just going off the board after this.
Wow. Come on, chat. What do you think of this? That's got to be
All
exciting.
right, so now here we go. They are going to take those B2s out of reserve.
Oh, come on, Todd. You don't have B2s memorized?
I probably do.
Isn't this your jam?
It is. So they're going to be doing relentless advance here. It's probably what they're going to be doing. Yeah, they used their last force. For
Tater's back.
Hey, baby. So yeah, no. Interesting here that they decided because they only had 1 force left. Part of me that they would go ahead and do a relentless advance.
Further back, B2s are shooting the bounty hunters.
Oh, they just firing where they are right now.
Yeah, they got into range. I guess there was something to be said of instead of doing the relentless advance, moving and doing a saturation fire to add 2 dice. But I think this is, there's a pretty decent way to go. So bounty hunters, going into bounty hunters, I think that's probably going to be 2 blocks. So it's kind of a wash there. Doing a second attack.
So just 1 damage from expertise.
So 1 damage from expertise.
Just 1 from the expertise.
You got 2 crits here.
No, this attack is shaping
and
up.
2 regular hits. So
Whoa.
you're going to block the 2.
right,
They are going to go 2 down to 3.
So that's going to be 3 damage and a shove.
3 damage and a shove. Not going to be enough. Now, again, the crease with the shoves are crazy, but Luke coming in and just putting a wound on them right before they even have a chance to activate was really even crazier, in my opinion.
Yes, Tater. I don't know, Tater. Were you here for that?
He might have missed that part because basically you have. Okay, closer ones were shooting. So basically, but yeah, I mean that was. So now you're looking at the next time the Clan Crees are just going to come off the table, which again, I'm stunned by that. I'm stunned by that.
That usually does not happen this quickly.
Not this quickly at all.
Again, one of the features of Shatterpoint is that, generally speaking, your models do not leave the table before you get to use them a lot.
The ones in the background range? Okay.
They advanced. So they moved us a little bit.
It's getting to the end of the day. I think a lot of people we're getting a little loopy. That's all right. We're gonna be good.
Yeah, you'll make it. You'll make it.
I'm loopy.
My middle name is not Loopy, but I almost thought it was.
Yeah, closing on 6 o'clock local. And we've been Fifth Brother.
Yeah, we have we have been going for almost 12 hours.
That's not too bad.
No, this is. I'm feeling much better than that final round yesterday. Ooh, I was losing my brain cells.
So he's going to spend his force to do his force jump with Fifth Brother. Gets him up on top of that elevation.
Excellent.
Now in advance. So so now he moves on to that point because of an inquisitorial mandate. He's going to end up winning that because the Clan Crees are now he's going to go into the B2s. Yep.
Yeah. This looks like it's going to be a pretty big swing.
Yeah, one, and the nice thing with Inquisitor with the fifth brother is one expertise is on automatic crit basically. So 2 blocks basically is going to turn into 2 going through. One is that crit from that expertise. So 3 damage because of the expertise as well. It's a matter of does he give him the shove, which
And that's
the
gonna
shove
be,
and the strain.
Yeah, and that's going to be 4 points.
Do they have all 3
Right.
at this point? Yeah. So
that-
4 points there.
That is going to be a hefty swing.
Team Wheaties just coming in and just terrorizing the stream table today.
Oh, Izzy just said that he's going to go next year to make Arizona proud. Oh,
Yeah, there we go.
All right.
I'm loving it, Izzy, loving it. All right, so now they're looking for the point. It is the fracture or the failure. And we're looking at OB2, which OB2 is on the other side of the board here.
Yeah,
Looking at
it's a little tough, but they are out of force, right? So
they have no choice.
they have
but
to go. They have to go with Obi-Wan. I mean, he can at least get. I mean, can he get onto one of those objectives? Because, again, right now, the priority objective is that one to the far right.
Yeah, the one that the fifth brother just went onto.
Yes.
And flipped. That's going to be the point that just came up. Oh, and garlic butter. Craig, how you doing, brother? He's planning on going as well. So yeah, that's going to be great to see a nice Arizona contingent coming out to Chicago as well. So yeah, definitely going to like that.
Yeah, Phoenix is going to represent.
Yeah, I'm liking it. I mean, we're starting to build a really good, just AMG dedicated community out there. The X-Wing community out there was always really solid. The Legion community is getting there.
Hey, I got the starter set.
Yeah.
Don't worry, everybody. I'm gonna bring it over to Todd's house.
But MCP is going strong out there. I mean, and we're trying to follow suit with Shatterpoint. So I would love to be able to bring a nice contingent of Shatterpoint players out here for the following year. That'd be great.
Well, remind me. You run a little MCP event over there in Arizona,
Yeah,
right?
yes, that is true.
Just the itty bitty one.
I do run the state championship series for Arizona. But I mean, well, like I said, we're kind of lucky to have the amount of being in such a large city. We're lucky to have a good pool of players that are willing to be out there and stuff like that. And like the nice thing is a lot of those players are coming over to the Shatterpoint side as well. So I mean, and if we can bring those good players willing to travel. I mean, travel players it's a hard thing to do, but I mean, a big convention like Adepticon is always something great to travel to.
Oh, yes. I don't think I have even seen half of what's here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we are busy with coverage, but still, it is massive. There's so much stuff.
Yeah. So many cool vendors, so many cool people here. Ooh, okay, so here goes the attack. 1 crit, 2 expertise. Those 2 expertise with Obi are going to turn into a crit and a strike. So 3 strikes, 3 crits. But yes, the vendors here are amazing. So many painters, and we were talking about that earlier. They're like, everywhere you look, there's a painting table and just people go into town painting. And then they do tons of just different things here. So they block all the regulars. Going to go 2 down Obi-Wan's tree with those crits here. And we're going to figure out what Obi's Mr. Kenobi from the desert.
Obi Kenobi, don't you mean Master Kenobi?
Not at this point. This is Obi 2, so he's not he's just a hiding hermit. He's just a grumpy old hermit hiding in a cave.
I cannot believe that you are taking my friend Obi-Wan's name in vain.
Yeah, the hermit.
He earned.
He's like a crab. He's like a little hermit crab, just gone. I don't know what to do.
No.
I'm so sad. I forgot how to use my powers.
Remind me, who began and ended the Clone Wars, Todd? Who was it?
It was Anakin. I mean, really.
No.
I mean, Anakin really ended it just with one.
Man.
With his new empire.
No. Remind me.
Yes,
remind
he
me
was
who
always
won.
grumpy and hiding in a cave. Exactly garlic butter.
Remind me who
Yeah, so Obi-Wan goes onto that middle point just to score something, basically.
Oh, yeah, you need to. Gotta get objectives.
I love that the
especially in this
game
situation.
was there to interrupt Aubrey from having his moment of just anger that Obi-Wan is an old angry hermit living in a cave. He's a crab hermit. a hermit crab.
Remind me, who won on Mustafar? Who won on Mustafar?
He didn't kill anybody, did he? No, he didn't. Darth Vader still survived and terrorized the entire galaxy like a good man should.
No.
He failed. He failed in his mission to end Darth Vader, and just
It is not Obi-Wan's.
Obi-Wan failed.
It is not Obi-Wan's fault that he thought cutting off an arm, a leg, and setting a man on fire wasn't enough work.
Always go for the head, man.
No, that's MCP. That's MCP.
Varys here is been pulled. Force speed all the way up onto that ladder. The point is going to be the fractured point at the back. Man, this struggle is crazy right now.
Yeah, there is so much action in the middle there.
So Varys goes back onto the point, attacks Obi-Wan. Obi is not going to have any damage. All right, he does no mind trick, but 2. That is 3 critical successes there. A lot of failures coming up on this side. Blocks the 2 regular.
Yeah, looks like we're seeing another wound here.
And that's 4 points.
And and there is the handshake.
Wheaties just
wow. The power of the Grand Inquisitor was too much to be overcome.
You know what?
I know that's why I said it, everybody. It's funny because
the Grand
notably,
Inquisitor didn't do anything.
The Grand
he just
Inquisitor
stood there.
didn't. Wait, so.
We didn't go through the entire order
We did
deck.
not even make it through. I mean, I know they were about to flip over. Yeah. We did not even flip over the entire order deck.
No.
That was
insane.
Outstanding. Man, this was an awesome finals here of day 2 of Shatterpoint at Adepticon.
Amazing.
Wow. That was just I still can't believe that. That was unbelievable. I'm just going to keep repeating myself. That's the end of the day. I've lost words.
Well,
but
like I said, the fact that Luke was able to get all the way to the other side of the board and wound the Clan Kreese before they even had a chance to activate was shocking. Unbelievable that they were able to do that. So that was fantastic. For, of course, Sweeties. I'm sure Power of 2 over here, the rule of 2, we're not too happy about that one. I mean, but, what are you going to do? I mean, Luke just went crazy there. But, I mean, definitely rule of 2 guys are being great sports about it. They're not all smiles around. I mean, that's the sportsmanship and camaraderie of playing here. I mean, it was a team event, so they did great. Now we're just looking to see, ultimately who won at the other table, but this one ended fast. This was an hour game. We got done quick.
That was amazing. I mean, we are wow.
So
I've run out of words, everybody. I didn't know that was possible.
So Jesse, the Hello There team and the Dark Side Divas have not quite reported yet. So we don't know who's actually going to end up winning this event at this point in time. Because, I mean, there could still be an hour before they finish up that match. I mean, at this point, I know I was talking with Jesse and Amon, and they had a slog out fight that went really long just before this match too.
Round 3.
So I know that I don't know, but I'm assuming that they're going to be just kind of where Jesse was yesterday, where he after 5 rounds he was really having to dig deep. So he's probably back in that same spot at this point. They were 3 rounds in. Now you have to do a 4th round, and it's potentially the championship. So I mean, and they were looking at overall seeding. Yeah, Hello There had the top seed with strength of schedule. Well, you know what? Big victory point scored, same there. Yeah, so basically they had a stronger strength of schedule. They were going to be up there, so really it does going to come down to, I think whoever wins that one is probably going to have a stronger strength of schedule and win it. But so this might still have just been for 2nd place. I'm not quite sure. It really is going to be how that one pans out. But I'm not quite sure. I mean, just overall strength of schedule. We'll see what happens there. But yeah, I mean, I don't think we're going to be staying on for the full hour waiting for this to end. So I do want to apologize for that. Oh, thanks, Craig. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. Great stream. Thank you, Juvie. We do appreciate that. So yeah, no, exciting stuff here from Adepticon Day 2. We're definitely going to be back. I'm going to say probably about 8:45 tomorrow morning local time. That's here in Chicago Central Time. Because, like I said, like we've noticed that the start time that they anticipate was what they were shooting for was 8:30. But there's about 700 people coming into the hall at 8 o'clock in the morning when they open up those doors.
Yeah, remember, tomorrow is the main event.
Yeah.
This is the big one. This is a 2-day event. Top 8 is going to be on Sunday, but the event begins tomorrow. You're going to want to tune in. That'll be day 3 of Adepticon. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
yes, Tater. I will do my best to get some sleep tonight. Yesterday was a very long day.
A little bit longer, but yeah, I think that's going to about wrap it up for us, man. I just don't think we have any. Like, we will definitely let you guys know how this pans out tomorrow. But again, some great matches that we had overall from all of our opponents and all of our contestants that were on stream today. Definitely happy to get that going on. But other than that, I think we're all going to say again, thanks for watching, everybody. May the force be with you.
Wait, Todd's not even plugging us again.
Okay,
Again,
there you
remember,
go. Always here to keep me on track.
One last time. Remember, if you enjoyed this content, if you want to give us feedback, we are the hosts of the Momentous Struggle podcast. We do have a free Discord that is available to you. So if you want to continue the conversation, we of course are going to keep posting information there, and there will be other information going out on professional casual networks, socials as well. So please stay tuned. There will be more information.
Our Facebook's probably the best way. I mean, we're posting constantly on there when I can get time to do so. Yeah, definitely check us out on Facebook. I mean, and if you message on there and say, hey, to any of my posts, and just say, hey, you're trying to get some information, I'll reach out as quickly as I can there as well.
Yes, absolutely. And so now, Todd, now what are we going to do?
Okay, well, now I'm going to tell everybody. I love all you guys. Thanks for watching. You're amazing. Love each and every one of you. Thank you for tuning in. May the force be with you.
May the force be with you always.